Savage Deeds, Savagery and Skills, Book 2, by Sierra Graves.
Chapter 1. Draven. We have to get the hell out of here. Shane tugged on the iron bar so hard, I waited for him to dislocate his shoulders. Working on it. I grabbed the bars too, but they held fast. There would be no breaking them with my strength. I had no weapons, and the one person who could use magic to get us out of here sat in the corner of the cell opposite ours, holding her head in her hands, looking like she was finished. Done with this place. Done with living. That was unacceptable. Those bells were a warning the lower kingdom was under attack. It was Rudarius, had to be him, and I would not be sitting in a cell when he broke into this castle and destroyed it. When I rescued Marley to take him to Seneca, this was not the outcome I foresaw. I wanted them to meet so he could convince her I was on her side with wanting Rudarius dead. Then I could have 2 Phi to use as weapons against the scum. Well, one since we didn't have Marley's rings. But then the damn prince had to go and drag us here. He used me to get to his sister and bring her home. 2-timing bastard. I knew he only did it to stop me from using them first. Some homecoming she had thanks to our entrance. My mind returned to the vision of those scars on Seneca's back. I'd been tortured for decades, it was true, but Rudarius didn't steal a part of me. He didn't yank it out and make me less of a vampire. If anything, he made me more dangerous. With Seneca, he tried to destroy the Phi side of her. The agony she must have endured that day, and so many after, I couldn't even begin to imagine. My sympathy for her grew again as a plan formed in my mind. One I was going to hate, but it was our only choice. Seneca, I called to her. Seneca, look at me, damn it. What? She snapped without lifting her head. If those are Rudarius's forces attacking, we can't stay here. I gripped the bars harder, willing myself to be strong enough to break them apart. I wasn't. Leave it to the Phi to have damned secure dungeons. If he finds us in these cells, we're finished. All of us. Perhaps it's better this way. She glared at me through the bars, green eyes flickering to vampire red with her building fury. Let him come and destroy this place. What should I care? He can drain them all dry and leave their bodies to rot. I'm tired of fighting. I'll just hand myself over to him and be done with it. No, you won't. What would you know, huh? What? She snarled, looking more menacing than the first time we fought. Leave me alone. Not happening. I walked along the bars until I was even with her. I hated myself already for what I was about to do, but now wasn't the time to be old Draven. Now was the time to be an utter asshole if it got us out of these cells and away from Rudarius. Right now, you're the only one who can get us out of here alive. Use your damned rings and blow up the cells. I can't. Those eyes glowered at me fiercely. Told you, they're not that powerful. You're a damned royal. A princess. They can call down the sun if need be. Use them and get us out of here. No. She bared her fangs at me and lowered her head again. This is a shitty plan, Shane whispered from behind me. I paced back and forth along the bars, running a hand through my hair. The bells continued to peal overhead, and the shouting grew louder, more panicked. We were out of time. You're right, I said loudly, but I wasn't talking to Shane. But it's not the rings that aren't powerful enough. It's you. She hissed but didn't get up. Just like your dear sweet mother said, you're tainted now, have been ever since Rudarius took you away and tortured you. After he used your blood. I continued, guilt tearing me apart on the inside, but Seneca was on her feet now. You're worthless. Not full Phi, not full vampire. You're just a freak of nature who doesn't even have enough power to use the only real weapon you have. Weak, that's what you are. I pressed myself as hard as I could against the bars, bracing for the outburst that was likely to come with my next words. Rudarius broke you. She wrapped her hands around the bars and shook them. Shut up. No, because it's true. All of it. Your family left you to die. No one cares about you. No one cares that bastard ripped your wings from your back or that you were turned. I smiled as if I enjoyed tearing her down. Seneca the Weak, that's what we should call you. No princess title for you. Draven. Shane uttered. I ignored him. I was wrong. You're not a killer. You're not anything. Draven. Shane grabbed my shoulder hard enough to hurt. What? He said nothing else, but pointed to Seneca. I'd been so intent on her face, I missed the glowing coming from the 3 rings on her hand. They pulsed rapidly, as if in time with her pounding heartbeat as she glared at me. I wondered for a second if I hadn't pushed her too hard when she raised her left hand and yelled, unleashing her full fury at the bars. The brightness blinded us as we dove to the side. The harsh sounds of metal twisting and breaking deafened me to anything else. The entire dungeon shook. When the sound stopped, I lifted my head to find Seneca standing in front of a hole. One, not just through the bars on her cell, but ours too. Her hand fell to her side, and she blinked quickly as if working to stay conscious. Stepping around metal debris, Shane and I went to her cell as she carefully stepped out, wide-eyed at the destruction she caused. When she appeared ready to fall over, I reached to catch her, but she shrugged away, frowning at me, confused. Then the look was gone, and she was back to looking like she was ready to kill me. You're an asshole. Sorry, had to be done. She shrugged her shoulders, grimacing as she reached around to her exposed back. Guess we should try to get the hell out of here. Might not be a bad idea. Remind me later to kick your ass for getting us into this mess in the first place. I didn't know what your brother planned on doing. Being close to rude areas before we were ready was not part of the plan. Well, I hope you have a plan now. Between rude areas attacking vampires and the Fae in this castle, we're surrounded by enemies. Apparently being a princess doesn't do shit for you if you're tainted. She hissed sharply, shaking her head. Seneca, I started, but then she glared at me, and I swallowed back whatever I was going to say. She studied me with a curious look that said we were going to have a very long discussion later if we got out of here alive. I tossed an idea out. We should make for the main floor at least, see if we can't sneak out in the chaos. Right, because that won't get us killed. If you have a better idea, I'm listening. She bit her bottom lip, then motioned us onward. Let's get moving before we're caught. Shane led the way, and Seneca fell in behind him. Every few steps, she shrugged her shoulders, cursing under her breath as she reached around to her torn shirt. Each time, I found myself looking at those horrid scars, the way the skin around them appeared burned. Where her wings had been torn from her back, the skin was puckered and red, twisted in knots. We reached the bottom of the steps leading to the main floor when I caught Seneca's arm. What? I removed my shirt and handed it to her. Here. Some of the rage slipped from her face as she took it. It was hard not to miss her eyes flickering down my chest and abs with an impressed arch of her brow. What could I say? I was built. She glowered. Turn around, both of you. Shane and I did as she asked. I heard her shirt hit the floor, then some shuffling around. She said she was good, and we turned back around. She nodded her thanks and crept up the steps. Shane shot me a look, but I hissed at him real low, and he held up his hands as if saying he was backing off. I was sure I'd get shit for that move later, but if we were going to get in a fight, Seneca could not be distracted. That's what I told myself anyway. Not that I did it because I felt sorry for her and hated seeing her uncomfortable, or that those scars deeply disturbed me. Seneca was not the Fae I'd first assumed her to be. Not even close. At the top of the steps, she held out her hand to stop us, peering around the wall. Guards. She shook her head, frowning. No one. No one at all. What I said, isn't it? She took another step forward, then another. Something's wrong. I was about to ask her what, when the whole castle quaked on its foundations and crumbled around us. Go. Seneca and Shane sprinted ahead of me, the stairs we'd been standing on giving way and falling into the dungeon as I reached the top. I leapt forward, and a hand grabbed hold of my arm, yanking me away from immediate danger. I expected it to be Shane, but it was Seneca, dragging me along through the corridors as more walls broke apart and fell around us. Sounds of fighting filled what remained of the castle, and as we stumbled into what used to be the great hall from the looks of the scattered tables and chairs, we skidded to a sudden stop. Vampires and Fae were locked in combat from one end of the room to the other. Bodies littered the floor, Fae mostly. More vampires poured in through the hole in the side of the hall, and beyond them came a bright flash of red light. "Get down." I grabbed Seneca and pulled her to the floor as Shane hit the stones beside us. The red blast shot over our heads and into the wall, creating another massive hole. The same red blast I saw come from Fae rings worn by Rudarius. If he was here, we couldn't stay. I was about to tell Seneca we needed to find another way out when a vampire locked eyes with me. He hissed and flung himself at me, taking me right back down to the floor. I bashed my fist into his face, rolling us over, so I pinned him to the floor. I beat at him over and over, until he stopped snarling and went limp beneath me. Seneca shouted a warning, but when I turned around, grabbed the vampire by the shoulder and flung him backward. He rolled back to his feet and blurred at her. They fought viciously, moving almost too fast for me to keep up. I rushed to help her, but she grabbed the vampire by the head and twisted. A sharp crack told me she broke his neck and his body collapsed. It wouldn't keep him down for long, and more vampires kept on coming. The Fae shouted a retreat, someone else yelling for the king and queen to get to safety. "Seneca!" Marley rushed toward us, sword in hand and covered in blood. He had 3 guards behind him, all of whom raised their swords to us until he ordered them to aid the others in retreating from the castle. "You must come with me quickly. All of you. Rudarius's forces are overrunning us." "Why the hell would we come with you?" Seneca looked like she was ready to attack Marley. Not that I condoned anything that had occurred because of her family, but now was not the time for her to duke it out with her brother. The castle shook again, as if it was ready to come crashing down on our heads. "Would you rather stay here and be captured by Rudarius?" he challenged. She hissed at him. I stepped forward, putting myself between them. "Do you have a way to disguise us or not? I'd prefer we don't get attacked by any more of your guards." He eyed my shirtless appearance with a raised brow, and I suddenly had the urge to deck him. His gaze flickered to Seneca, who was wearing my shirt, but he nodded. "I do. I don't ask you to trust me, but you rescued me from Rudarius. Let me return the favor." "We don't have another choice," I told Seneca as I glanced back to find her with her arms crossed, shaking her head. "Well?" I asked as I turned back to Marley. "Follow me. Stay close." Seneca seemed reluctant to get going, but more vampires were coming toward the wall, and I shoved her after her brother. She glowered at me, but whether she liked it or not, we were at Marley's mercy. He led us through the ravaged castle, sprinting past other Fae and guards, all fleeing the destruction and the army bearing down on us. Marley made a sharp right and directed us into what appeared to be an armory of some sort for the guards here. He grabbed 3 of the heavy violet cloaks and tossed one to each of us. "This." I held up the cloak in disgust. "This is your great plan. We'll be seen." "No, you won't, not with the madness happening right now. It's the best I can do." The castle shook violently, and a roar like a wild beast made us cringe. "We don't have time to argue. Put them on. We'll fall in with everyone else that is retreating." He scrambled around and grabbed one of the Fae undershirts too and tossed it to me. "Cover yourself." "I'm sorry, do I make you uncomfortable?" "You are in the presence of a princess." He stood toe-to-toe with me, as if he was at all intimidating. "You will dress accordingly. And the fact that she's wearing my shirt doesn't bother you at all. That is another matter, for which I will scold you for later. You're not even going to ask why." I scoffed as I tugged on the shirt and then draped the cloak around my shoulders, knowing full well Seneca could hear us both. At least I had the decency to offer her something to cover her back, instead of having to expose the horrors she endured to everyone she passed. Something you should have done the moment it happened, instead of standing around gawking with everyone else. She's your sister. Perhaps you should learn to take better care of her. My anger wasn't just from Seneca's scars being exposed as they were, but for everything that happened since Marley dragged her here. She was tormented by Rudarius, turned by a vampire, all because her family left her in the human realm. And then they had the nerve to call her tainted. It was beyond appalling, and the longer I looked into Marley's green eyes, so filled with light, where his sisters were filled with darkness, the more I wanted to rip his throat out. Marley adjusted his grip on his blade, but then Seneca was there, getting between us. Save your pissing contest for later. Let's move now. She covered her face with the heavy hood, and motioned for Marley to get his ass moving. His lip twitched at me once more in disgust, then he turned, and we kept right behind him, falling in with the rest of the five rushing from the castle. I held onto the edges of my hood, ensuring it stayed in place as we met up with the captain of the guard and the rest of the soldiers who survived the assault. All of them were bloodied and haggard, though the fight hadn't been going on for long. The unnatural darkness caused by Rudarius only made the situation seem even more dire. To the trees, Marley called out. Fall back. The king and queen. Did they make it out? Yes, Prince, the captain told him, eyeing the three of us suspiciously. If he suspected who we were, he said nothing. You must go quickly. We'll bring up the rear. Marley took off, and we were running once again into the forests that surrounded the castle. We climbed a steep hill, meeting with more and more Fae who had already fled. At the peak, we paused long enough to witness the final destruction of the castle. Marley cursed, while other Fae cried out in horror at seeing their home destroyed. The vampires' cheering reached our ears, and another bright beam of red light shot up into the sky. Rudarius. He'd claimed the first Fae kingdom, and there wasn't a chance in hell he was stopping with that. Come, Marley told us, we have a safe haven in these woods. We'll regroup there. And then what? I asked. I don't know. He looked lost as he said it. That is for the king and queen to decide. The other kingdoms, you have to warn them of what's coming. They'll use their armies to fight back. Clearly you haven't been in Otherworld in a very long time. What do you mean? The three Fae kingdoms are not allies. Not anymore. He glanced at Seneca sadly as he added, it's part of the reason our parents sent her to the human realm in the first place. Seneca tilted her head, clearly listening, but she didn't ask him anything about what the other reason was. What happened to tear the kingdoms apart? I asked. Politics like always. Otherworld has changed. The Fae kingdoms have been at each other's throats for years now. But with the vampires attacking, they'll put all that behind them, right? Rudarius won't stop with just one kingdom. He'll keep coming until he kills all the Fae. It's what he's been planning forever. It's why he started by wiping out the mages. I understand how serious the situation is, I do, Marley said. But none of them think vampires will ever topple the Fae kingdoms. If they don't believe, why do you? I asked as we trudged up another steep hill. Why were you in the human realm to begin with? As I told Seneca, Macron came to me. He said I needed to find her. I'm just sorry I was too late. Sure you are, she hissed. Seneca. Marley reached for her, but she pulled away. When he tried again, she whirled around and grabbed for his throat. Do not touch me, she seethed. You are nothing to me, understand? Nothing. She shoved him aside and sped up, getting as far away from him as she could. Luckily the only Fae beside us to see her outburst was the captain, and he merely glanced at his prince, waiting for direction. She needs time, Marley said, rubbing his throat. No, I corrected. She needs revenge, and she's been unable to get it for too long. You talk as though you know my sister better than I do. When was the last time you saw her? She doesn't even remember you. You're a vampire. He held out his sword to stop my forward movement. I don't care what you think you are to her now. The moment we no longer need your help to deal with rude areas, you're gone, understand? You will not interfere in her life. I looked at the sword, then at him. I will do whatever Seneca wants me to do. You're using her. You told me so much yourself. Nothing's changed. You sure about that? I grabbed his wrist and moved around him, not even sure where those words came from. Nothing should have changed. I needed Seneca and her power to stop rude areas, now more than ever, since he was already moving against the Five Kingdoms. It was only the beginning, but I found my plans shifting from using Seneca to helping her instead. I shouldn't care, but I did. She was beyond a broken soul, and if no one helped her, she'd fall further than I ever did. She would become the villain Rude Aries attempted to turn me into. If she gave into the darkness, if she let herself become the monster, she could become unstoppable. There was a damned high chance she'd be worse than Rude Aries even. Our futures were certainly connected, and I realized suddenly the tables had just been turned on me. The face I'd worn for too many years fell away, and the old Draven came rushing back. The one who used to give a damn about Otherworld and everyone who lived here. As we walked on through the night that was never going to end while Rude Aries was here, I kept a close eye on Seneca's back. She was going to snap, and I feared for whoever stood too close when she did.
Chapter 2. Seneca. It took a couple of hours before we caught up with the rest of the Fae who escaped from the castle and the surrounding town that had been attacked first. I stayed to the outer edges of the makeshift camp, watching as Marley spoke with the captain, directing guards to watch posts. More Fae were tending to the wounded, while some gave last rites to those who hadn't made it. My brother had taken me out of my mostly quieter life, and dropped me right in the middle of a freaking war zone with people who hated me because of what I was. The safe haven Marley spoke of was inside what used to be some sort of massive fort. The walls were useless against keeping the enemy out, seeing as how they were broken and fallen in. There were no guard towers, the armory had long since been emptied and the stores depleted. The only thing it did was give all these refugees a false sense of security. Rude Arius's forces could overrun them here in a matter of seconds if he decided to pursue us. Even the main structure had long since been reduced to piles of scattered stones. Several Fae passed, and I lowered my head, keeping the hood pulled down low. Shane and Draven were nearby, probably more worried than I was that we would be spotted at some point and tied up or worse, killed. After a while, I considered our chances of sneaking off into the trees without anyone noticing. The moment we were found out, there'd be a fight. Most of the time I'd be all right with getting my knuckles bloody, but there were too many guards for me to take on at once. Yep, leaving as soon as possible was our best option. Don't, Draven said as if reading my mind. I wasn't going to do anything, I muttered, tugging the cloak around me tighter. Bullshit. You go out there, you could run into Rude Arius's vampires. Or him. Is that what you want? Staying here surrounded by people who hate me is what I don't want. Not everyone here hates you, he said so quietly I almost missed it. I wanted to ask him what he meant, but then the captain approached, with several guards at his sides. I braced, waiting for them to attack until Marley stepped out from behind them. Seneca, would you come with me, please? Why? Going to throw me in another prison? Want to show off any more of my scars? The guards and the captain stiffened. So these Fae had been there when my back was exposed. Perfect. I ground my teeth, fighting the urge to hiss at them all. None of the others knew we made it out of the castle yet, and I wanted to keep it that way. Attacking my brother right then would be a dead giveaway. Sadly. No, and I am sorry for what occurred back there. He lowered his gaze for a moment, but his sympathy felt anything but genuine. I need you to trust me. I laughed harshly, then spit at his feet. You're kidding, right? I'm your brother. Now you're my brother. Where were you before, huh? Where? You are nothing to me. You got that? Nothing at all, so don't you dare stand there and tell me I mean so damn much to you. Your guards won't move fast enough to save your life. The captain and all the guards immediately drew their swords, but Marley raised his hand. My prince, she cannot threaten you like that. She can, because she is as much in command of you as I am. The captain bristled. I will not listen to any words she says. I arched my brow at Marley, but he just sighed. I need you to come with me, Seneca. There isn't much time. Our parents need to understand what's going on with Rudarius, and you need to learn why you were sent to the human realm. Please? I would never admit it to him, but I was dying to know why they gave me up when I was a baby. Draven rested his hand on my shoulder, the move comforting in a weird way I wasn't even going to try and understand. At least not yet. The vampire had given me his shirt in the dungeon. I wanted to know why. We'd been trying to kill each other, and then something changed his mind. He said he wanted to use me for my rings, but even that sounded off. When I could get a moment alone with him, we'd be having a very lengthy discussion about what game he was playing. Everyone around me was playing games, and it was about time I started disrupting the rules so I could win for once. Fine. I started to walk with him. Draven and Shane followed me, but Marley stopped them. You two have to stay here, at least for now. It's going to be enough for me to get her in the king and queen's tent. Let alone two vampires I don't even trust. Shane grunted in annoyance. Draven's eyes met mine. You going to be all right? His question irritated Marley, and I bit back a smile at his discomfort. Yeah, I'll be fine. Keep yourselves out of sight. They fell back into the shadows of the trees, as I turned to follow Marley and the guards. The walk was awkward, but I didn't care what he was thinking at that moment. He was taking me to see our parents. The king and queen. What he hoped to accomplish, I had no idea. The queen made it quite clear I was no daughter of hers, and that was just fine by me. We reached the large tent at the center of camp, and I stopped short of the entrance. Sister? Don't call me that, I warned. I'm not your sister. He breathed out heavily as if ready to argue, but let it drop and pushed his way inside. Mother, father, the wounded have been tended to, the guard has been set. It is time we deal with a very important issue. What is she doing in here? The queen demanded as soon as I lowered my hood. Captain Lark, escort this prisoner from our tent at once. No, Marley shouted, and Captain Lark froze. You are not going to push her away. Not when she's finally come back to us. Marley. The king sighed. Marley slashed his hand sharply through the air. Enough. She has every right to be here, and to know exactly what happened back then. The king and queen exchanged furious looks with their son, then turned those glares around on me. The hatred burning in their eyes ate away at me, until I couldn't stand it any longer. I snarled, startling them both. I didn't want to come here, I informed them roughly. Your son dragged me here. I thought my parents died years ago in a train accident. You. I don't know who you are, don't even know your names. Queen Karina and King Rain, Captain Lark said helpfully. I rolled my eyes. Thanks, really. Not that I care to know about two people who tossed me aside like I was nothing more than trash. Not trash. King Rain rubbed a hand down his face, looking much older than he first appeared. He sank down in his chair. He's right. She should at least know so she can understand. Queen Karina chewed her bottom lip, then turned her back on me. Then tell her and be done with it. We have a war to fight, if you hadn't noticed. I don't have time for all this drama. My hands curled into fists, but I focused on King Rain. Well? He started and stopped a couple of times, as if not sure where to begin. You were born in a time of upheaval amongst the Five Kingdoms. We were on the brink of war. The late king of the High Kingdom was determined to rule us all. There had been countless attacks already on both families, and we were afraid you would be killed. Afraid war would break out, and we couldn't bear to lose you. The princess of our kingdom, the first in a long while, he explained, smiling softly at me. I bristled at how fake it seemed. What was he up to? Why would he act sympathetic to me, unless he wanted something? We did the only thing we could think of. Found a Phi couple amongst our palace guards and entrusted you to them. And you handed me over just like that? The words came out garbled. A whirlwind of emotions that were threatening to spiral out of control bubbled up within me. The day we did, the castle was infiltrated by several assassins, he went on quietly. They went straight for your brother's chambers and yours. Marley was nearly killed, and you were a defenseless babe. They would have murdered you in your crib. They left a dagger stabbed through your pillow in warning. Karina kept her back to me, but her hunched shoulders told me she at least felt something. And that king, I'm assuming he's gone now? Rain nodded. Then why didn't you send for me? Rain looked to Karina, but there was no response from her. We came to check on you, bring you home, but we couldn't find you. What? The couple we gave you to took you somewhere, used magic to stop us from finding you. Rain slammed his fist down on his thigh, cursing. They stole away our daughter, and we tried for years to find you, but there was no sign, not one, not until... He trailed off, pain replacing the anger in his eyes. Until... I urged. Just tell me. Macron, Rain spat out. He came to us, said he heard a rumor Rudarius had a new pet. How long ago? Seneca, you have to understand. How long? 10 years, Marley answered when Rain seemed unable to. He came to us 10 years ago. And? Why was Macron the only one to come and get me, a year after he told you where I was? My usually cool body seemed engulfed in a raging inferno. Why? No one seemed to have an answer, and I growled with fury. Do you have any idea what I suffered at his hands? I took a step closer, and Captain Lark moved as if to stop me. I hissed at him, but he didn't back down. You know the best part? My wings weren't torn out until right before Macron saved me. You could have stopped that, but you didn't. You left me there with a monster. Why? What kind of parents abandon their child? We were told you'd been turned, Karina said, finally speaking. That you were already tainted. Just like with Rain, her words sound off, like she was lying, holding something else back. I wanted to call her out on it, except I was already on shaky ground, after learning that I could have been spared a year of torture. My wings, my precious Phi wings, could have been saved. Too bad that wasn't true. She turned around with a confused look on her face at my words. I wasn't turned until Macron up and left me, to apparently come here to try and stop Rudarius from killing mages. For royals, you're not well informed, are you? How dare you? Karina marched toward me. How dare you stand there and accuse us of any wrongdoing? I had my hand around her throat without even realizing I'd done it. Captain Lark yelled at me as Rain rushed to his feet, and Marley shouted at me to let her go. I ignored them all, snarling in Karina's face, enjoying the flicker of fear in her eyes. I wanted her terrified. I wanted her to feel just a hint of the terror I felt for all those years. You would turn your back on your only daughter because she was taken against her will and tortured? Because she was attacked when she was alone and turned? Karina's eyes narrowed as she gasped. I would turn my back on a tainted Phi who has no place in our world. Not anymore. You are not my daughter. You are not a princess of the Burning Thorn family. That will not change. The rings on my left hand pulsed, and the hate radiating off her was palpable. You don't deserve to have the rings of our family. I pictured myself killing her then and there, the image so vivid in my mind for a second, I thought I already did it. I saw her broken body at my feet. I blinked and let her go, my hand shaking with an anger I couldn't control. These are mine by rights, and you will not be taking them away. And who said I wanted to be your daughter? I backed toward the tent flaps, waiting for Rain or Karina to change their mind and try to stop me. Neither moved, and it was another stab to the heart. Been fine on my own all these years. Screw you, all of you. I hope Rudarius destroys the Phi kingdoms. Seneca, Marley said, but I was already out of the tent and stalking into the woods. Gasps and whispers erupted around me. Everyone heard our argument and realized who I was now. Several called me a tainted monster, and I hissed at them as I passed, until I reached the line of guards and kept on walking. Seneca, wait. Marley caught up to me and yanked me to a halt. Just hold on one damn minute. Why did you bring me back here? I demanded, shoving him so hard he staggered backward. Several guards moved, and I laughed bitterly. Don't worry, boys, I'm not going to kill your precious prince. Not that any of you would give a shit for me. Princess. What a joke. I meant it when I said it was time you came home. Obviously, you're the only one who thinks that. I'll talk to them, make them understand we need you. His words bothered me, and I craned my neck. What do you mean, you need me? He swallowed hard and refused to meet my eyes. Marley, why did you come after me? Why were you looking for me, if all of you think I'm too tainted to ever truly return home? Macron. You're a bit too late. He rescued me when I was 14. Where were you then? Marley took a large step backward, as if anticipating my attacking him. He came to us 7 years ago saying he was on his way to his mage house. He told me, that we would need you before the end. That you were our only hope to beat back the darkness coming to claim the 5 kingdoms. The world closed in around me, and all I saw was the white-haired mage who taught me all he knew for the couple of years I was with him. Told me I needed to learn to fight, to defend myself. I looked at the rings on my left hand, the ones Karina said I didn't deserve to have. Draven wanted me for my rings and royal blood. Marley had only come to find me because he needed me too, wanted to use me to fight against the darkness that I assumed was Rudarius. And Macron, he'd only rescued me because he too needed me to learn to fight. To become what, a monster? That's all I felt like at that moment. A monster that barely had a hold on the killing instinct burning in my veins. Is that what he and Minnie wanted from me? To remember I was simply a freak of nature? A killer? Hell, even Owen needed me. He always wanted to help people, fix them. It made him feel he was making a difference in the world. Everyone wanted to use me or change me, and I was sick of it. Seneca, you have to understand I was going to come to find you anyway. Liar, I seethed. You're as bad as the rest of them. Where are you going? He yelled when I marched toward the trees. Seneca, it's not safe out there. Safer than here, I muttered and blurred away from just another lying bastard who'd found a way into my life. My so-called parents, they were hiding the rest of the truth from me. Maybe even from Marley. After learning what I had, they could take the rest of the truth to their graves for all I cared. I was finished with them all. Rudarius could have them. A few years of torture would do them good.
Chapter 3. Draven. I left Shane at the tree and took the time to sneak through the camp. Seneca might say she was all right, but I didn't trust Marley, not after the rude welcoming we received. I got as close to the tent as I dared, with so many guards wandering around. The yelling came quick. First Marley getting onto his parents for not being truthful with Seneca. The more I overheard, the worse my anger grew, until I was stifling my snarls. It only took a few more minutes before Seneca was yelling. I heard gasps and the Phi yelling for Seneca to let her go. I assumed she attacked the queen. As I was about to step in, she burst out of the tent. Marley went after her, and I followed them past the line of guards to the trees. Marley would have done better to shut up. I made ready to intervene when that killer look flooded Seneca's face, but instead she blurred off into the darkness, leaving her brother cursing. I'll follow her, I assured him, stepping from the shadows. Marley jumped but nodded. It's dangerous out there for her to be on her own. I don't care if your parents accept her as their daughter or not, I said as I neared, but they have to understand we all want the same thing. I can tell them what Rudarius's plans are, at least what he's told me. If they want any chance of stopping him, they're going to need us. Trust me, I want your help, as odd as that might sound. My parents aren't as open-minded. The past wars have made them overcautious, shut off to outside help. No Fi ever believed the vampires would rise with such numbers and dare to attack us. We were too blind to his actions, too caught up in our own mess. Noticed. He shook his head, planting his hands on his hips. I wanted her to come home and be welcomed. Sure you did. Watch it, vampire. What? You Fi are all the same. Everything is based on the purity of your blood. You should have known how they would react when she showed up. I took several steps toward the trees, then paused. Did you really know she was with Rudarius all that time, and not do a damn thing? A year. We only knew for a year. And you left her there. You're damn lucky she's not rampaging through this camp right now, slaughtering you all. Not sure I'd try to stop her if she was. She wouldn't. We're her kin. He said it, but the words were far from confident. I didn't want Seneca to get too far ahead of me, but the ignorance coming out of Marley's mouth pissed me off. Do you have any idea what Rudarius did to her? Hurt her. Tore her wings out, he whispered. No, I argued. Marley frowned. Have you ever had someone rip you apart piece by piece over the years? Break you down, give you hope for death, and then do it all over again. That's what that bloodsucker did to your sister. He broke her, wanting to turn her into his personal weapon. He tried to cultivate a seed within her, one that hadn't sprouted until she came here and was faced with a family who hates her for events that were out of her control. You speak as if she's told you everything. Some of his irritation with me seemed to fade away. Has she? No, but it's what he did to me. It's what he does to all his pets. How can you be so sure? The eyes, I hissed as I walked into the darkness. It's all in the eyes. My trek through the trees was far from relaxing. I sniffed the air, easily picking up the scent I'd come to know after only spending a few hours with Seneca. There was the Fi and vampire, of course, but underneath it all was the slightest hint of lavender. It teased my nose and reminded me of the lavender plants that had grown around my father's mansion before Rudarius destroyed them. A sharp crack had me blurring toward the sound, expecting the worst, but it was only Seneca slamming her fist into a tree repeatedly, tearing it apart. When it crashed to the ground, she whirled around with a kick and bashed into another one, sending bark flying. Seneca, I said quietly, and she blurred to stand in front of me, fangs out and hands looking ready to lash out and shred me to pieces. I take it the talk with the parents didn't go as planned. What do you think? I took in the destroyed trees. I'm assuming they're still alive, at least? For now. There was no joking in her tone, and I grabbed her wrist when she moved to walk away. She growled, but I took her chin lightly and turned her face. I studied her red eyes. I thought I saw darkness in them before, but now there was so much more. The realization of how close she was to giving in to what Rudarius started all those years ago made me regret bringing her into this mess in the first place. Stop it, she snapped and tore free of my hold. Didn't do anything. You're doing it right now. Pitying me. Caring about what's happening to me. Why? You said it yourself. We have a destiny together, I said. She started laughing. I don't find anything amusing about this situation. Oh no? Destiny, prophecies, spreading darkness. On and on and on it goes, she rambled. I tried so hard to have a simple life. Not normal or good, I guess, but simple. I did my job, went home, and went to bed. End of story. But oh no, no easy life for Seneca. Can't have that. Let's throw some other shit at her to see if she breaks. And if she doesn't, well, great. Let's throw more at her. She spun around with a roar and slammed her fist into another tree, splitting it in half in her fury. Her hand came away bloody, but she didn't seem to notice or care. I finally found my family, and you know what? They don't want me. They've disowned me. Her laughter turned even darker as she stalked around me, eyeing her next target. You know the best part? They could have stopped him from stealing my wings, the one thing that constantly reminded me who I was. They could have saved me, but they waited. Who does that to their kid? What kid deserves that? To be forgotten, left alone in the darkness. She curled her hands into fists and crashed them into a poor small tree that didn't stand a chance. Giving in would be so much easier. The defeat in her voice ripped me apart. No. You can't let him win. Why not? No one cares about me, not really. Not even you. That is not true. Oh no. You came to me for these. She held up her left hand, wiggling her fingers with the rings. Tell me differently. Things changed. Not that quickly, they don't? You only stopped trying to kill me because you figured out what I was before I knew. She spun the ruby ring around on her finger, lost in thought. There's evil in me, Draven. I can feel it trying to claw its way free. I'm not strong enough to fight it from taking me over and kill Rudarius. I'm not. Yes, you are. I took her hands in mine, holding on tightly when she attempted to get away. You can't run from the path you're on. For too long you've been unable to let out your anger, to get your revenge. Now is your chance, Seneca. Forget about me, or your brother, or your sad excuse for parents. Think of yourself. He broke you, so break him back. Make him pay. Her brow furrowed, and I thought I'd reached her until she twisted my hands. I cursed in pain, forced to let go of her. You say those words, and yet all I see in your eyes is your desire to use me, just like the rest of them. Marley only came after me because Macron said they needed me. He only rescued me because some force somewhere in the world said I was important, but you know what? It's not me everyone wants. She slid the rings off her fingers and held them out to me. Here, take them. I don't want your rings. It was true, as much as it surprised me to hear myself say it. Yes, you do. It's why you're with me right now. Don't do this. She stepped closer when I made to walk away. Take them. Use them as you wanted. You and Marley can team up together then and achieve whatever great destiny awaits you. Seneca, I can't use them, I reminded her. I shouldn't have said a damned word. She widened her jaw, her fangs glistening pure white in the darkness, then bit down hard on her wrist. She tore through the skin easily, and her blood dripped in a steady stream onto the ground at her feet. My blood, take it. Take all of it, for all I care. Enough. I lunged for her arm, and wrapped my hand around the wound to staunch the bleeding. This is what you wanted, so take it. She tried to tear my hand away, but I held on. Have you lost your mind? I put more pressure on the wound, waiting for the blood to stop flowing. She growled and fought to get free, but I squeezed harder, nearly breaking her arm in my grip. I'm on your side here, and the sooner you understand that, the more I can help you. You're lying. You're just like the rest of them. The hit came out of nowhere, and I staggered backward, shaking out my head, in time to have a second one collide with the side of my head. I fought the instinct to hit her back, and simply defended myself from her hits as she yelled at me. Fight me. Her kick struck me in the hip. Just get it over with. I won't do it. I ducked under another punch, then managed to whirl her around, trapping her in my arms and pinning her against my chest. You're angry. I get it. You've been angry for a long time, but you can't let your emotions control you like this. Why the hell not? Everyone else gets to. You're not like the people you've killed. You've got good left in you. Where, huh? Where is it? She slammed her head back into my face, and I grunted, my arms loosening enough for her break free. What happened to you? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, you do. You were a vicious killer days ago. Now you're what, one of the good guys? I wasn't always like this. Rudarius has changed more than just you, created more monsters than you know of. If that's true, then why are you afraid of me? Not afraid of you, I corrected softly. Afraid for you. I willed her to see it was the truth. I want Rudarius dead, and I admit I'll do anything to see it done. But I would rather see you get your revenge and be at peace than turn into the weapon he wanted to have all those years ago. You can't let him get to you. Not now. Multiple footsteps hurried through the trees, coming toward us from the camp. Seneca hissed at them as she slipped her rings back on her fingers. The wound on her arm healed, though she was covered in blood. Too late, she whispered as the 5 guards led by Marley surrounded us. Too damned late. Marley stepped between me and Seneca, nodding his guards forward. We grew concerned when you didn't return. And one of our scouts returned from the castle. Don't worry. I wasn't going anywhere, Seneca assured him sharply. Either way, we are going back to King Rain and Queen Karina. I want you to hear what the scout has to say, and perhaps it will be enough to convince our parents that you are here to help. All of you. So they can just arrest us all over again? Seneca snarled at the surrounding guards. I won't let that happen. You have my word. Back to camp. Find the other vampire, Marley ordered. We were forced to march back to the Phi camp, this time not bothering to hide who we were. Shane was dragged over to us once we reached the royal tent. He glanced at me worriedly, but there was no way to know what would happen once we were thrown before the king and queen again. Inside, the prince ushered us through the flaps, and he followed along with his guards. Mother, father, we've returned. What is the meaning of this? Karina was on her feet, looking more than ready to order our arrest as Seneca had predicted. I do not want that disrespectful woman in my presence. Our scout has returned, and I think we all need to hear what he has to say. All of us, Marley emphasized to his mother. The cloaked Phi who stood before the king and queen seemed uncertain, but the prince waved at him. Please, your report, if you would. The scout bowed, then said, The castle is gone, your majesties. The vampires have obliterated it. The dead number far higher than we first assumed. Most in the town did not escape Rudarius's army, and they have taken prisoners. Many, many prisoners. He swallowed hard and had trouble continuing. More vampires arrived as I was leaving. His army is growing. I would guess he will maybe wait a couple of days before he makes his next move. Anything else? Marley held the hilt of his sword, as if he was going to go after Rudarius right then. Idiot would get himself killed. Yes. There were mages there, the scout said. Seneca sucked in a sharp breath. No one else seemed to notice. The scout continued, I couldn't see their faces well enough to know who, but the sigils on their cloaks designated them from one of the fallen houses. Were they there willingly or as prisoners? Rain asked this time. Their hands were bound by chains, King. What Rudarius wanted with them, I can't say. They were taken away. Thank you. You are dismissed. Get some rest. The scout bowed again and exited the tent. A tense silence fell over those who remained. As Rain tapped his fingers on the arm of his chair, resting his chin in the palm of his other hand. Like Karina, he too appeared to struggle with not letting his eyes slip to his estranged daughter. If Rudarius's forces are growing, Marley said, breaking the silence, then we have no time to waste. We must go to the Middle Kingdom, ask them for aid. Surely they won't turn us away once we tell them what has happened here. Rain held up his hand, and Marley fell silent. Thank you, son, Rain said, and Seneca visibly tensed beside me. It has come to our attention that we were rash to assume you are the enemy. The guards say they saw you slaughter several of your own while at the castle. You helped others of our kin escape. Is this true? Yes, and they're not the first of our coven we've killed, with help from your son, of course. And yet you both belong to the Black Hawk Coven, is this true? It is, I answered honestly. Or was. Why do you turn against your master? Karina asked this time. Why should we trust you, if you would betray him in a time of war? My jaw dropped as I hissed viciously. He is not my master. No. Explain yourself now, she demanded. I am the rightful master of the Bleeding Crown Coven. I said it with pride, because despite what Rudarius might believe, my coven was not dead, not as long as I lived. He betrayed my father, tried to wipe us out, much as he's doing to your people right now. I will do everything in my power to stop him from succeeding. Why didn't he just kill you? Karina held the arms of her chair so hard, her knuckles turned white. Her green eyes were locked on me, but I sensed she was fighting an internal battle to not look at her daughter. He wanted to use me, twist me into a killer for his purposes. From what I hear, it worked. Rain tugged on his small red beard. I know your reputation in the human realm. Word travels of those you've killed for your new master. I killed to prove myself to him, I confessed, but it was so I could gain his trust and get close enough to learn of his plans, which I have done. I know how he's causing this endless night, how he destroyed your castle. I will admit I don't know what he plans for the mages, but he's wanted them out of the way for a long time. Sounds like he's succeeding, because no one here bothered to report mages were disappearing and their houses falling to darkness. Rain looked guilty, but it was Karina who huffed, as if she had more important matters to deal with than the mages. The races these days seemed to forget how powerful they were and what they protected within their houses. If Rudarius was not merely taking out the mages to get them out of the way, I dreaded to think what he was doing with whatever magic he uncovered in their keeping. I planned on working with Seneca to stop Rudarius. Since your son brought us here, we can help you defeat him before it's too late. If we don't fight back, Otherworld will remain in darkness forever. Is that what you want? No, Rain said with a sigh, but you must understand our hesitation to trust you. Don't trust the vampire I am now. Trust who I used to be. Yes. And who was that? A murderer in life as you are in death. Karina said harshly. I am a soldier, and I was loyal to my general to the very end. Loyal to the vampire who turned me and took me in as his son. I never once left his side when the vampire civil wars broke out after I was first turned. I protected those of my coven who fought alongside me, was willing to give my life for theirs. I will do so again, to fight against Rudarius. A rush of clarity washed over me, and I looked around the tent with new eyes. I could have sworn my father was there with me. The hold Rudarius had over me all these years, shattered with every action I took against him. The evil fog that clouded my mind lifted bit by bit. As it did, I began to see just how close Seneca was to destroying the tiny bit of light left in her. I do not trust you yet, Rain was saying. However, since you were so close to Rudarius, it would be foolish of us not to use you against him. You three will remain with us, aiding us in this war. Captain Lark? These three are in your charge at all times. Captain Lark crossed his arm over his chest. Understood, Majesty. Good. Then I suggest all of you turn in for a few hours. We have a long couple of days ahead of us to reach the Middle Kingdom, many wounded to transport, and heaven forbid if that bastard sets any vampires on us. He reached for Karina's hand, but she withdrew and stormed into the rear of the tent, behind another set of flaps. Leave us if you please, Rain said, then followed his wife. Seneca was the first out of the tent. I stayed right behind her. Shane fell in line with me. Captain Lark brought up the rear of our little party. When we headed back to the tree we'd stood at since arriving, Marley stopped us. The princess will share my tent, seeing as she is a royal. The hell I will. Seneca moved away from him. Not a princess, remember. The ground is just fine with me. You are not going to sleep outside under a tree, he argued. You going to drag me kicking and screaming into your tent? I'd rather be outside with people I trust. Not you. I couldn't hide my smile at her words. She trusted me over her brother. That had to hurt. Marley lifted his chin, clearly annoyed, but let us be. We continued to our tree, and Seneca plopped down right there on the grass. She rested her back to the trunk, as Shane mumbled about using the nearby boulder as a pillow. He winked at me as he moved away, leaving me alone for the most part with Seneca. What was he playing at? I cleared my throat, trying to dislodge the lump that formed there, and took a seat on the other side of the tree from Seneca. Captain Lark stood a couple yards away, eyes watchful. Was he really going to stand the entire time we slept? Poor guy. Seneca muttered to herself as she resituated her back against the tree. Can't get comfortable. What do you think? She grunted again and then sighed, giving up. Draven. If you're lying about all this, and you decide to turn on me in the end, just tell me, so I can make it easy for you. I shifted around the tree and faced her. I meant what I said. I want to work with you and the others. I'm done being the villain Rudarius turned me into. I don't want that reputation. All I want is him gone, and a chance to get my coven back. Her eyes searched mine intensely. I want to believe you. But you've been betrayed too many times. I get it. My hand found hers in the grass, and I squeezed it. I won't be like them. I swear it on my life. She gently removed her hand from mine and shut her eyes, pulling the cloak around her body. You and I are still going to have that serious discussion. About what? About why you suddenly care about me. Told you, Destiny. Screw Destiny, she murmured as exhaustion claimed her. There's nothing in my future but darkness, Draven. You should stay away from me. Never going to happen, I replied, certain the words came from someone else. As she slept, I remained watchful. It wasn't that I didn't trust the nearby Phi guards not to decide to attack us if we did sleep, but I worried if I closed my eyes, Seneca would take off. Or she would somehow fall even more while she slept and dreamed. The first time I saw her, the bags under her eyes and the haunted look on her face were enough to tell me she did not sleep through the night. I waited for the nightmares to start, but a strange, almost peaceful look came over her face, and I leaned back against the tree, our arms touching. As my eyes closed, her head fell onto my shoulder, and I froze. She stayed asleep, and as I dozed off, my cheek came to rest on her head as if this was the most natural thing in the world for two enemies to do.
Chapter 4. Seneca. If you want food, you might want to wake up, a voice whispered in my ear. I frowned, wondering what my head rested on. My back ached from being against a tree all night, but when I shifted my shoulder, it brushed against something a bit more malleable than a tree trunk. Just a little bit. An arm? One eye opened, then the other, and I tilted my head back to find Draven looking down at me. My head was on his shoulder. When had that happened? I scooted away quickly, shoving my hair from my face as I waited for this to be a dream. Except it wasn't. Night had truly fallen in Otherworld now, judging by the stars and crescent moons hanging in the sky. How'd you sleep? I waited for the echoes of my usual nightmares to slam into me, but my mind was quiet. I strained to remember any dreams at all, but for the first time in months, years even, I was completely rested. There'd been no nightmares at all. At least, none I could remember. Good, I said, surprised. Really good, actually. Sorry about your shoulder. I didn't mind. You look too peaceful to move. Right, well, thanks for that then, I guess. I got to my feet and sniffed the air, heavy with the scent of cooked meat. Do you and Shane need blood? Not that I can offer you any, but, Draven smiled easily. We'll find some elk in the woods. Don't worry about us, unless Captain Lark has an issue with our hunting. As long as it's only elk, vampire, Lark replied. Get moving then. The camp is going to be broken down once everyone's had a chance to get some food in them. Move. Good. Starving, Shane whined, running his tongue over his fangs. Lark's lips twitched in disgust, but he walked away with the two vampires, dragging several more guards with him, I supposed, just in case. In case what? No clue. This was one of those times I was thankful I didn't have to rely on blood for sustenance. Trying to avoid causing a disruption, I pulled the hood of the cloak up again and went to find some food. Venison stew was being handed out, and I mumbled my thanks as I took a small portion and returned to my tree. Several eyes watched me, but if they had any issues with me, they kept quiet, at least to my face. The whispers were easy enough to tune out, but there were a few other voices that grew louder, complaining about having monsters in their camp. How could they trust the vampires? How could they trust me? I ate quickly, then went to take care of other business before returning, only to find Marley waiting for me at the tree. "What do you want?" "I wanted to see how you slept." He glanced around. "Where are the vampires?" "Went to get their own meal." "Just elk." "So get that look off your face," I added when he reached for his blade. "They said they would help, I would start trusting them. No need to piss them off. They're vampires. I trust them enough to kill Rudarius, because they hate him. I hate Rudarius too, and I'm also part vampire, so if you don't trust them, you won't ever trust me. You're my..." A growl erupted from my throat, cutting him off. "How far is the Middle Kingdom?" I asked after a few long, drawn-out moments of awkward silence. 4 days' walk with so many. And that's being optimistic. It was going to be a long 4 days, especially if Rudarius decided to send any of his goons after us. This endless night matter was going to be a problem. I looked down at my rings, then to my brother. "How many here have rings?" The scout from last night sprinted over to us before my brother could answer. "Prince, vampires have been spotted leaving our kingdom in small groups. We lost sight of them, but they were headed this way. I'm afraid he means to attack us. Or test our defenses. Pick us off. Damn it." Marley yelled for the guards to get everyone rounded up. "We have to move now." "Seneca," Draven yelled as he blurred to me. "Vampires." "We heard. Did you see how many? How far away they are?" "Not far. I would say the sun would be up in a few hours, but with Rudarius using the rings, there won't be any relief when the day comes." An idea nagged at me at his words, and I held up the hand bearing my rings. "Seneca? What is it?" "Our rings. Marley, how many here have rings?" I repeated my question. "The king and queen." "You." "A couple of nobles." "Why?" "Daylight. We can summon daylight with the rings, right?" "The king and queen can. The nobles. I don't know if they have that much power in them," Marley said honestly. "And you? Have you ever called sunlight before?" "No, but it can't be that hard, can it?" Marley's wide-eyed look said it was that hard, and my grand idea for keeping us all safe faltered. "She can do it," Draven said firmly. "She can call sunlight. But you two will burn." I honestly hadn't thought of them. He shook his head. "We'll be fine. You need to keep them all safe. Sunlight is the only way to do it. The Middle Kingdom is 4 days away. Can we keep it going that long?" I asked Marley. He tilted his head back and forth. "I've never heard of it being done for more than a few minutes, but anything's possible, I guess. Gather up the nobles with rings. Get Rain and Karina. We'll space ourselves along the traveling party, ensure no one is left in the dark." I expected Marley to argue with me, but he took off for the main tent. The rings on my fingers grew warm as if already anticipating me using them, only I had no freaking idea how to summon sunlight. What if I can't do it? "You can," Draven said, answering a question I hadn't meant to ask out loud. "You're stronger than you think." I had no idea how powerful these rings were. "Not the rings. You. It's who you are. It's time you start believing it, or this plan of yours won't work." 4 days. We had to keep sunlight summoned for 4 long days to make it to the Middle Kingdom without being killed. What could possibly go wrong? Maybe 20 minutes later, I stood beside Rain, Karina, and 3 nobles who all bore rings strong enough to summon sunlight. The 5 were lined up in front and behind us, ready to move out. The guards patrolled along the sides, surveilling for vampires. "Once you summon the sunlight, we'll spread out along the line as you said," Marley told me. "Keep everyone within the bright rays. Unless Rudarius comes himself, it should be enough to keep back his vampires." Shane and Draven were already in the shadows of the trees, hoods pulled over their heads to protect them from the sunlight we were about to call down. Or try to. I wiggled my fingers on my left hand and took a shaky breath in, then let it out. My confidence had shrunk to nothing as I studied those rings. Sunlight. Just had to call sunlight. No big deal? None at all. I waited for one of the others to tell me how to do it, but Karina and Rain simply held up their left hands and closed their eyes. The ruby stones of their rings glimmered with their power, and a burst of golden light appeared overhead, spreading above us as if the sun had burst through the night. The nobles did the same, and more sunlight appeared. I lifted my left hand, shut my eyes, and focused on sunlight and warmth. Nothing happened. I peeked open an eye, to find everyone watching me. I closed that eye and focused my mind again, willing it to work. When nothing happened again, I shook out my left hand as if that would get the magical juices flowing. "Close your eyes," Draven said, appearing at my side. "Been doing that. Not working. You're going to burn yourself if you don't move." "I'm fine for a few moments, I'm covered." He rested a heavy hand on my shoulder. "Breathe in deep, close your eyes, and focus on what you want to happen." How he expected to help me, I wasn't sure, but I shut my eyes and focused on calling down the sunlight. My power shifted within me, but refused to manifest. I bit my lip, muttering curses under my breath. Draven squeezed my shoulder and I stopped. "You are doubting yourself. Stop it. Never done this before. It was stupid to think I could do it now." "No, it wasn't. You are a royal, Seneca, no matter what anyone else says. Hell, you're more than a royal. You're a fae and a vampire. You're more powerful than you give yourself credit for. See past the darkness and find your power." The magic stirred deep within me, and as I breathed out slowly, it rose, growing stronger. Warmth flooded me, from my bare toes all the way up through me and down my left arm. I lifted my hand higher, sensing the power needed an outlet, a way to escape. I guided the power to my ring, and a burst of energy shot out, nearly knocking me off my feet. Gasps erupted around me as Draven's hand disappeared from my shoulder. I squinted against the brightness that pressed against my eyes. When I opened them, I had to shut them again, for the sunlight I summoned was blinding. "How do I tone this down?" I asked, hoping someone would give me an answer. "Pull your power back a bit," Marley offered. I focused on doing that, acting like I was drawing a sheer curtain against the sunlight, and when I opened my eyes again, I was able to see. Between me, Rain, Karina, and the nobles, we lit up the night like it was noon on a sunny summer day. Of all of us, though, mine shone the brightest. I smiled smugly when Karina lifted her chin in annoyance and turned her back on me. I caught the hint of pride in Rain's eyes, then he too turned for the front of the line. I situated myself in the middle. Two hooded figures stood just on the outer edge of where the light touched. Draven and Shane. I worried I'd burned Draven after all, but when he lifted his face, he appeared to be fine. The line of 5 refugees began their trek on the path through the forest, protected by the sunlight we summoned. We would have to sleep in shifts, but I wasn't even sure that was possible. Rudarius's forces could attack at any time. We had to stay on guard. There would be no stopping, at least not for long, and no losing the sunlight. I wondered if Rudarius was strong enough to block the day from all of Otherworld, but figured it was possible. I walked with Marley at my side. Draven and Shane kept watch from the shadows. I lowered my hand as we walked, worried the sunlight would disappear, but it stayed as bright as ever. "It'll stay until you lose focus of it," Marley explained. "Or something happens to you. Like you fall asleep. We'll just have to rotate is all. It's going to take a toll on you after a while, especially if you're not used to using magic like this." He looked up and down the line, but there were no vampires aside from the 2 meant to be there. This was a damned brilliant idea, by the way. I'm sure someone else would have figured it out, eventually. "I'm trying to give you a compliment. You should take it." I gave him a sideways look. "Compliments are not going to get me to trust you, or to stop being pissed off at you and our parents." You have no reason not to trust us. We're family. I have no family. I willed him to get the hint and go away, but he stubbornly stayed right by my side. I sensed he wanted to talk more about us and why they didn't come save me, but he could save it. None of that mattered anymore. The truth was out, and there was no changing the facts of what they did to me. What they let happen to me. I disowned all of them at that moment. They could keep the title of princess too. The only thing that mattered to me now was killing Rudarius and getting my revenge. As soon as the deed was completed, they'd never see me again. I'd always been Seneca Savage, as far as I was concerned. And I always would be. I'd keep the name of those who loved me. Who raised me. The vampire, Marley spoke after at least an hour of strained silence, he cares for you. We're just after the same thing. That's the only reason he's here. Is it? I see the way he looks at you. He shook his head, glancing in Draven's direction. He's not good enough for you. Oh, really? And who is? I asked, curious, thinking of Owen. A pang struck me in the chest, but he'd made his choice, and it was for the best. I only would have dragged him down to my level eventually, and he would have hated me for it. Someone who isn't a vampire. I'm a vampire, as much as you can't seem to admit it. You are, but you're better than him. Am I? I stopped short, forcing those behind us to go around. You stand there and act like you know everything about me, but you don't. He's managed to hold on to his humanity, despite all the pain and suffering he's endured. So he spills some blood. So what? He wants to save his coven. I see nothing wrong with that quest at all. You have the same one. You said so yourself. No, I argued hotly. I don't give a damn about these people, or the king and queen or the rest of Otherworld. Was that true? The word sounded harsh to me, but the longer I thought about it, the more I realized it was true. Every word of it. None of these people cared for me. Why should I care for them? They could think what they wanted, but I knew the truth. All I want is Rudarius's heart in my hand, and his head on a spike. I've waited long enough to have this chance. I am not the sister you think I am, so stop trying to make me fit into your perfect image of who I should be. That fight died a long time ago. But I found you, brought you home, he whispered as I walked away from him. This isn't right. Nothing about my life has been right. Macron said my bringing you home would make everything right with our family. He was out of breath as he rushed to catch up to me. That it would save you. Save me? I whirled around on him. A couple of guards nearby reached for their swords even as Marley waved them off. Why does everyone think I can be saved? Or that I want to be? Don't you? No. So stop trying. You lost your chance a long time ago. This is who I am, get over it, or get away from me. I stormed away, leaving him standing amid his people, a confused look on his face. It took a while before I sensed eyes on me and glanced to my right. A hooded figure stood there, head lowered against the bright rays coming from my ring. Think you hurt his feelings? Good. Not defending him at all, he assured me, but we are going to be stuck with him until whatever bitter end this war comes to. You might want to play nice. I lifted my lip with a snarl, but he was right. I'll try. And you shouldn't lie. About what? About you not caring. Why else would you be using your magic right now? I opened my mouth to lay into him with some great witty comeback, but the words weren't there. A strange pain grew in my chest like someone jabbed me with a knife and started to twist it around. Why had I said that? The whole reason I took the jobs I did in the human realm was to get murderers and criminals off the streets. I took care of Lexi. I watched out for the people in Madwich without their even knowing it. What was going on with me? I gave my head a hard shake, but the darkening thoughts of more fighting and blood refused to leave, and the pain in my chest only grew until I was shrugging my shoulders trying to get rid of it. Owen said I was changing because I got closer to Rudarius. It couldn't be true, could it? After all this time, he had a hold over me. I stopped that train of thought quickly and looked straight ahead. Focused, I had to stay focused on my goal, and not murdering my long-lost family in the process if the evil inside me grew to be too much. Seneca? Draven whispered my name. When I didn't reply, he stayed silent, but walked alongside me all the same, risking being burned by the sunlight. Chapter 5. Seneca. I tripped over my feet from exhaustion as black spots filled my vision. "Easy, love," a voice murmured. Strong hands caught me, leaning me against his side as we walked. "Easy. Nearly there." "Draven?" "Right here. You're doing great. Just a bit further, and we should be in the Middle Kingdom." "No. Go back to the trees. You'll get burned." I attempted to push away from him, but my legs were like jelly, and every bit of me ached. We were on day 5 of our trip to the Middle Kingdom, and though we'd been able to stop and sleep for a few hours in shifts, the toll of using such strong magic was hitting us all. Rain and Karina were being carted in a wagon near the front of the line. The other nobles were offered horses and guards walking along either side. Nothing was offered to me. Lying down in the middle of the path and passing out sounded like a great idea, and my body slumped as if ready to give in. Not yet. Draven reached an arm around my back, and then he was carrying me in his arms. "Stay awake, Seneca. We're almost there. Just have to stay awake." I forced my eyes wide, taking in his face from this angle. The hood was heavy enough to keep him protected from the rays, but if he stayed under them too long, he would eventually start to burn through his clothes. I reached up my hand and brushed my fingers along his jaw, following the scar. I wondered briefly if he got it before or after he was turned. He moved into my touch as his eyes found mine, a question in their depths. "You're weird," I heard myself say. He smiled. "Weird, am I? And why is that?" "Because you were trying to kill me a few weeks ago. And now look at you, being all gentlemanly and carrying my ass around." I giggled. Yep, the exhaustion was getting to me. "Why do you have to be handsome too?" "Not much I can do about that," he said through quiet laughter. "Try harder." "I'll work on it." I nodded and watched the other 5 around us. They were tired too. And afraid. At some point, I'd expected Rudarius's forces to catch up with us, but the sunlight must have been enough for them to keep their distance. That didn't mean they hadn't reported everything they saw to Rudarius. He'd be coming here soon. It was the next logical step. If the Middle Kingdom didn't listen to us, didn't stop him, I shuddered to think what would occur in Otherworld. Draven's arms curled around me tightly, as if sensing my fear, and he was going to protect me from whatever dangers might burst out of the trees. "The towers." "We've made it," a voice cried out. "About bloody time," Draven said. "You should get out of the sunlight," I told him, trying to get down from his arms but too weak to do so, and he continued to hold me. "I don't want you to burn." Now who's weird? When our eyes met this time, the weight of what Minnie told me fell around me all over again. We had a destiny together, Draven and I, except I had no idea if it was good or bad. A tiny part of me expected him to turn on me, though every instinct screamed I could trust him with my life. With more than my life. A couple of years ago, I thought I sensed this strong connection with Owen, but now I realized I'd only wanted to feel it. I told myself it was there. With Draven holding me now, there was a strange pull to him I had no way to describe, except it was strong and nothing like I ever experienced with Owen. His lips parted as his brow wrinkled. "Seneca." Screams cut off his words. He spun around with me in his arms. The rear line of refugees was suddenly plunged into darkness. More screams and shouts of panic reached us as Rudarius's vampires made their move. "Stay with them," Draven ordered as he set me on my feet. "Keep them safe." "I'm coming with you. I have the sunlight, remember?" I pushed past the cloud of exhaustion and forced my feet forward. "I can help." He hissed in disapproval, but there were more screams and then he blurred away. I spotted one of the 5 guards nearby and blurred to him. "Get everyone to the towers. Make sure they reach them, do you hear me? Go now. Run." Without hesitation, the guard bowed, then waved for the 5 to start running. He called out orders to the other guards to form a line around the rear and push them onward to safety. Karina and Rain would make it at least. Marley. Where was he? There was no sign of him, so either he was way ahead of me in the line or he'd fallen back to fight. I did the same, the sunlight coming with me. Those ahead were protected by Rain and Karina. I blurred to the rear, where the fighting took place, the summoned sunlight from my ring brightening with my anger with our being attacked. I thrust my fist above my head, and the light illuminated the grisly scene before me. 2 of the nobles had fallen, throats torn out. Blood covered their bodies as they lay dead on the ground. Another guard was dead, and nearby several innocents breathed their last. The vampires were engaged with Marley, 2 guards, Draven and Shane. The light forced the enemy back, and I yelled for everyone to get moving. My sunlight flickered like a light bulb that was going out. I shook my hand, willing it to stay, but the adrenaline was the only thing keeping me going, and the second it dropped, my power went with it, taking the sunlight. Darkness fell over us, and the vampires stopped their retreat. Shit. I took a step back, then another, as Marley and the rest fell in beside me. We should run. You think? Draven yelled at the 5 to get moving. Go with them. I can fight. You're weak right now. You're going to get yourself killed. I hissed at his words, but then there was no more time to argue. The vampires charged our small line of defense as the 5 sprinted toward the safety of the sunlight and the towers that marked the main stronghold of the Middle Kingdom. Draven shoved me behind him and took the hit meant from me. He and the vampire hit the ground hard, rolling as they punched and kicked. Their movements blurred with their vampiric speed. Marley met another with his sword at its throat, but a second was right behind the first, and he was engaged in hand-to-hand. And he only had one hand. Seneca, Shane shouted in warning, then he was there, dragging a vampire with snapping jaws and fierce red eyes away from me. I couldn't leave them here alone. I wouldn't. Digging deeper than I had before, I lunged at the vampire, moving to take advantage of Draven's distracted state. I grabbed the vampire by the head and twisted until I heard a crack. Tossing him aside, I braced as 2 more came at me, each with an iron blade. I dodged under the first one's slash, but the second one caught my bicep. I snarled at the burning wound. The vampire drove that blade toward my chest, but I snagged his wrist and flipped him over, then broke his arm. The blade fell to the ground, and I kicked it away, then stomped down on the vampire's face. He went limp on the ground, but the other was still here and armed. More vampires poured out of the woods, pushing our line back toward the innocents rushing to get to safety. But the towers were closer now, as was the sunlight from Karina and Rain. We just had to get back there. A slash down my back caught me off guard, and I staggered forward as a second one took my breath away. Seneca! Draven shouted, but he sounded far away. The vampire cackled as he moved in. I spun around, and my foot collided with his arm, blocking a third attack. He fell away, but 2 more joined him. I couldn't see Draven and the others anymore. I blocked a hit coming from my right, as another attacked from the left. Another burning slash exploded at my side. Too many, there were too many. I wasn't even going to get a chance to kill Rudarius. His goons were going to be the death of me, here and now. Magic pulsed within me, but I was too disoriented to pull on it and make it work. My rings warmed. I thought I saw them pulse with life. I sank to my knees as the vampires closed in. I thought of how disappointed everyone who said I had a great destiny would be to know I went out this way. Seneca! Get away from her, you bastards! Draven! He was closer now, but my eyes were closing. I didn't want to see the end. The rings pulsed with a bright light, and as I was ready to fall over and give in, a burst of sunlight shot out from me, soaring into the sky and falling around us like a dome. The vampires shrieked and cursed as they were burnt to a crisp, their dead bodies falling around me. I feared for Draven and Shane, but then my vision went dark and there was nothing. Voices shouted around me. I winced. Why was everything so loud? I thought I heard Marley at some point. Someone else was hissing. Then there was more yelling. I didn't know those voices, but they were pissed. I groaned as I rolled to my side and opened one eye. I was on the ground, but it was soft here, not the rough path we'd taken through the woods. Roses grew a few feet away, deep crimson and pink. I always hated pink roses. I opened the other eye. How dare you come here? One of the unfamiliar voices shouted. You think we would just open our borders to you? Our home was taken over. Rain sounded as if he was barely controlling his anger. The lower kingdom is destroyed. There's nothing left. Not our home. Not our towns. Nothing. So you say. By vampires. I always knew you were weak, but to let yourselves be overrun by that filth? And then to have the nerve to bring them to our home? And these three? What do you expect us to do with them? If you would give us a chance to explain, Rain tried. An angry scoff cut him off. Explain what? I pushed myself upright, blinking. Everything came into sharp focus around me. We were in a garden surrounded by guards. The refugees were beyond them, huddled together, surrounded by more guards. Captain Lark stood protectively beside Rain and Karina. Marley was next to Larkin. Two sets of legs blocked the rest of my view. Bodies wearing cloaks. Draven and Shane. It had to be them. The sunlight was gone, but the grounds were well lit with torches and braziers. The woman that was yelling had silver hair, tan skin, and sharp blue eyes that proclaimed she wasn't buying anything Rain was saying. The man to her right seemed bored. Two younger men on her left kept looking toward me and the vampires as though they would be more than happy to finish us off. Mother, one of them said when his eyes locked onto mine, she's awake. Draven and Shane moved to help me to my feet. Each of them had blood covering their clothes, and their faces appeared to be healing from burns. I wanted to ask how they'd gotten hurt, but instead I gasped at the sudden throb of pain at my back and side. I curled in on myself, and would have fallen back down if Draven hadn't been holding me up. She needs medical attention, he demanded. I will not treat that tainted fly until I get some straight answers, the woman I assumed was the queen said, glowering at us. And if you speak again, vampire, I will have you executed. Really? I muttered darkly. You're a piece of work. You know that? Do not speak to me, filth. Oh yeah, because I haven't heard that one before. I gritted my teeth and straightened, each breath a searing pain, but I was not going to fall back down, not in front of this horrible woman. These people need your help. Rudarius is coming with an army of vampires. And believe you me, he will kill you. Really? And you expect me to believe you? Just like that? Or them? They're vampires. They're helping us, Rain informed her. Mina, please. All we ask is sanctuary for the innocents, and a chance to speak with you under less stressful circumstances. Rudarius has taken everything from us. We are calling on you for aid in this dire time. Will you truly turn us away to be slaughtered outside your walls? Mina rolled her eyes but waved her hand. Her soldiers stood down. She nodded slowly. Get them inside, find them food and fresh clothes. Have the healers see to their wounds. Rain and Karina, we will be having words as soon as you are presentable. And her wounds? Marley asked, pointing to me. She needs to be tended to. They'll heal, I said, not wanting to piss the queen off anymore at this current moment. You need a healer, Draven whispered. Let him get you the help you need. Mina marched toward me and grabbed my face in her hand. If I wasn't injured, that hand would be gone, but as it was, all I could do was let her believe she was stronger than me. Draven and Shane hissed for me, though it didn't seem to intimidate her. I'll give you aid, but do not think for a second you are welcome here. Any of you. Or that you could ever be a part of us. She squeezed my face harder, then let go. Take them to a room and place a guard outside the door. A guard came over to lead us inside a black stone castle that was huge compared to the one Rain and Karina had occupied. I tripped over my feet and didn't protest when Draven scooped me into his arms again. I grimaced as he pressed into my wounds, and he apologized. I shook my head, not caring. We were safe from Rudarius for another day. That's all that mattered.
Chapter 6. Draven. The guard handed over a basket as he backed out of the room. "What's this for?" I asked, sifting through the items. "You said she needed her wounds tended to. I suggest you see to them, vampire." He sneered, then closed the door in my face. It locked from the outside, and I heard him and another guard talking about having to house vile creatures such as us. "And you wonder why Rudarius came for you all." I turned and walked further into the room. Shane had gotten Seneca to the couch where she sat, doubled over holding her left side. "Right then, you got this. I don't do first aid very well. Right now, I'd like to get the stink of death off me." That was a lie. He patched me up enough times. "Yeah. Go get cleaned up." Shane saluted me with a smile, then headed to the bathroom and closed the door, leaving me alone with Seneca. We were really going to have to talk about whatever game he was playing. Seneca grunted in pain, and I turned my attention to her. I set the basket down and removed my cloak. As I draped it over a chair, she frowned. "What's wrong? How did you get burned?" The last bit of the burns healed as she watched me. "You don't remember." "I remember being attacked. Then nothing, except waking up with those assholes that were yelling at us about coming here." I sat on the coffee table, picking through the basket for a bottle of alcohol and a cloth to clean her wounds. "You looked like you were about to pass out, but then something inside you came to life. The sunlight you summoned burned the vampires alive. The ones that couldn't get away. Burned through our cloaks too." "I could have killed you," she whispered, horrified. "We survived, and so did you. Come on, let's see these wounds." "I'll be fine," she said as her cheeks turned red. "They used iron, Seneca. I need to clean them and patch them up, or they'll get infected." "Show me." I knew the one at her side, and saw the blood staining her sleeve. I knew she had more, but wasn't sure where until she stood and grabbed the hem of her shirt. "Not a word," she warned me. I was going to make a comment about seeing her in nothing but a bra, and how attractive I knew she'd be. With her shirt on, I knew she had a well-defined waist and hips, and that she was solid muscle from her years of fighting. The smile fell from my face when her shirt was gone, and my eyes took in the scars covering her abdomen, wrapping around her ribs and sides, then onto her back, all covered in dried sticky blood from her more recent wounds. A lump formed in my throat, and once again I was reminded how much more Rudarius tormented her, despite her only being in his keeping for 4 years. She held out her left arm, but I shook my head, getting my bearings. "The wounds on your back are worse. Let me see them." She blew out a heavy breath, but turned her back to me. I moved from the table to the couch, unable not to look at the scars from where her wings had been ripped from her body, or the other scars and burn marks that created a roadmap of agony on her skin. The 3 new slashes she had would scar, since they were caused by an iron blade. The skin around them was red and irritated. If it had been a normal blade, she would have healed by now, thanks to her vampire side, but the iron affected the fi that remained within her. I poured alcohol on the cloth and began at her left shoulder, wiping gently down her back. She sucked in a sharp breath as I cleaned the first one, sliding her bra strap out of the way to get to the whole wound. Her body tensed, and I paused, but she didn't tell me to stop. Once the first one was cleaned, I moved on to the second and the third. I was far from a nervous wreck around women, at least I hadn't been before I was turned. Afterward, I was better with them. Until Rudarius got hold of me. With Seneca, I felt like a damn teenager all over again. If I had a heartbeat, it'd be pounding away in my chest. Your bra, it's in the way." The words came out rough, and I coughed to clear my throat. "This one's the worst. It'll be hard to stitch it up." Her green eyes found mine over her shoulder, lips pursed. Sure, yeah. She reached around and undid the hooks, holding the scrap of clothing up with her hands. Good? I nodded, realizing how very close I was to a half-naked Seneca. Yeah, that should work. Fighting to regain my composure, I wiped away the rest of the blood from her back, then found a needle and thread. I'd stitched plenty of wounds in the past, and asked if she was ready before I went to work tugging the skin together. She cursed a couple of times, but otherwise stayed quiet. I tied off the stitches and then bandaged all 3 slashes. You can hook it back up, and I'll take care of your other wounds. She did so, put my shirt back on and turned around to face me. Her cheeks were much redder than before, and her gaze remained averted. Thanks. Can't have you dying on me now. Yep. Still weird. I smiled at her words, happy to see she did the same for a brief second. I told you how powerful you are, I said as I cleaned up the wound on her side and bandaged it next. Believe me now. Not sure what I believe right now, honestly. She lowered her arm, giving me access to the last injury on her arm. That power, it may have come from me, but at the same time, it was like it came from someone else. That makes no sense at all. Maybe I'm just overtired. Not sure how long they'll keep us locked up here. You'll get some rest at least. As I made to move away, she reached over and held my arm. We need to talk. About what? Rudarius. There's nothing we can do about him until they agree to talk with us. She frowned. That's not what I meant. Then what? Her hand slipped from my arm. Never mind, it's not important. Seneca. My fingers brushed against hers, and she paused. If you ever want to talk to me about what happened, if you need to vent, let your anger out, you can do that around me. I can take it. I don't need anyone else thinking they can save me. Then save yourself. I stood a good head taller than her. She had to tilt her head back to hold my eye. Just remember, I'm the only one here who understands most of what you've been through, who's traipsed in that darkness, in that evil, let it come close to consuming me. He did break you, but you don't need to be fixed. You need to overcome what he created inside of you. Her eyes darkened, and she closed her hand tightly around mine. You make it sound so damn simple. It is, but it isn't. You're strong, remember that. Remember who you are. She backed away from me in a hurry, shaking her head. Those words? Why would you say those words? What do you mean? Nothing. Something someone else told me is all. Told me a lot of things, actually. Like what? Seneca. I moved closer, but the bathroom door opened, and Shane stepped out, oblivious to his bad timing. I'm going to get cleaned up. Thanks for patching my wounds. Seneca hurried past Shane, then shut herself away in the bathroom. Shane finished towel drying his hair. Did I miss something? Your timing sucks, I growled as I sank back onto the couch, running a hand down my face. Damn it. I stayed in there as long as I could. There's something she's not telling me. It's eating at her. I can see it. You expect her to open up to you, just like that. He tossed the towel over his shoulder, sitting on the arm of the couch. Give her time, man. We don't have time. That's the issue. Rudarius won't wait long to attack. Shane bobbed his head. True, but you two were enemies just a few weeks ago. And now, well, you don't need me to tell you. I scowled. Don't want to hear it. Whatever you're thinking, you're wrong. Sure I am, but I'm not blind. I see how you act around her. You like her, whether you want to admit it or not. This stopped being about getting her rings the moment her demon boyfriend abandoned her, because she sided with you. Even before then, if I wanted to be completely honest, I admired her for her fighting skills and the fire in her soul. And bit by bit, who Seneca really was became clear to me, and I changed. She helped me remember who I was a long time ago. The man I thought died when Rudarius entered the picture. She's done something to me, I whispered quietly, hoping she wouldn't hear through the door. Awoken a part of me I thought Rudarius destroyed. And that's a bad thing. No, but she's faltering. That display of power should have lifted her spirits, and instead, she seems almost scared by it. It was impressive, to say the least. She burned those vampires to a crisp. She did, which meant she could do it again when Rudarius's forces arrived. There was even a slim chance she would be strong enough to kill Rudarius with so much magic pent up in her. The trick would be getting her to reach that point again. The edge of despair. I saw her go down as the vampires closed in. Saw her give in to the death they were ready to rain down on her. She said the power fell off, I told Shane. Like it didn't come from her. Is that possible? We're in territory I don't understand. I sighed as I leaned back into the couch. The rings and the dust, all this power. Rudarius got us into a mess with no clear way out. Vampires aren't meant to use magic. I never cared to learn anything about it. Guess I should have. I suppose there's a chance she's drawing on the power of the land, of her people somehow, and not just her own. The refugees had seemed exhausted by the time we arrived. Not from walking here, but as if there'd been a drain on their bodies. Think they'll believe us? These other royals. When we tell them what Rudarius is capable of. If they don't, they'll pay for it. Shane paced around the room for a while after our brief talk, leaving me to get lost in my mind. Of course, my thoughts went to Seneca. When I shut my eyes, her green ones appeared in my mind, filled with shadows and a pain she couldn't escape. Her scars stayed with me too. I'd noticed as I patched the new wounds. Every single one, courtesy of Rudarius. Beyond the tough, heartless persona was a woman wanting to get free of a world that wouldn't cut her a break. A person could only take so much in one lifetime, and she was already nearing that point. She was probably past it, and somehow I had to stop her from losing herself completely. There was more to Seneca than anyone, including herself, realized. I only needed to understand what that was, and how to make her see it before it was too late, and she was lost to us for good. The notion that our destinies were tied together made me curious, but it wasn't destiny that drew me to her. Her smart-ass remarks were a small part of it. Her beauty another. When I imagined the future, suddenly she was there, and not as an enemy. I must have dozed off at some point, and when I opened my eyes, found Shane passed out in one of the armchairs, and Seneca curled up on the other end of the couch. I closed my eyes, ready to get back to sleep while I could, when Seneca hissed. Her eyes were closed, but she wore a snarl on her face, her nails digging into the arm of the couch, tearing into the fabric. Over the last 5 days it took us to get here, she'd slept for a couple hours at a time, using my shoulder as a pillow, and she'd seemed at peace. I frowned when she grunted as if in pain this time, her face scrunching. Gently, I reached out and ran my fingers down her cheek. She calmed and moved toward me in her sleep. When she rested against my side, curling up as if she did this with me all the time, I found my arm draped over her shoulder, drawing her in closer. I waited for her to wake up and make an excuse to get away from me, as she had every other time. She stayed asleep and I closed my eyes. Though she was a vampire, she was warmer than the typical vampire due to her fire blood, and it was comforting to have her so close. When was the last time I was this close to someone I liked? The answer was too depressing to really think about, and I let myself drift back to sleep, holding Seneca close. A door banged open, startling me awake. "The king and queen will see you now." Shane got up from the chair in a hurry and blurred to the door, but I couldn't get up that quickly. Not without disrupting Seneca, who, it appeared, hadn't heard the commotion and slept on. "Seneca," I said quietly, rubbing her arm, "we have to go now." "Home." She opened her eyes and blinked up at me. Sometime during the night, I ended up slouched on the couch with my feet on the table, and she was across my lap. The second she realized where she was, she sat up and scooted to the other end of the couch. "Damn sorry." "It's fine, really. Glad you were able to get some sleep." "Yeah, guess I did." She smoothed her hair, then braided it loosely. She rose, then gasped, reaching around to her back. Freaking vampires. Let me check them really quick. You need to follow me now, the FI guard at the door ordered. Give me a minute, I hissed, not bothering to look at him. If you would have let one of your healers tend to her, the wounds might be in better shape. I lifted the shirt and peeled back the bandages around the 3 slash wounds. They're all right. Probably just stiff from the way you slept. I'll survive. Thrilled to hear it, the guard snapped. Move. Now. Or I'll come in there and drag you out. It's fine, Seneca murmured, squeezing my arm. Let's go see what they want. I stayed right by her side as we were led from the room and through the massive castle. More guards closed in behind and alongside the further we walked. When we stood outside a set of massive gold doors, one of the guards knocked loudly and waited. You think they'd be ready for us, since they wanted to see us so badly, Shane muttered. The guard glared over his shoulder. You will keep your mouths shut in the presence of our king and queen, unless you are asked a direct question. Understand? Or my spear will find its way through your heart. Touch them and I'll tear your throat out, Seneca warned quietly. The guard eyed her up and down, then sniffed derisively. I'll take my chances, girl. Seneca's lack of reaction worried me more than if she would have cursed out the FI. The guard smirk said he thought he'd won this round, but oh how wrong he was. The door swung inward, and he jerked his spear for us to get moving again. The hall was decked in more gold and silver. Columns lined the walls, and tapestries in purples and greens were draped over the space in between. FI crowded in the hall, whispering behind their hands as their eyes landed on Seneca. If it bothered her, she didn't show it. At the end of the hall, we were lined up in front of a dais where 4 thrones were currently filled with the royal family of the Middle Kingdom. Rain, Karina, and Marley stood off to the side. Rain and Marley bowed their heads to Seneca to acknowledge her, but Karina stubbornly faced forward. You are in the kingdom of King Nova and Queen Mina, and their sons, the princes Drake and Felix, a man in dark blue robes announced. The 3 of us did nothing except look back at him. He huffed. Guessed he expected us to grovel or get on our knees, but that wasn't about to happen. He continued, By their grace you are here, not bound in silver chains. I suggest you keep that in mind and show them the respect they are due. The guards behind us grabbed our shoulders and pressed boots into our knees, trying to get us to kneel. Shane snarled viciously, earning a punch to the face that sent him to his knees. Seneca and I were a bit harder to shove. I hissed quietly, but Seneca remained in that silent, deadly state. I was more worried about what she was going to do if that guard didn't leave her alone. Her hands curled into fists the more she was pushed. I was about to tell her just to yield, when the guard behind me smashed his spear into the back of my head. The crack echoed around the hall and made me dizzy. Grab her, someone yelled. Then, Seneca was there in front of me, and the 2 guards were on the ground. They were alive, but she'd bloodied them in a blur. Stop, Marley shouted, rushing in to defend his sister as the guards raised their spears ready to run her through. Enough of this. Do we really have to be so damn petty at a time like this? War is here, Majesties. I think forcing 3 vampires to kneel is the least of your concerns. You all right? Seneca held my face in her hands, then turned me around so she could see the back of my skull. Fine. The guards hadn't backed down, but they stopped trying to shove us at least. When I glanced at her brother and everyone else in the room, I saw the sudden fear in their eyes as they watched us. No, not us. Seneca. And how fast had she just moved to take those guards down? It wasn't 2 as I thought, but 4, all lying in a pile. The remaining guards anxiously looked to Queen Mina for orders. Well? Marley asked. Can we get to business or not? Keep an eye on them, Mina ordered the guards, and none of them lowered their spears. Now then, you were telling me that Rudarius attacked the lower kingdom. May I ask how many vampires he has with him, if he was able to overrun you so easily? It wasn't just numbers, Marley explained. He's using our rings against us. Mina and Nova burst out laughing as their sons shook their heads, looking at Marley like he'd lost his mind along with his hand. That, Nova said once their laughter quieted down, is impossible. No vampire can control our magic. It's true, I chimed in. It's why he started the Phi dust trade in the first place. He didn't care about using it as a drug. You expect us to believe you? Yes. If you don't do something to prevent it, he will not stop with your kingdom. He will take over all the Phi, wipe them out if he can, and then he'll move on to everyone else. Neither one looked ready to listen to a damned word I said. The mages. Haven't you noticed they're missing? Rudarius has been taking them out too. You should have seen this war was coming. The mages have not been a part of our kingdoms for a very long time, Nova said loudly, getting to his feet. What they do or don't do is not our concern, nor our problem. It is now. I couldn't believe what he was saying, how any of them were acting. If Rudarius found out how to use the rings, do you really think he'll stop there? What if he's using the mages somehow? What if it gets worse? His power will not last. Mina waved her hand flippantly at me. He will run out of dust, and then where will he be? You do understand how many prisoners he has in his keeping, right? Were they under some sort of mind control? No one could be this blatantly stupid. Rudarius just took over an entire kingdom of pure-blooded Phi, and some of them were undoubtedly nobles. If he kept them alive, he could have dust for months, years. True, he could only use Marley's ring for so long, since he hadn't been able to get as much dust from him, but he already had plenty of others. There was no guarantee Marley was the only one able to summon the shadow of night. And we had no idea what magic he took from the mages yet. He is a vampire. He will not be able to sustain the power, Mina insisted louder. Just like this endless night. How long has it gone on now? That's his doing. And if he's strong enough to keep it going for this long, what's to stop him from making it last forever? His vampires will have the run of Otherworld, and you'll be dead. Or worse, used to fuel the rings he collects. Is that a threat? Nova shouted. The guards came closer. It's a warning of what will happen if you sit here and do nothing. Put your politics aside and see the bigger picture. This isn't about the Phi kingdoms. It's about all of Otherworld. You can't fight him or the entire Blackhawk Coven on your own. You'll need help. Nova stomped down the dais, the guards parting so he could stand directly before me. You think we're scared of vampires? So there's no sunlight. You know we can create our own. For how long? I closed the distance between us, baring my fangs. You can't keep your power going forever, and the more of you that fall, the more powerful he'll get. He can create more vampires. You can't create more Phi. Listen to him, Seneca spoke up. Nova's head whipped violently to the right, glaring at her. You are tainted. His lip lifted in disgust as his eyes narrowed on Seneca. I can smell it from here. What I am doesn't change the facts. Rudarius is coming for you all. Clearly, you have no idea what he's capable of, or you'd be doing something about the threat that's almost on your doorstep. Our walls have never been breached by an enemy, and that is not about to change. And as a precaution, we have told the outer towns to be on alert for any roving vampires. Our soldiers can defend them well enough. You're willing to bet all their lives on that. Nova stood toe-to-toe with her as he replied, I will. I am their king. I will not let them fall to vampires. That's what'll happen as soon as he shows up. Seneca laughed darkly, ignoring my warning look. Your walls don't mean shit. He'll blow through them, and then what? He outnumbers your army, I guarantee it. And who are you to speak in our presence? Mina asked. You're worse than them, much worse. She is not. Marley don't, Seneca whispered, but too late. Her brother stood front and center, chest out and shoulders back, as he defended his sister's honor as if that would win her favor. He really was an idiot. I started to feel less and less sorry for cutting his hand off. "This is Princess Seneca of the Burning Thorn," he announced. "She's of royal blood and deserves your respect." "Royal blood?" Mina laughed sharply as Seneca growled. "You're joking. She's not a royal, not anymore. She lost that title when she let herself be turned into one of them." Her brow arched, and I hated the glimmer that appeared in her eyes all of a sudden. I bet he was the one to do it too, seeing how close they are. Probably bent her neck and asked for it. I took a half step forward, but Seneca swung out her arm to stop me. Probably a good thing, since I was more than ready to throw myself at Mina and teach her a lesson. I was turned by an unknown vampire. "He died the night it happened," Seneca told Mina calmly. "Perhaps you should have died that night too, and saved us all the trouble." "You heartless wretch," Rain said. Seneca's calm demeanor was shattered as she turned to look at Rain after his outburst. His face was bright red, and he marched furiously toward Nova as if he was going to hit the other king for his comment. "You will not speak of my daughter like that. She was turned against her will after being tortured by Rudarius. For years." He reached out and took hold of Seneca. As soon as he did so, I knew what he was going to do and reached out to stop him, but two of his guards grabbed hold of me and dragged me backward. As the entire hall watched, Rain dragged the back of Seneca's shirt up, revealing her scarred back. The gasps weren't hard to hear. It was the look of pure hatred that fell over Seneca's face, her eyes darkening to a dangerous shade of red that had me wondering if the king realized what kind of danger he just put himself in. But he went even further, tearing the bandages off her more recent wounds to showcase the worst scars even better. Suddenly ripping his throat out sounded like a perfect idea. This is what he did to her. He tore her wings from her back. He broke her apart. That is what will happen to all of you if he gets his hands on you. Seneca tried to shake Rain off, but he nodded, and Tufi closed in to stop her from getting away. Mina stepped down from her throne, approaching cautiously, her face unreadable. When she reached out and ran her fingers along the puckered scars, Seneca hissed. I attempted to get her attention before someone was killed, but she was glaring at the floor as if she could make it collapse with sheer will, and take them all with it. "I am sorry for what your daughter endured," Mina finally said. "If this is the fate that awaits us all, then I suppose we have no choice. We will fight Rudarius at your side when he comes for us." "We need more men," Rain told her, but she shook her head. "No, the Middle Kingdom is strong enough to hold this evil. Captain, see to the defenses. Prepare for battle." "Yes, my queen." The guard who brought us to the hall left the hall. "Everyone else, return to your homes. We will need every able-bodied warrior ready for when these vampires come. Away with you." Mina took Nova's hand, and they exited the hall, followed by their sons and their guard. She hadn't given orders about the three of us, which was good. At least we weren't going to be trapped in a cell this time, when Rudarius attacked. Seneca tore out of Rain's grasp and raised her hand to strike him, but I stepped in between before she did something she'd regret. "You sick asshole." She shoved at me to try and get to him. "What the hell is wrong with you? You don't give a damn about me." Rain straightened his vest as he shrugged. "Desperate times. It was the only way." "No, it wasn't. You have no right to touch me, no right to show others what I suffered because of you. I should kill you right now. I should kill you all and save Rudarius the trouble." She lunged forward again, and I barely managed to hold her back. Shane jumped in to help as she continued to scream and curse Rain out. I had to agree with her. His actions were inexcusable for a parent. For a king. She was unstoppable. "I hate you, you hear me? I hate all of you." "So be it," Rain replied emotionless. "As Karina said, our daughter died a long time ago." Seneca snarled, then blurred out of the hall, the doors swinging shut long after she burst through them. "Father," Marley said with a sigh. Rain held up his hand. "I understand you thought you were doing a good thing by bringing her home, but she is not your sister. She's not our Seneca. It's time you see her for what she is, Marley, a monster who should be watched very closely. Once this war with Rudarius is over. Then what? I interrupted. What do you plan on doing with her, huh? That is none of your concern. Actually, it is, since she is not your daughter, according to you. If you touch her, if you lay a hand on her again, what I did to your son will seem like an act of mercy. Rain glanced to Marley's left arm and his missing hand. You're the vampire who maimed him. I am. And I'll do the same to you, worse if you try to harm Seneca. You call us the bloodsuckers, but you're the one turning your back on your daughter. I nodded to Shane, and we blurred from the hall just as Rain ordered the guards to remove us. That went well, Shane murmured. Could be worse. Let's see if we can find some weapons. Rudarius won't wait forever to attack. You really think they'll give us anything? Yes, Marley said from behind us, and we stopped so he could catch up. I assume you'll be fighting when he arrives. Not about to back down now. Armory's this way. We'll get you fitted for weapons. And Seneca. She'll need them too. 2 short swords, onyx blades. That was what she had when we first had the pleasure of meeting. Marley assured me he'd see what he could find. I'll take the weapons to her. I need to talk to her, apologize for what our father did. You want to speak to your sister while she's pissed off, and you're arming her. Bad move. I don't want her thinking I'm the same as him. Give her time to cool off. Trust me. I could tell he hated to admit I was right, but he gave in and took us to the armory to get ready for round 2 with Rudarius. I've very low hopes for our success, but if seeing so much death and destruction was what it took to drive the point home of how desperate this situation was, then so be it. It wasn't hard to track Seneca down. I followed the worried glances of the guards posted throughout the castle, and as they watched out for the so-called tainted monster in their midst. She stood at the top of the wall, facing the direction we'd come from. Her hands rested on the stones that had crumbled around her nails as she dug them in. How long have you been out here? I asked, taking in the amount of dust at her feet. Not long enough. I come bearing gifts. I held out the 2 short swords Marley managed to get out of the armory. She gave them a sideways glance. You trust me with those? I trust you not to murder your family, if that's what you mean. I offered them to her again, and she took the blades by the hilts. Not onyx, like you usually use, but figured they were good enough to get through a fight. She stepped away from me and swung them easily in her hands, the motions coming naturally to her. Not a bad weight to them. Each move she made was more beautiful than the last, and I was transfixed by her perfect technique. I was damn glad we were on the same side now. One almost stake to the heart was enough to tell me the next fight would have seen me dead. Where's my family hiding out? Not sure. Didn't care to ask. Idiots. They're all idiots. She sniffed the air and hissed. Time's up. I frowned, but then the wind blew across my face, and I smelled the same thing she did. The stench of death was strong, and it was coming right for us. You ready? Do I have a choice? She hefted the swords as bells rang out behind us. Maybe we'll get lucky and kill him here and now. Or not. Or he would kill us, is what she meant to say. The already dark sky dimmed even more, until it was worse than the dead of night. Orders for torches and braziers were shouted over the clanging of the bells. Soldiers joined us on the wall, silver-tipped arrows ready in their bows. They eyed Seneca and me warily, but when a red beam of light exploded from the trees, everyone inside the walls fell silent. It crackled like lightning across the sky. Seneca and I backed up a few steps, tilting our heads to watch the deadly light show. The lines pulsed with power, not disappearing. Seneca, I whispered, ready to grab her and run for cover as the hair on my arm stood on end. She elbowed me hard. Her face paled and her eyes were wide in fear. She shook, and I worried she was going to drop the short swords. I followed her gaze and froze. Rudarius. He rose above the trees with his entire army in his wake. Glimmers of light shone from his left hand. 5 in all. 5 rings. You think you can stand against me, he bellowed, his voice tinged with dark power making us all cringe. The 5 kingdoms will fall. In their place will rise a new kingdom of death. He raised his arms over his head with his last words, and the red lightning overhead sputtered and shattered. Balls of red fire crashed to the ground, sending soldiers and innocents alike fleeing for cover. The time has come for the end of the fight. Draven. Seneca shoved me hard. I hit the stones and rolled, just as a ball of red fire slammed into the wall, right where we'd stood. She screamed as the wall collapsed, taking her with it. Seneca. Smoke blocked my vision, and I frantically searched for her. Seneca, answer me. One of the soldiers yelled to open fire, and then the vampires were at the wall, pouring into the courtyard. More climbed over the pathetic defense, as balls of fire continued to crash to the ground. 2 charged along the top of the wall, lights glimmering from their hands. Rudarius had given the vampires rings. 3 more climbed up, taking down 5 left and right. They'd already wiped out half the line of 5 when I threw myself at them, knocking them down. I drove my 2 silver daggers straight into their hearts. They shrieked as they died, and I yanked my blades free, unleashing a battle cry. I blurred along the wall, attacking with everything I had, all the while praying Seneca was not buried beneath a pile of rubble. Dead.
Chapter 7. Seneca. I heaved the stones off me with a grunt. I'd hit my head as I fell, but nothing felt broken. I coughed as more dust fell around me, while the wall continued to break apart from more explosions. Of course, Rudarius couldn't just attack like a normal vampire. Oh no, he had to use crazy insane magic I'd never seen before, raining fire from the sky like he was the freaking second coming. I freed myself from the rubble in time to have a vampire throw himself at me, fangs bared, ready to bite my neck. I caught him and spun him around, slamming him into the stones. My swords. Where the hell were they? The vampire grabbed my hair and yanked. I yelled in pain, fighting to get free of his hold when something silver caught my eye. You will not win, the vampire hissed as he tilted my head back further, his fangs aimed for my neck. He couldn't drink my blood, but he could damned well rip my throat out with his fangs. My swords were so close. The vampire's fangs hovered over my skin. I collapsed to the ground. He fell with me. More like on top of me, as the move had caught him off guard, and I scrambled to my feet, kicking him off, then rolled backward. I scooped up my swords and slashed them together right as the vampire charged at me again. His head toppled backward as his body fell to the ground, twitching. Sorry? What was that? I kicked the dead body out of my way and searched the top of the wall for Draven. There was no sign of him in the chaos that had taken only seconds to unfold. So much for Nova's speech about their walls holding or their army being strong enough. Soldiers raced above me, but none of them were the one vampire I needed to see. If Draven was up there, I couldn't find him, and there was no time to keep looking. I swung my swords as more vampires charged. Each one met a quick death. Across the grounds I spotted Marley. He was fighting damned well, what with being one-handed. He had a pile of dead at his feet. Captain Lark stayed nearby, protecting his prince, but there was no sign of the kings and queens. Nor the 2 princes of this kingdom. Figures they'd hide away like the cowards they were, instead of fighting out here with their men. The Fae were easily being overwhelmed, as fire continued to fall from the sky. A few attacked with their rings, bursts of sunlight mowing down groups of vampires, but there were just too many. Rudarius had been busy building an army these past few decades, one that appeared never-ending. A vampire launched himself at my back, and I spun around wildly to throw him off, driving one blade straight through his heart to hold him, then used the second to decapitate him. As I shoved his body off my sword, I heard Draven's yell. He leapt from the wall with several Fae, right before another ball of fire landed and destroyed it. I sprinted toward him, until I slammed into something solid that grabbed me by my shoulder and threw me across the grounds. I rolled, narrowly avoiding stabbing myself with my swords, and spat grass and dirt from my mouth. A vampire stood yards away, glowering at me as she stalked closer, baring her fangs. There was a wild, hungry look in her eyes as I got to my feet and readied my swords. "So you're the freak," she shouted. "Really? You come all this way, and all you can call me is a freak? That's sad. You turned him against us. Didn't you?" she accused. "You took him from his master, from me. I will make you pay." "Lady, I didn't take anyone from anybody. He came to me." "Liar. You turned him." Then she attacked, and I met each hit with my blades. She had no swords, but she moved too damn fast for me to pin her down. I gasped in pain when she swiped her clawed nails across my face, then grabbed both my wrists. She twisted, and my fingers went numb, making me drop my weapons. Then she headbutted me, and I staggered away, seeing black spots. A glowing caught my eye, and when I was able to see clearly again, I spotted the glimmering rings on her hand. She'd used Phi magic to bolster her attacks. That was just fine. If she wanted to use magic to fight, then so would I. Her fist collided with my face, those rings burning into my cheek when they struck. She went for an uppercut, but I grabbed her around the middle and threw her away from me and into the rubble of the wall. My rings pulsed as I focused on my magic, forcing it out of me. They sparked as if they were shorting, then they went out. Damn it. Come on, you pieces of shit. I shook out my hand, but then the vampire bitch was on me again. We punched and kicked, moving in a blur of speed. Dark shadows crept from her rings, surrounding me like ropes. She curled her hand into a fist, and those ropes crushed the air from my lungs. "Shame you're only part vampire," she mused, circling around as she squeezed her fist tighter. The ropes loosened for a split second, then tightened worse than before. If she did it again, they'd break my ribs. Hell, they might break my spine. "Lacey, let her go," Draven shouted as he appeared behind her. "Your fight is with me, not her." Lacey, evidently the name of the vampire attempting to kill me, sneered as she glanced at him over her shoulder. "What is that tone of voice you're using, hum? What is that?" "I thought you were dead," he replied. "Killed by the fire. It takes more than an explosion to kill me." She lifted her ringed hand, making me cringe as the pressure mounted again. "Don't tell me you care for this creature." Draven didn't look at me. His lips remained firmly closed. When Lacey glanced away, however, his gaze found mine, then darted to my rings. Did he think I wasn't trying to use them? I cleared my mind, or attempted to, but that was hard to do when I was slowly being crushed to death. I tuned out the fighting happening all around me, ignored Lacey's taunts trying to get a rise out of Draven. I focused only on my beating heart, and the magic that existed inside of me. After so many days of summoning sunlight, I'd become weakened. There hadn't been enough time to recover, and my rings sparked once more pathetically, then went completely dark. "You have sided with the weak," Lacey told Draven, cackling as she saw my rings fail me. "You will die with the rest of them." The pain increased tenfold, and several ribs cracked. I screeched from the pain, but then the ropes were gone, and I crashed to the ground in a heap. Draven and Lacey fought, snarling and hissing like wild beasts as each tried to get the upper hand. He was strong, but I wasn't sure he could last against Lacey with those freaking rings on her hand. A burst of darkness shot from her hand, and Draven was thrown through the air. She was on him a split second later, pummeling his face as he fought back. He was trying to get on his feet, but the blast had debilitated him. He couldn't hold her off forever. I lay on the ground, holding my aching midriff and sides. Each breath rattled in my lungs and sent a stabbing pain through my body. I was sick of vampires. Sick of Phi. I was damn tired of all of them believing I was weak, or a freak, or something to be used as a means to an end. Fury filled me. Fury for my family, Rudarius, and the Phi who were too damned proud to call for aid when an army of vampires overran them filled me. I was not going to die because of their mistakes. Draven. I couldn't let him die either. As much as I might not have wanted to admit it, we were more alike than I first assumed. He was the better out of the two of us, and there he was getting his ass kicked by Lacey. If I didn't get to him, no one else would save him. The Fae would let him die. Gritting my teeth through the pain, I pushed to my feet. My ribs were already healing, and with every step toward Lacey and Draven, my anger went up another notch. Every hurt ever caused me, every wound, every pain and betrayal passed through my mind, and suddenly I needed a way to unleash so much raw hatred. Suddenly, I wanted to be evil and not give a shit about what I was about to do. A vampire threw himself at me, and I lifted my hand with the rings, catching him by the throat. He chomped his jaws as he clawed at my hand. My rings burst to life, but it wasn't the pure light of the Fae, not even close. Shadows wrapped around the vampire's neck, then up around his face. He screamed as they tightened and crushed his skull. I threw his limp body aside and continued on. Our master would have liked to kill you himself, Lacey was saying when I approached. But I will just have to tell him in vivid detail about your demise. I'll have the moment for myself, as revenge for your audacity at ever believing you could have bested me. Say goodbye, Draven. Goodbye, I hissed in her ear as my hand closed around her throat. I tore her away from Draven, slamming her into the ground as hard as I could. Her body left an imprint in the dirt, and I lifted her up to do it again and again. How does that feel? I raised her up to do it once more, when she managed to kick me in the chest. I dug my bare feet into the ground, my rings burning a deep crimson. Narrowing my eyes, I beckoned her forward. She spat blood and grass, then threw herself at me with a screech. As her fist came toward my face, I threw my left hand up and a dark shield of shadows formed in front of me, blocking her attack. Her fist bounced off, and she shrieked even louder with rage. Each time I blocked her attacks, I cackled as I witnessed her coming apart so easily. When she came at me the next time, I raised my fist to deck her, and the darkness swarmed her body, catching her in its tendrils, then flinging her into what remained of the stone wall. I held her there with my power, relishing at her struggle while at my mercy for a change. It was about time someone else was at my mercy. Sucks, doesn't it? I hissed as I pressed her harder into the stone wall. Being tortured by another. Caused pain by someone else. She spat at me, but I didn't give a damn. There was nothing this bitch could do to me to make me slow down. I lifted my other hand, as the darkness swarmed around her like an angry hive of bees. You can't kill me. Is that a challenge? I pressed my palms together, watching her struggle in vain, but she wasn't breaking free of my hold. My magic was true, not borrowed. The sunlight that had not come from me, I knew that now. This darkness, these tainted shadows, they were mine. Slowly, I pulled my hands apart, and the swarming shadows dug into her body, then ripped her apart. She shrieked as the shadows seeped into her very being, then obliterated her completely. The shadows fell away, and all that remained of Lacey was a pile of dust at my feet. I think I win. Seneca? Draven limped toward me. What did you do? Took care of her. How? That wasn't light magic. Marley said he could summon shadows. Yeah, but not you. He eyed the rings warily. Seneca. Panic that there was something wrong with me crept in for a second, but it was overridden when a scream of terror ripped through the air. We both spun around. Rudarius landed inside the wall, in the midst his fighting vampires that were pushing the line of Fae back into the castle. The Middle Kingdom was moments away from falling unless there was a miracle. A line of guards charged Rudarius, silver spears aimed at his chest. The master vampire spread his arms wide, and the earth split before him, tripping up the Fae. They hit the ground in a heap, and he shoved his left fist down, then dragged it up, face straining as if he pulled a great weight. The disturbed turf rose and crashed into the Fae, pinning them. More Fae rushed in around him, but they were thrown away with a burst of shadow filled with red lightning. Take the castle, he bellowed. Find them. Kill the others. I took a couple steps when Draven grabbed my arm. Where the hell are you going? We have to retreat. There's no stopping him. Not like this. Then retreat. Get the others out if you can. I pulled free and blurred away before he could argue with me. Another line of Phi led by Marley and Captain Lark stood, ready to face down Rudarius. Rudarius watched the melee, a look of pride on his face. The scars he caused on my body ached, and I rolled my shoulders, missing the sensation of my wings now more than ever. Shadows swirled around my left hand as I waited for the right moment to attack. Marley should be retreating. Instead, he yelled to attack, and the Phi rushed toward Rudarius. The fight was over before it even started. Rudarius snapped his fingers, and creatures made entirely of darkness lashed out, striking the Phi around Lark and Marley. Then he took on Marley and Lark himself. I expected it to be a disaster, but the two Phi were damned good fighters, though they would not be able to hold Rudarius off for long. As they fought, the Phi left held off the vampires while evacuating everyone else. I sprinted to help Marley, more to go after Rudarius myself than to merely assist my brother. Two vampires rushed me. I beat them down, the urge to get to Rudarius too strong to be stopped by his pathetic goons. Lark shouted as Rudarius kicked him in the face, then twisted his arm so hard he broke it. The crack of bone echoed sharply in my ears, taking me back to a time when I was trapped in a dark, dank dungeon, hearing my own screams every damn day. The anger within me exploded, and I blurred straight into Rudarius, tackling him to the ground. Lark dropped one. Marley rushed to him. They both looked at me in shock. "Seneca, your rings," Marley uttered. I didn't even look at him, just barked an order out. "Get Lark. Get the others. Go. Now." Rudarius snarled as he straightened, but when his eyes landed on me, his snarl cut off and his brow shot up. "Well now. This is not what I expected to see. Not at all. My dear sweet Seneca. How good of you to come so I could see how you've changed." I hissed as I fell into the offensive, shadows wrapping loosely around my forearm, waiting to be unleashed. His eyes fell to the rings and he tilted his head. "Curious. Very curious indeed. Turns out I was right about you all along." Whispers rushed through my mind. I thought they came from Minnie and Macron, but neither was there. I gave my head a hard shake to clear the noise. "You are going to die for what you did to me." "Am I now? And are you going to deliver the killing blow?" His eyes glimmered as he stretched out his hands. His face said he believed me to be weak. I was going to be so happy when I wiped that damn smirk off his lips. He sneered. "You would be so much better off if you simply joined me." "Why would I do that?" "So I can watch you kill more innocents." "I don't know why you're fighting it. You're more than halfway to being like me, as it is. All you need is one final push. A nudge in the right direction." He pointed to my rings. "The proof is clear enough to see. After all these years, I finally learned that I did succeed in creating a weapon to use against the Phi." The last word was barely out of his mouth when I screamed and threw myself at him. I landed a solid blow to his face. This time I was rewarded with his grunt of pain. I followed it up with a second blow, using my rings to amplify the hit. "You bastard," I ranted as I kneed him in the chest, then clasped my fists together and swung under his chin, sending his head snapping backward. "You stole everything from me. Everything." I grabbed him by the shirt and punched him repeatedly with my rings. Every drop of blood ignited another flame of triumph inside me. My knuckles were raw and bleeding, but I didn't let up. Not for a second. Each time my fist made contact, I remembered another time he forced a vampire to bite me as a death sentence. I remembered the feeling of a burning blade against my skin, as I was cut open and my blood drained. I recalled as he picked up my wings, and then viciously tore them from my back. How he threw them into a fire, and I was forced to watch them burn away to ash. Rudarius cackled quietly at first, but as my hit slowed, his wicked chuckling grew louder. He grinned through the blood covering his face. "You are much stronger than I first anticipated. Such power within you. Such fury. Show me your anger. Let me have it. All of it." I bellowed in his face, striking him again to shut him up, but he only laughed louder. My arm grew tired, and then his hand shot out for my left wrist. He clutched it in an iron grip. The rings on his hand interacted with mine. A spark of red light appeared where his power struck mine, but then overtook it until mine was shoved back inside my body. I gasped as if struck by lightning, the jolt making my back arch painfully as I struggled to keep breathing. "Thank you for saving me the trouble of tracking you down." He smoothed my hair from my face as I stood frozen in his grasp, unable to get my limbs to listen to my commands to get the hell away from him. He breathed me in. I shuddered. My will to defeat him vanished in a blink as if it had never been there. What was I doing? I couldn't kill him on my own? Ah, there it is. Your fear. My, how I've missed that delicious scent. He buried his nose in my hair. I was lost in my memories of his doing the very same thing to me right after he captured me. Right before all the agony started. He ran his fingers almost lovingly through my long red locks. "Once I finish turning you toward the darkness, I think it will be time for me to take another bride. With you by my side, we will take Otherworld and there will be no one to stop us. You and I are going to have fun together, Princess Seneca. My Princess Seneca." Bride? No, this couldn't be happening. My nightmare had come to life after all this time. I was going to end up back in that damned cell, with this monster torturing me, until he broke me again. And this time, there'd be no coming back from it. I leaned as far back from him as I could, desperate to get away. Rudarius grunted, a yell slipping from his mouth. He released me. And then Draven was there. "Let's go." "Move it," Draven shouted, shoving me ahead of him toward the rest of the Phi who'd retreated from the grounds. "What did you do?" "Just go." I managed to catch sight of Rudarius, who was flailing as he tried to dislodge a spear Draven must have stabbed into his back. He shouted for his vampires to get us. My legs wouldn't move any faster, too numb from terror at his words. Draven pulled me along beside him, blurring so fast my stomach churned. Marley, Lark, and Shane were ahead of us. The rest of the guards worked to cover our retreat. I wondered how they were going to stop the oncoming vampires, until two Phi with what looked like firebombs in their hands threw them onto the soil right on our heels. Fire exploded, the blast powerful enough to throw us forward. Behind us, vampires screamed as they burned. "Your damned brother and explosions," Draven muttered, then took my hand and hauled me back to my feet again. "Can you walk?" "Of course I can," I snapped. We fell in line with the rest of the defeated Phi. Where we were going to go this time, I had no idea, so I simply followed along. Draven and Shane spoke quietly beside me. I heard my name a couple of times, felt their eyes on me, as though they were worried that I would suddenly go berserk and try to kill everyone. My left hand burned and I shook it out constantly, hissing when the pain grew worse. We walked on for hours until the Phi guards finally called a halt. A stone archway stood ahead of us, and beyond that was a fort of some kind. This one was intact and appeared well maintained and supplied. Guards lined the walls. The gates swung open for our ragged party. Our group was small, meaning either a lot of Phi died in the attack or that many were left behind to fend for themselves. For their sake, I hoped they managed to run far enough away from Rudarius to stay alive. We staggered into the courtyard where Mina was screaming at Rain and Karina. "This is your fault. All of it. The dead are beyond count. My home is destroyed. As for my husband and my sons, where are they now?" "Where?" "We warned you," Rain tried to say. She shook her head, obviously unwilling to listen. "How could you do this to me? You come to me asking for assistance, then you bring the very fires of hell down on my people. I will never forgive you for this. Never. The burning thorns will forever be my enemy." On any other day, I would have kept quiet. After all the shit I'd been through, after facing down Rudarius and seeing how weak I was in the face of his power. But no, not today. A maddening laugh bubbled up, until all I could do was open my mouth and let it out. It started quietly, and only Draven and Shane heard. Then it grew louder, until I was cackling like a psychopath, doubled over as tears slipped from my eyes and my sides ached. Seneca? Draven reached for me, but I moved away from him. Every single face in the courtyard watched me as I attempted to get control of myself, failed, laughed harder, then finally settled down long enough to shake my head. You freaking bitch. Mina's jaw dropped as her guards moved in to flank her. What did you say? You heard me. You know what? All of you are bitches and cowards. Rotten bastards who don't deserve to be ruling over the Phi. You stand there and make threats when your army was just decimated because you didn't listen. None of you ever listen. When you have an enemy at your gates, what are you going to do? Oh, that's right, let's turn on our allies. Let's forget who our family is, because that's all the Royal Phi ever do. I wasn't sure when I started shouting, but once I started, there was no stopping. Get control of your daughter, Rain. Mina's voice shook with rage. The second Rain took a step toward me, I snarled, and Draven and Shane were suddenly there blocking him. What is the meaning of this? I told him he would not touch Seneca, Draven said viciously, glaring at Rain. Not again. I hadn't been around for that conversation, but I was damned grateful to hear it. I gently pushed Draven and Shane aside, allowing me to stare Mina down. That man will never have control over me, nor will Karina. They are not my parents. You hear me? They are nothing to me. Honestly, it's a shame Rudarius's forces didn't get their hands on them too and save me the trouble. You don't mean that, Marley argued, hurrying around them. Seneca, you are one of us. One of you? I barked another crazy-sounding laugh. I stopped being one of you when they abandoned me to that monster. If your husband and sons are missing, I said, turning to Mina, you best start praying for them because I can tell you exactly what Rudarius is going to do to them. Be quiet. Why should I be? I have first-hand experience. Think I should share it with you all. Seneca, Marley pleaded, his brow furrowing. No. Rain did them all the favor of showing them my back, not that he had a right to do so. Rain lifted his chin, glaring at me, as though the daughter he disowned wasn't plotting all the ways she could end his life. They should hear the stories that go along with the scars. Every last one of them. Seneca, Marley said, louder. I whirled around, ready to deck him just to shut him up. But his gaze wasn't focused on my face. Your rings, what is that? I lifted my left hand to find the shadows swirling around my fingers. They were flowing around the rings. Shadows instead of the light that should have been inside me. Red lightning flickered within their depths, just like the ones Rudarius wore. The Phi gasped and muttered, looking at me, fear on their faces. I had a brief glimmer of clarity, until Mina yelled for her guards to seize me. I closed my hand into a fist, ready for a fight, but to my surprise, Captain Lark stepped to block them, his spear at the ready, broken arm curled against his chest. Marley was by his side. What are you doing? Rain yelled. Marley, get away from her. You might have turned your back on her, but I will not. She's not one of us anymore. There is darkness in her, evil. She cannot be here with us, Rain went on. I'm sorry, Majesty, Lark said, bowing to his king. But after what I saw today, I will not stand by while you persecute Princess Seneca. His words shocked me into silence. What did you call her? Karina whispered. Princess Seneca, Highness. That is who she is. I understand she has been turned, but since she's come here, all she's done is tried to protect our people, Lark insisted loudly. She's the reason we made it to the Middle Kingdom alive, though no one will admit it. She fought off the vampires, side by side with our men. She faced down Rudarius himself, to give us a chance to get our people out. Tainted or not, she is Princess Seneca, and you will not treat her with such disrespect. Not again. You have no authority over us. Rain marched toward Lark, looking ready to kill the Phi if need be in order to shut him up. You will do well to remember your place. Oh, I do, Majesty. It's right where I'm standing now. The argument was quickly turning into a standoff, and as I braced for the fight that was bound to come, a large black eagle cried out overhead. It flew lower and lower, then landed at Marley's feet. He bent and detached the small leather holder from its leg. The moment he did, the eagle flapped its wings and took wing. Marley unrolled the paper inside the holder, cursing vividly. "Prince?" Lark asked. "News from the mages?" "Yes. It's not good." He held out the paper for Lark to read but told the rest of us, "The last 2 houses have fallen. It appears the attack against the Fae was a distraction. The mages have fled. The ones Rudarius hasn't captured." "I warned you Rudarius was preparing for war," Draven told Rain, Karina and Mina. "This is just the beginning. We have to make a stand with anyone left. We have to stop him from growing any stronger, or all of Otherworld will fall." "Perhaps." Mina's nostrils flared as she glowered at me. "But not tonight. Set a watch. See the wounded tended to. And you," she added, pointing to me, "if you so much as raise a hand to anyone, I will have you bound in silver and iron chains, understood? I don't care how many vampires you killed today, you are still tainted and unworthy to be amongst us." She grabbed her skirts, spun around, and stormed into the keep. Rain and Karina followed. When Marley made no move to go with them, Rain called his name, but my brother remained beside Lark. "Fine then, you can sleep out here with the rest of the vermin," Rain ordered. The interruption of the eagle's message was well timed, but now that the adrenaline from the fight had finally worn off, I was woozy and sick to my stomach. What I'd done during that battle, how I killed Lacey, the darkness brewing inside me combined with Rudarius's words. I excused myself and hurried away from the others, clutching one hand to my stomach and the other to my throbbing head. The world closed in around me, until all I saw was Rudarius's face and heard his words echo in my ears. His weapon. He turned me into his damned weapon after all.
Chapter 8. Draven. Seneca bolted, following the stretch of wall inside the fort. She was far from well, and I took off after her, not trusting her to be alone right then. Especially after what I saw. The way she killed Lacey, the look in her eyes had been pure darkness. Evil almost. I sped up, pausing long enough to sniff the air to try and pinpoint where she'd gone. When I heard heaving coming from behind the stables, I rushed around the corner to catch her leaning against the wall being sick. "Easy," I said as I gently pulled back her hair and held her up as she vomited more. "Go away," she murmured in between heaving. "Leave me alone." "Yeah, not happening while you're puking your guts out." She glared at me over her shoulder. I shrugged. "Deal with it." She opened her mouth, probably to yell at me, but then she was heaving again, her body trembling violently. When she was finally finished, I put her arm around my shoulders and went to find a place to sit down. There was a stone bench beneath a tree in a small garden. I guided her there, and then we sat. A light breeze blew through the branches overhead. It was dark back here, only a couple of torches burned, but Seneca didn't seem to mind the dim lighting. Like me, she should be able to see just fine. "You care to tell me why you felt the need to charge down Rudarius?" I finally said, waiting to get punched for it. "I thought I could handle him." "Seriously?" "Yeah, seriously." She scrubbed her face. "I want him dead." "As do I, but you can't attack him without a plan. He's too damn strong." "Thanks, because his overpowering me wasn't enough of a reminder." She hung her head, digging her toes into the grass. Her eyes narrowed, and the brave face she'd worn the last few days disappeared. Her hand shook. I scooted closer until our shoulders touched. "He had me, Draven." "I know. He got the better of you." "No, it wasn't that." She picked a blade of grass and tore it apart slowly. My anger consumed me and took over. He wanted it to happen. Wanted me to fall apart. "I couldn't move," she whispered, voice shaking with fear. "If you hadn't stabbed him. If you hadn't stepped in." She choked on the words, chucking the grass into the breeze. "Never mind. Talk to me. Don't keep bottling up what's going on with you." She let out a shaky breath, gulping. "He doesn't just want me as his weapon. He said he would have me as his next bride." A deep growl vibrated through me as I gripped the edge of the bench hard enough to crack pieces off into my hands. I'll never let him take you back. Never. And if you don't have a choice. What's that supposed to mean? She picked another piece of grass, tearing it up. Her eyes took on a faraway look, brow furrowed as she hissed quietly. Something someone told me is all. Think it's coming true as much as I keep trying to fight it. And why would you put stock in anything anyone says about you? It's the same woman who said she saw our futures intertwined, she murmured, and I stilled. But I'm starting to think you're the good guy in this tale. So are you, I argued. She laughed bitterly. Seneca, you haven't done anything wrong. Haven't I? Since coming to Otherworld, you're the one that stepped up, not me. I'm too busy plotting how to murder my family in their sleep. You don't mean that. Don't I? My own parents would sooner tell everyone I'm dead than admit I'm their daughter. And it took nearly getting taken by Rudarius again for Lark or my brother to stand up to them. She pushed roughly to her feet, stalking around the small garden, looking like she was ready to get into another fight. I feel it growing, she said on a breath, pressing a hand to her chest. The evil inside me, the darkness he attempted to cultivate all those years ago. I feel it waking up. I went to her and took her hand, forcing her to look at me. You are not evil. Do you hear me? Liar. Prove to me that you are, huh? Prove it. In answer, she held up her left hand with her 3 fire rings. There was no power in them currently, but the fingers in them were red and burned. I grabbed for them, ready to take the rings off, but when I tugged on one it remained. I tried the other 2, but none of them would come off. It was like they'd become a part of her hand. He wanted me to be his weapon. She pulled her hand away from me, running her fingers over the stones. Whether I want to be or not, I think it's happening. You have to fight it. I reached for her again, but she staggered away from me. Seneca. I'm tired of fighting it. She curled her left hand into a fist, and the stones gave off a strange, sickly glow. Tired of everyone seeing me as some abomination. What's the point when I clearly am one? The point is, there's a war to fight. How could she be saying this? Seeing Rudarius again had messed her up more than I thought. Coming here really, that's what sent her over the edge. Having her own people turn against her, her parents admitting they left her to die. I need you to see this war through. No, you needed these, and now I doubt they're going to do either of us any good. That's what I thought too. I hesitated to say what was really on my mind, but the truth right now was what she needed to hear. No more lies or false words. Only the truth. What I need is you by my side. Someone else who understands what Rudarius is capable of. Someone who's gone to the brink of darkness and come back stronger for it. You have. You just have to believe it yourself. I went to that edge, she agreed quietly, but I fell. You just don't want to admit it. Seneca, I tried. She blurred away, leaving me reaching for air. Damn it. You really know how to scare the ladies off, Shane teased as he appeared on the bench. How's she holding up? Not well. More steps alerted me that we were not alone. Lark and Marley were there, Lark with his left arm in a sling. If you're looking for your sister, she's run off again. I am, but I was hoping to speak to you first. Marley ran his hand along the rose bushes, deep in thought. Her rings, when did that start? The shadows. They weren't like that when we broke out of the dungeon, Shane replied. Or on the road, Lark added. So, not until after your darling father made a scene in the Middle Kingdom's court, I surmised. His action sent her over the edge, and after seeing her fight the vampires, pulling her back from that ledge was going to be more difficult than I thought. I had to show her she was not turning evil unless she gave up on herself. I wouldn't. Seneca and I were more alike than she realized, and I needed her to understand she was not alone, no matter what her family said. I glanced at Marley. She was already so close to crossing the line, there's no coming back from. Your parents might have just given her that final nudge forward. I may have said it, but I knew that it wasn't entirely true. Facing down Rudarius, his threatening to take her back, make her his bride, that would have been the final shove. She would do whatever she had to do, not to go back to him. I saw it in her eyes, the determination no matter what the cost might be. I shouldn't have let her go after him like that, but it wasn't only my guilt I sensed. Marley's regret poured off him, making him stink. I never should have brought her here. Any of you, actually. And if you hadn't, a lot more Phi would be dead. But my sister might not be losing control. That I couldn't argue with. Seneca had found her brother and expected a happy family reunion, and instead, she got a shit show. What she did out there. She tore that vampire apart with shadows, Marley uttered. I've never seen a Phi use magic like that. There was no light in it. No good. Only anger. Can you blame her for being pissed off? No, but if she's not careful, they'll turn against her. He glanced around as if worried she'd hear him. I don't want to see her hurt by our people, not anymore, but they're scared of her. The magic she's using isn't normal. She's not exactly normal, I added quietly, grabbing a quick sniff of the air, but there was no hint of her scent on the wind. Aside from worrying about your sister, we should be thinking about the mages. Rudarius is plotting to use them somehow, but I don't know how. We need to be sending spies to his territory. You won't get anyone willing to go. I will, Shane volunteered immediately. I raised my brow at him. He shrugged. What? I hate the vampire too, remember? And out of the two of us, I'm the sneaky one. I'll go with him, Lark spoke up. Marley gave him a confused look, motioning to his broken arm. Lark shrugged. I've had worse, and Draven is right. We need more information, and if this is how we get it, then I would rather risk my life than that of my guards. With your permission, Prince, I will go. It'll be dangerous, I warned them both. His territory is highly defended. Yeah, but his army is scattered across all the 5 kingdoms right now, Shane pointed out. We'll get in, see what we can find on the mages, then get out. No problems. He clapped me on the shoulder. I got this. Don't worry so much. It was hard not to with Shane. He was damned good at getting around without being seen, but if he got caught, Rudarius would torture him for answers, then kill him in the most painful way he could think of. I did not wish that fate on anyone. Lark and Marley spoke quietly together. Marley told Lark to do his best not to get himself killed. Don't do anything crazy, I told Shane when he and Lark looked ready to hit the trail. I mean it. You're there to see if you can find the mages and what he's doing with them. That's it. Shane saluted me. I scowled. If you aren't here, where will your people go next? He asked Marley. Marley scratched his chin then shrugged. Only one place left to go. The High Kingdom. We only have so many supplies here. Then we'll have to move out. I'll get us there, Lark assured us. They left the garden to gather what they would need, already talking about the best way to get close to Rudarius's stronghold. Most of the vampires might be following their master into battle, but there would still be plenty guarding the walls and all gates leading in. God's willing, they make it back to us alive. Well, at least back, Marley sighed with a half-smile. Seeing as Shane is already dead, Rudarius could still kill him. Just have to have faith, I guess. He patted his hand against his leg nervously, whispering under his breath to himself. I'm going to find Seneca. Talk to her. I would give her more time to cool down, I warned. He paused at the edge of the garden. I don't want her to be alone right now. Everything that's happened since I brought her back, it's all wrong. It's not how I saw it happening in my head. Not at all. I thought she would be welcomed back with open arms. Not shunned. No offense, but you Phi have always been a prideful, stuck-up race. Marley glared at me for a few seconds, until he must have realized how right I was. I want her to be accepted. I don't think she does. What's happening to her now, these dark changes, they're my fault. Don't carry that guilt around with you, not on top of everything else, or you'll be no use to your people. She would have faced down Rudarius. Eventually. Yes, but then she might have been prepared for the fight. He was right, but I wasn't going to point it out. The guy was hurting enough as it was. I don't want to lose her right after I've found her again. He crossed his arms, his missing hand not seeming to bother him at all. Part of me wondered if he accepted it as his penance for not finding Seneca sooner. You'll take care of her, right? If anything happens to me, you won't let her be taken over by whatever's stirring inside her. Whatever bound me to Seneca lately told me I would not be leaving her side. Not for anything. I'd had no one to keep me from tumbling into that pit of evil, and it had been hell. So many times, I'd almost given in completely and forgot who I was, forgot about getting revenge. Meeting Seneca reminded me of my true self. If I could be there for her, help her get through this dark time in her life, I would do it. Rudarius had broken her worse than he had me, and a niggling voice in my head said I was already too late to save her from turning into the monster everyone already saw her as. I swear it on my life, I heard myself say, the words genuine. I believe you, and I even think I trust you, despite our first meeting. He held up his left arm. I know I wasn't there for her before, but I'm trying to be now. She knows. Does she? Think she'd rather rip my throat out? Not yours. I glanced past him to where I spotted Rain arguing with several Phi guards. Your parents, however, are a different story. I'll try to keep them away from her as much as possible. He nodded, then walked away, aiming for his father. I silently wished him luck in dealing with the irate king, and turned in the direction Seneca had gone. I wanted to give her space, but letting her out of my sight while she was unstable bothered me. Half of me feared she would take off on her own, to either hurt herself or go after Rudarius again just to get herself killed. I sniffed the air as I walked, growing more frantic with each passing moment I didn't pick up her scent. When I reached a gate at the back wall of the fort, I cursed. 4 Phi guards stood nearby, watching through the iron bars. Did Seneca leave through here? I asked them when I neared. She did, but we can see her. Not about to let the princess out of our sight, one replied. Captain Lark's orders. I'll see to her. I approached the gate, and 2 of the men turned the crank to open it high enough for me to slip out. They shut it right behind me. I walked as quietly as I could through the grove of trees that grew just beyond the wall. Apples from the smell of them. I kicked a few, confirming my assumptions. The fruit left on them would rot if they didn't get sunlight. Only a taste of the blight Rudarius would bring over this land if he wasn't stopped. Seneca stood at the heart of them all, shaking out her left hand hard, muttering under her breath. I stopped behind a tree and simply watched, listening. She kept saying something about a seed of evil, and some lady named Minnie. She cursed the woman vividly a few times, then froze. I waited to see if she realized I was there with her, but then she doubled over as if in pain. I was at her side a split second later, holding her up even as she hissed at me to leave her alone. Why are you out here alone? Rudarius's vampires could be watching this place, waiting for you to make a mistake like this. I can handle them. She grimaced and curled in on herself again. Sure you can. I scooped her up easily enough and carried her toward the fort. What are you doing? Put me down. No. I'm not a child. When she struggled, I tossed her over my shoulder instead, smiling when she growled viciously, but made no actual move to hurt me. Asshole. You can call me whatever you like, if it makes you feel better. Don't tell me that, you won't like it. Come on, lay it on me. You need to vent. Put me down, and I'll vent just fine, she grumbled, pinching my side. I winced and she cackled. I jostled her, and she pinched me again as I smiled through the slight pain. Her laughter was good to hear, no matter how brief. We were close to the gate, the guards on the other side ready to raise it and let us through, when Seneca grabbed hold of my arm, digging her nails in deep enough to break the skin. "Gaw, all right, I get it." I put her down. She wasn't looking at me. "Seneca." Her breathing increased, and she dug her nails in even deeper in my arm. Was she having a fit? I lifted my hand to wave it in front of her unblinking gaze, and she snatched my wrist. "Shifters," she breathed. "Don't you smell them?" I sniffed the air, and the faint whiff of dog hit my nose. "Shit. We can't let them get inside the walls. Aren't shifters allied with the Phi? They could be here to help. If they were coming to give aid, why would they be sneaking through the orchard?" she asked, subtly looking over her shoulder at the guards who were watching us, confusion on their faces. "I can't tell how many there are." Right out attacking the shifters sounded like a terrible idea. No matter what Seneca was thinking, they could be coming here to offer help. There were many packs in Otherworld, and last I heard, most were not on friendly terms with Rudarius. They would be chomping at the bit for a reason to attack the Black Hawk Coven. "I'll go out there," I said, prying her hand off my arm. "See what they want." "Right. So they can tear you limb from limb." "Princess, is everything all right?" one of the guards called out to us. "Yes," she replied loudly, turning around to fully face the guard. "Everything is perfectly fine." As she said it, though, she motioned with her hand for the guards to lower the gate that they had started to open for our return. "Let the others know." I heard footsteps run away from the wall as one of the guards took off to get help. Not waiting for Seneca, I blurred back to the center of the orchard. The stench of shifter was much stronger here. Sticks cracked around me, and the leaves rustled in the trees with the breeze. I did a full 360, and when I was facing away from the fort again, a set of glowing yellow eyes glared back at me. "Show yourself," I shouted. "Who are you?" The shifter growled in reply. More sets of eyes appeared out of the gloom. I took a half step back, but a presence behind me made me halt. They surrounded me. 6. Maybe more. I counted pairs of eyes as fast as I could, waiting for one of them to reply. "If you've come seeking an audience with the Phi, say so or you will be removed." "Oh, I don't think we will be," a rough voice growled from my right. "We have our orders. And you must be the traitor Rudarius told us about." The shifter chuckled. "He's got plans for you." "He does. You and the girlie." "What girlie?" I hissed. The shifter moved closer, smiling widely so I could see his fangs, though he hadn't fully shifted yet. "Princess Seneca, of course. His weapon. Come with us, both of you, and maybe we won't kill everyone inside those walls. You don't have enough shifters to get past the gate." At least I prayed he didn't. The shifter sucked on his teeth as if he was picking food out from between them and shrugged. "You're right, but we sure as hell can get over those walls of theirs, slaughter whoever we find, and leave again before they even have a chance to defend themselves." He snapped his fingers, and more eyes glowed throughout the orchard. Damn. I lost count after 20. I hate to disappoint Master Rudarius, but I'm afraid we won't be coming back to him. Not now. Not ever. He should just do us a favor and die. No. Afraid he can't do that. At least not after what he's promised the packs. And what might that be? "You won't be getting anything out of me." "Grab him," he bellowed, then shifted into an oversized wolf. The shifters rushed me as one, but 4 were knocked away without even reaching me. A grayish mist surrounded me, then shot out in all directions, forcing the shifters back even further. Each time they tried to get close, the mist struck their bodies, burning them. A rush of wind moved around me, then Seneca was there holding her left in front of her. "We need to get back to the fort." "What the hell are you doing?" "Saving your ass this time," she shot back. "Move, I can't hold them off forever." "You shouldn't have come back." Her eyes flared with the same strange mist, and I dropped it for now. Together, we backed through the orchard, the mist keeping the shifters at bay. Behind us, I heard the Fae readying for an attack, yelling at us to get our asses moving. We were yards away, so damn close to getting out of this latest mess, when the branches of several trees creaked overhead. Seneca and I looked to each other, then slowly leaned back. Two sets of yellow eyes hovered over us. They snarled as they launched themselves. They tackled us to the ground, tearing us away from one another. Seneca shouted in fury, but I couldn't see her, as the shifter snapped his jaws, attempting to latch onto my face. I grabbed his snout in both hands, prying his jaws open, wider and wider, as the others rushed in. "Don't kill them," the shifter from before shouted. "We need them alive." That was good to know. I hissed viciously, then ripped his jaws apart. He shifter yipped, then went limp, crushing me to the ground. I kicked his body off, then scrambled to get back up. More came at me, and I heard the crank of the gate start to open. "No. You can't let them in," I shouted. Two shifters kicked me in the chest. I flew back, slamming into a tree, cracking it in half. The same two came at me, shifted back to human form as they held me down. Seneca. She was cursing somewhere nearby, and when she cried out in pain, I dug deep, managing to get myself up enough to deck one of the shifters, until he kneed my face even harder. Subdued, I waited for them to haul us both off to Rudarius. Suddenly, a shifter shrieked in pain. The ones holding me were abruptly gone, and all I caught was a blur of a person jumping over me. I sat up, ready to defend myself, but the shifters were too busy fighting off Seneca's enraged figure as she blurred around, attacking them all as if possessed. When she finally stopped long enough for me to see her, my jaw dropped. Blood covered the lower half of her face, dripping down her jaw. Her eyes glowed red. She opened her mouth wide, as the shifters that were still standing pawed at the ground and howled in rage. A quick look around revealed at least 5 shifters were down and not moving. Seneca grinned darkly, and then she was moving again, so fast I couldn't keep up with her. Blood spurted from the shifters as they shifted back to human form, clutching at their throats, which were ripped open. Others held their sides, which were spilling their guts from the lacerations she'd delivered. Those left standing tried to make a run for it, but Seneca took off after them, not letting a single shifter leave the orchard alive. The 5 guards who'd come out to save us looked as stunned as I was at the massacre they just witnessed. The shifters were all dead or close to death. Seneca had torn them apart, all of them, completely on her own after she drained one dry. I'd seen plenty of vampires give in to the bloodlust when they were in a fight, but what she just did was insane. She moved faster than any vampire I knew of, attacking with such strength and ferocity the shifters didn't stand a chance. I caught a glimpse of her at the edge of the trees, holding something in her hand. None of the guards made a move to go to her, so I did. "Seneca." I approached her cautiously, not sure what state of mind she was in. "Look at me." She shook her head as I drew closer. I figured out what the item in her right hand was. "Shit, Seneca. Put it down." Shaking, she faced me, blinking furiously as the red in her eyes faded, then rushed back, only to fade again. "Draven." I reached for the object, hoping I could throw it away before she realized what she'd done. "We need to get back to the fort. Take my hand, just take my hand and look at me." She might have killed before, might have been in fights, but from the confused look on her face, I knew she'd never been so lost in a blood-induced rage. She slaughtered nearly 20 shifters alone, and like a damned animal. "Seneca, take my hand," I repeated. I should have specified which hand, I supposed, in retrospect. She raised her right hand and screamed, tossing the decapitated head away from her. Blood covered her from head to toe, and as she went to wipe her hand on her shirt, only made it worse by spreading the blood around even more. She started to panic, and I captured her hands, dragging her against my chest. "Stop and breathe," I urged her. "Breathe, Seneca. Calm down." The blood. She shook in my arms, as if she was freezing. I drank it all. I've never done that before. I feel like I'm on fire. "I know." It'll pass. I want it to go away. There's nothing you can do now. Calm down and focus on my voice. I held her face in my hands. Breathe, Seneca, in and out. Just keep breathing. Her eyes were wide and fearful. Her heart pounded loud enough for me to easily hear it, and when her breathing grew too fast, I wrapped my arms around her just as she went limp, eyes rolling back in her head. Picking her up, I carried her back to the fort and the guards, who busy clearing away the bodies. Marley was at the gate, as were several other Phi I didn't recognize. At the sight of his sister, drenched in blood, he paled and directed me to follow him inside. The shifters have sided with Rudarius, I told him as I walked with him into the fort and up a set of stairs. The Phi who passed us gasped and whispered behind their hands, hurrying to get out of the way. I hissed at a few of them until Marley gave me a look. What? There's no reason for them to be jackasses. If he agreed, he said nothing. You can lay her down in here. Get some of the blood off her. As I placed Seneca on a large bed in the room he led me to, Marley closed the door to give her some privacy. I was looking for a towel to start wiping the blood away when Seneca shot upright with a shout of alarm. She looked down at herself and scrambled backward as if she could get away from the blood. Seneca, stop before you hurt yourself. I grabbed her shoulders hard enough to hurt her, to make her snap out of it. You're inside the fort with your brother and me. You're safe, all right. It's just us. She fell forward, her head resting on my shoulder as she trembled. I saw him, Rudarius. I saw him coming for me. Gods, how long was I out? A few minutes. Brought you inside so you could get cleaned up. I have fresh clothes for you here, Marley told her, pointing to the chair. Her outburst clearly unnerved him, and he fumbled over his next words, unable to get them out the first couple tries. I can have a bath drawn for you too if you want. No, that's too much trouble. Yes, I said, talking over her. Have one drawn. You need to get cleaned up and rest, all right. She gave in, and I rose to follow Marley out, but she held fast to my hand. What did I do out there? All I keep hearing are shrieks of pain. Seeing so much blood, tasting it. She shuddered and gagged, as if she was going to be sick. Stop thinking about it. That'll only make it worse. Sorry, hard to do when I have that shifter's blood pumping through my veins. I drained him dry without a thought. Draven. I shushed her, wrapping my arms around her to hold her as she got hold of herself. If you want to talk about it later, we can, but right now your body and your mind need rest. You saved us and the Phi. That's what you need to remember. Nothing else. When she seemed better, I got up, not letting go of her hand until the last possible second. Marley and I exited the room, him finding a Phi to bring a bath and hot water for Seneca. The Phi gulped but said she would see it done. Marley asked me to walk with him, and I did, moving through the fort, up another set of stairs, then out a door. We stood on the tower, looking out over the orchard where the shifters had attacked. We need to alert your parents and Mina. Tell them Rudarius is gathering allies in the shifter packs. And who knows who else. Is that the only matter they need to be told about? Whatever's on your mind, just spit it out. He licked his lips, leaning hard on the wall with his one hand. The guards told me what happened. What Seneca did. How she moved. They said she turned into a mindless beast. Blood rage happens sometimes when vampires are fighting for their lives and drink too much blood. The rush of strength can overwhelm them. Her being Phi made it worse, though I left that part out. He didn't need to hear it, since he wasn't taking this latest development too well. He'd looked as if he was frightened of her, as the others had. Seneca was growing dangerous, and her rings not coming off her fingers was worrisome. I mentioned it to Marley, and he looked at a loss. I was hoping you would have an idea of how to get them off her hand. Unless you want to give her the same treatment you gave me, he held up his handless arm. No. I've never heard of rings refusing to come off, or of rings burning the hand that bore them. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and lightning lit the storm clouds moving in. The scent of rain was strong on the breeze, but it wasn't the weather I worried about becoming out of control. If Seneca drank blood again and I wasn't there to drag her back to herself, there was no telling who she would take her pent-up anger out on. If Marley had gone to her instead of me, or if her parents had, there was a high chance they'd be dead. She might say she wanted them dead, but if she followed through with her plans, she would never forgive herself. Never. That act would be the final shove that would send her falling over that ledge. She might have thought she was turning evil, but if she murdered her family, slaughtered them, and drained them dry, then she would be. There was no coming back from such a heinous atrocity. "I'm going to place guards outside her door," Marley said, and I hissed. "What? You think I should leave her unattended, what with the state she's in?" "I never said that, but I'll keep an eye on her." "You think you can handle her on your own, if she goes berserk again?" "I would rather your five not get themselves hurt. Don't think that would look good for her, and she's already on shaky ground. I'll take care of her. Trust me. Tell the others about the shifters. They need to prepare for what's coming." I left without giving him a chance to argue with me. "And what is coming?" I stopped at the top of the steps as the thunder rumbled like a ferocious beast waiting to devour us all. A war unlike any we've ever seen in Otherworld. When I reached Seneca's room, I knocked, but there was no answer. Slowly, I opened the door to find her standing with nothing but a damn towel wrapped around her, looking out the windows. If she heard me, she ignored me or didn't care I was there. Her wet hair hung loose down her back, shimmering fiery red in the firelight. Just as I was going to back out of the door, she lowered the towel, holding it around her front, and gave me a full view of her scarred back. The sight ignited a raw fury in me, and I grabbed the wood door so hard it splintered in my hand. Seneca spotted me then, eyeing me curiously. "Sorry." The word came out as a growl, as I dropped the bits of wood to the floor. I went to back out, but she called my name. "You can come in." "I don't mind. Just going to change." She motioned to the screen across the room when I started to sputter over my words. I rubbed the back of my neck, face burning as she disappeared behind the screen. The thud of the towel hitting the floor had me digging my nails into my palms and turning my back all the same. "Any news?" "No, just talking with Marley." "How are you feeling?" I chanced to look toward the screen and cursed. Her arm stretched over the top of the pathetic barrier between us, as she tugged on a new shirt. I saw enough of Seneca from tending her wounds that my imagination ran off in a hurry. I cleared my throat and forced myself to walk toward the door before I did something I'd regret. Better, I guess. Exhausted, really. Thank you for having them bring up the bath. Not covered in blood anymore. Her hand was suddenly on my shoulder. "Draven." Sorry, just thinking is all." "Oh, I was thinking all right. Thinking a lot of things that would probably get me decked. I'll let you get some sleep and see you in a few hours." Could that black shirt be any tighter on her? Or those damn pants? Where did Marley find black leather pants in this place? My hands itched to hold her hips, so I clasped them behind my back in case they found themselves there. "Good night, Seneca." "Draven, wait." I was at the door, telling myself to keep walking, but the tone of her voice made me want to wait to hear what she'd say. I was wondering if you would stay with me." Well, it's hard to explain," she rambled nervously, tucking her wet hair behind her pointed ears. "Until Seneca, I always thought the pointed ears weren't attractive. On her, they were perfect. Now the question was, what would I touch first, those ears or her hips? Damn. I really needed to leave, but she was talking again. "The last couple times when you were around, there were no nightmares. I don't know if it's you or just timing or all the other crazy shit going on, but after what I did earlier, I just hoped you wouldn't mind." The blush on her cheeks made this fiery fi even more striking. In this room, right at this moment, there was no hint of the crazed killer she'd been less than an hour ago. If my staying would help her, then I'd do it. "Sure, yeah, I finally said, having to cough a couple of times to get the words out. I can do that. She glanced from me to the bed and back again, seeming unsure of what she should do. Just get comfortable. I'll hang out on the couch, I decided for her. How about I just sit with you for a while then? If you want, that's fine. I was over 200 years old, and this woman had the ability to make me feel like a young lad again, getting ready to court someone. I sat down on the couch, and she joined me, curling her feet up under her, then laying her head on the arm. That cannot be comfortable, I pointed out, after I got myself situated with my feet propped up on the armchair nearby. I'll survive. You need sleep, so get comfy. I don't mind. I motioned to my lap, and she nibbled on her bottom lip in a way that made me almost forget there was a war brewing outside. She sprawled her legs out on my lap, then settled back down. Better? Yeah, I'm good, but if you get uncomfortable or anything, just shove me off. Go to sleep, Seneca. I closed my eyes, my arms resting naturally on her legs, as if this was something we did together every night after a long day of fighting. I was careful not to move until her heartbeat steadied, as well as her breathing. I cracked open one eye to peek. She stirred, but not as if she was being haunted by nightmares. Her face was peaceful. For one more night or day, whatever this was, she could have some rest. Thunder rolled over the lands, and rain lightly pattered against the windows, lulling me to sleep.
Chapter 9. Seneca. This endless night shit was really starting to piss me off. I opened my eyes at some point, the last bits of my dream slipping away. It hadn't been a nightmare about slaughtering those shifters. I was grateful for that blessing. The dream had been simple. Draven and I, walking through a field, hands clasped together with the sun setting ahead of us. There'd been no talking, no yelling, no war. Just the two of us and an endless expanse of green grasses. I stretched, pausing when a male grunt came from the other end of the couch. Draven was still there, his feet in the seat of the armchair. And my legs were being held securely in his lap. In the calmness of the surrounding darkness, I took the time to admire his face. His high cheekbones and the dark stubble covering his jaw. His lips weren't bad either, and I fought back the strangest urge to lean over and kiss him to see what it would be like. I warmed, simply remembering how he held me after we were safely inside. The only reason I hadn't fallen apart was because of him. What about Owen? Are you going to forget about him so easily? A voice nagged inside my mind. I cringed, thinking of Owen. He was the one who walked away from me. He abandoned me, after he said no matter what he would be there for me. Besides, Owen was strong, but he wasn't who I needed in my life, as much as it hurt us both to admit it. His betrayal stung, but in the end it was for the best. He did not need to be a part of what I was becoming. He wouldn't understand. He never really had. A small part of me missed him, but as I glanced toward Draven, the stark realization hit me that this vampire was what I'd been missing all this time. The one being strong enough to stand, unwavering, by my side. Or stop me when the evil within me won out, and I had to be stopped. I shivered harshly as if an icy hand gripped my heart. Draven frowned in his sleep, letting out a quiet hiss, and held onto my legs more firmly as if he would keep me safe. No matter what he said, I was losing my grip. Careful not to disturb him, I removed my legs from his lap and tiptoed for the door. Fresh air sounded great, and I figured he could use the rest. It wasn't like I planned on going outside the walls, now that the shifters were siding with the enemy. Who knew who else was out there at this very moment, joining Rudarius's ranks? I passed a few Phi as I wandered out of my room and down toward the courtyard. Several bowed. Others looked on in disgust and scorn. As tempting as it was to scare them shitless, I pressed forward until I was outside. The air was cooler than I expected, and I wrapped my arms around myself, wandering toward the stone steps leading to the top of the wall. The patrol was at the other end, and let me be. From up here, the entire orchard came into view, though it was no longer beautiful to my eyes. My fingers dug into the stone, as the shifters' dying screams echoed in my mind as if I was killing them all over again. How long until you turn on the others? How long until he wins? Shut up, I hissed. I am not going to turn. Aren't you? It's already started. You saw what power he had over you. You'll never be free of him. Never. I said, shut up. The guards further down the wall glanced my way at my outburst, worry on their faces. I spun around and left the wall, grinding my teeth as I paced madly within the garden I'd found myself in. My left hand burned suddenly, as if I'd stuck it in hot coals. The sting grew worse with every pulse of my heartbeat. I clutched my hand to my chest, hissing to whatever darkness Rudarius brought to life within my very being. Through all the pain and torture, an anger was born I hadn't known the full extent of until I faced him down again. Until I was face to face with the very monster who destroyed what I could have been. The only way to kill him is to give in. There is no other way. Lies. All lies. My hand shook as I held it out before my face. The burns surrounding the 3 rings were red and angry looking. The light inside the stone sputtered and sparked, nowhere near the light magic of the Fae. Whatever this was, it was pure evil. Glimpses of the fight flashed in my mind. Taking down any vampire that came at me. Tearing Lacey apart. Unleashing my full wrath against Rudarius, ready to beat him to death if it would end my misery. The shifters. Draining one, and letting myself get lost in the fiery blood rage that followed. I was too damned close to becoming the monster everyone saw me as. Who said you aren't already, and you're just now seeing it? Admit it, you felt this seed of evil inside you ever since Macron saved you. Perhaps he saw it too. No, he would have said something. Like he said something about who you truly are. About the rings he gave you. About your part in this war. There must be a villain, Seneca. As well as a hero. Do you really believe you're the hero? Those words stopped me. I should have been freaking out that a voice was speaking to me inside my head, but that last question bothered me. Minnie mentioned I'd have a part in the war. She told me Draven would either become my ally or my enemy, but there was no context to say which way that would come about. And Macron told me to stay out of Otherworld, and away from Rudarius. This hinted that he had not told me everything. I'm nothing but a tainted Fae, I argued, digging my nails into my palms until I drew blood. If that were true, then why was Rudarius after you in the first place? Why does he believe you can be used as a weapon? Explain that to yourself. There's nothing to explain because none of it's true. Now, who's the liar? I held my head, sinking to my knees in the grass. On top of learning my family was composed of heartless assholes, and facing down Rudarius, I was losing my mind. This was great, just freaking fantastic. Did you ever stop to wonder why you are the only Fae vampire in this world? Why would I? Fae blood was known to harm and kill vampires. They normally never bothered with us, though the voice spoke the truth. I was the only Fae ever turned that I knew of. That anyone heard of. It was why I was such a freak, and why everyone seemed so afraid of me. When I faced down Rudarius, he hadn't seemed surprised to see me with fangs. Minnie told you to remember who you truly are, which means also letting yourself remember everything he did to you. Everything. Think. The more this voice spoke to me, the more it sounded like someone familiar. Someone I'd known a very long time ago. A woman. I shut my eyes, not wanting to remember, but the magic within my veins came to life and it was like the floodgates slammed open. I was thrown from the garden into the memories I'd suppressed all these years. A baby screamed and the room was fuzzy. Nothing came into focus. There were voices though, many voices. Should we worry? A woman asked, sounding on the verge of panic. This has never happened before, one of our own born under a double lunar eclipse. No, she'll be fine, a man replied, though he sounded just as on edge. But what if she's not? What if this harms her? She's one of us, no matter what, the man said as the baby cried on and on. Vaguely, I realized the baby must be me, as 2 faces I could barely make out as Rain and Karina hovered over me. Our little Seneca. Born in the darkness. She'll be fine, Rain repeated louder this time. You'll see. The memory shifted and faded, and then I was outside playing in the mud. I wasn't very old, 3 or 4 maybe. The 2 Phi I always assumed were my parents watched from the edge of the garden, but they weren't alone. A woman who looked like a much older version of Karina was with them, her long white hair blowing lightly in the spring breeze. Was that my grandmother? Something told me it was. But why wasn't Karina with her? I was too far away to hear everything, but I caught a few choice words the toddler version of me never would have paid attention to. Her magic is strange, the woman I'd assumed was my mother said. I've never seen anything like it. She was born in the darkness. We held out hope it would not affect her. Well, we were wrong, the woman snapped even as she turned and smiled at toddler me. If you feel you can't take care of her, I must know now, the old woman warned. We'll have to find others willing to take her in. The mages would be willing to do so. To ensure she remains safe from others and from herself. The woman blanched. You would hand her over to them? No, that is no life for a princess. She hesitated, her face paling. We can handle her. It's just, she's not normal. If she goes back to Otherworld, I don't know if they'll accept her. Not like this. Of course they will, she's their princess. A princess whose power is prone to shadows more than the light. The only time I've seen light magic is if she's holding one of our hands. Otherwise it's all darkness. She teeters on the edge of an abyss. I feel it, the woman went on, wringing her hands worriedly. We will continue our duty and watch over her, but I fear if she is without the guidance of her true family for too long, if she is in any way exposed to true evil, Seneca will turn. The image shifted and then was gone, leaving me stumbling around in the woods. Tears streamed down my cheeks. I was in the woods, alone at night. I was scared, so scared, but there was no going back. I remembered this night all too clearly, and when I heard his voice, the grown me kneeling in the garden hissed and cringed, willing myself to tear myself away from these memories. What is a little thing like you doing out in the woods all alone? Rudarius. I stilled and spun slowly about to see the vampire standing right behind me, fangs gleaming in the night. He snatched me up in his arms as I screamed and begged to be released. All these years I wondered how he found me or why. I believed I wandered too close to the veil, but now a darker truth emerged. There was no veil close to where I was. He had walked with me for days, keeping me quiet by feeding me some sort of sleeping concoction. As my vision blurred before one such time, he whispered, "What are you, my pet? Such dark magic, such delicious potential. What to do with you now that I've found you?" Rudarius hadn't aimlessly wandered into the woods that night and bumped into me. Oh no. He'd been drawn to me, to the darkness inside me. If it was that strong for him to sense then, how much worse had it gotten over the years? The memories pushed on, even as I pleaded whatever force was doing this to me to stop. I didn't want to see anything else. But I was plunged right back in that dungeon, screaming as a vampire clamped down on my arm. The pain was beyond brutal, and I was close to passing out when Rudarius appeared over the vampire's shoulder and yanked him away. I slumped against the cold stone wall, chains rattling, and willed death to come claim me. I remembered so many moments like this. Why was I being shown this all over again? Living it once hadn't been enough. Weak. All of you are weak, Rudarius ranted as the vampire staggered away, clutching at his throat. Take his blood before he dies, do it. 2 more vampires moved forward and slit the wrist of the one dying. Then they dragged him back toward my chained-up form. I was slumped in the chains, not caring what was happening. Rudarius grabbed the vampire's wrist and crushed it against my mouth. I gagged on the blood, sputtering and spitting. The taste of metal filled my mouth, making me sick, as I watched the memory. The vampire shuddered, then died at my feet. Rudarius leaned in close, watching. Waiting. Waiting, I realized now, for me to turn. As the seconds passed and the change didn't come over me, Rudarius shouted in rage, smashing his fist into the stone wall right beside my head. I, however, was in too much shock at seeing this memory. Why hadn't I turned? I shivered and a gasp escaped my mouth. Rudarius whirled around, glaring at me intensely as the tremors grew worse. My eyes shot open. I screamed in agony, eyes glowing red, but then they were overtaken by a black cloud, and I collapsed in a heap on the floor. Rudarius lifted my upper lip, but there were no fangs there. I was not a vampire. Master? I don't understand, a vampire I didn't recognize said quietly, stepping forward. Why won't she turn? Our dear Seneca is not like other Fae. She is more powerful, far more powerful. Her magic is fighting against the change. He smoothed back the hair from my face. I snarled in rage, hating that I was unable to do anything to him. The way he looked at me was sickening. As though he truly cared for me in his twisted way. One way or another, she will become one of us. His eyes glimmered darkly and sent a jolt through me. All these years, I believed he'd been draining me for my blood for Fae dust. Used me as his personal executioner. Instead, he'd known all along what was inside me, was trying to turn me. No matter how much blood it takes, you will be mine. I witnessed that while I was still passed out, he lifted my wrist to his mouth. The vampires begged for him to stop, but he bit down. I screamed, jerking upright as he drained me. His mouth burned, and his body weakened as it fought to heal itself before it was destroyed. He slashed open his wrist and shoved it to my mouth. Drink, Seneca. Drink. For one day you will hear my call and you will answer. How did I not remember this? How? The image faded out, and just when I believed the memories were finished, another rushed up to greet me. This was the last memory I'd have ever wanted to see. I was alone, fighting off the vampire who turned me but wasn't strong enough. I screamed as he bit down on my neck, sucking the life from my body. There was nothing different about this moment. He tore his fangs free with a pained shriek as my blood burned him. Then he collapsed on me. I assumed his blood accidentally got inside my wounds. As I watched it from outside my body, I was horrified as I passed out and the vampire lifted his arm, tore into his wrist, and shoved it against my lips. I swallowed so much blood even as the vampire struggled to stay alive. The hood of his cloak fell back as his strength gave out, and I shook my head, not wanting to believe it. No. It wasn't possible, couldn't be possible. I screamed, not wanting to see any more. A trick, this had to be a trick. Seneca? Seneca, snap out of it. Two hands grabbed my shoulders, shaking me hard. Seneca. Look at me, damn it. Come back to me. Open your eyes. Slowly I did, and found myself back in the garden at the fort. The memories were gone, and there was only Draven, eyes frantically searching for my gaze. Draven? I clutched at his arms, but the rest of the words were lodged in my throat. Calm down. You're safe, he assured me. Take a deep breath. I can't be here, I gasped, shoving away from him. It's not safe. What? Seneca, just wait. He held fast to my arms when I went to stand. Stop and talk to me. You can't leave the fort. It's not safe out there. I'm not safe. You don't understand. I didn't either, but now I do. They're right. They're all right. I ripped myself free and stalked away. Then he was there blocking my path. No. I have to go. Get off me. Get away before I hurt you. I shoved at him, wanting him to understand how dangerous I was. You're not going to hurt me. He wrapped his arms firmly around me, crushing me to his chest. Seneca, look at me, damn it. What are you talking about? Rudarius. What about him? I squirmed in his arms, but he didn't budge, not an inch. Guards around us whispered to each other and started to come closer, but fear of what I would accidentally do to them had me screaming at them to back off. Draven told them everything was all right, but he had no idea how wrong he was. Let's go back inside and we can talk about this. Draven, I started to argue, but the look on his face said he wasn't giving me a choice. There was no point in fighting him. As soon as I told him the truth, he'd understand there was no choice but for me to leave to keep everyone else safe. Fine. Keeping my arm in his steel grip, he dragged me inside. I rolled my eyes, telling him I wasn't going to run off, but he refused to let up until we were back in the room. He closed the door, then crossed his arms, resting against it to stop me from making a quick escape. "Talk now," he ordered. "What is going on? You should just let me leave." His brow rose. "Right, so you can go wandering around out there alone when Rudarius's entire army is closing in. Plus, who knows how many allies he's made. Not happening. Talk now." I paced away from him, around and around the couches, not sure what to even say. How did I tell him what I saw? Tell him the truth of what I was? "Seneca, you can talk to me." I shot him a look. He growled, annoyed. "I woke up and you were gone. I tracked you down to find you screaming your head off in the garden like someone was attacking you. What did you see?" "Memories," I blurted, reality slamming into me all over again. The room spun, and I fell to my knees shaking. Draven hurried to my side again, but I threw my arm out to stop him from touching me. I saw my past. Saw what I was told I needed to remember. By who? Macron and Asir. I hugged myself as if that would ward off the darkness creeping in. I know who turned me. "You said it was a vampire." He shrugged. "Said you killed him that night." I was wrong. So wrong. I swallowed hard. The moment the words were out of my mouth, there was no going back. All those years I was with Rudarius, it wasn't by accident. He knew what I was. "Seneca, you're not making any sense. You're just a royal fae." "A royal fae born during the double lunar eclipse," I whispered. "Born in the dark. Cut off from all light. My magic has always been darker." The rings leaked shadows as I raised my left hand, showing him. His eyes widened, though the rest of his face said he wasn't going to believe me. "You summoned the sunlight." "That wasn't my power. I pulled on the fae near me to do it. During that battle, my true magic came out." I rubbed my neck, the same place Rudarius had bitten and turned me that night after so many failures. Rudarius was drawn to me, wanted to use me as a weapon. The darkness inside me allowed him to turn me into what I am. Into a monster. Draven leaned back slightly, disbelief in those sharp blue eyes. "He didn't turn you. You're not evil." "He turned me," I repeated louder. "Rudarius was the vampire who bit me that night. He's my master." "You said that vampire died." "I thought he had. But it's not like I stuck around to see him burn in the sunlight. He would have been wounded too much to go on." He was grasping at straws, just as I had done, but there was no more hiding from the truth. All that time I was with him, he wasn't using my blood for fae dust. He was draining me and making vampires bite me to try and turn me, I whispered, choking on the words. When they failed, he did it himself. For years. He fed me his blood for years. Must have made it possible for him to drain me enough to turn. A maddening laugh threatened to escape, but just as quickly I wanted to cry and scream. None of this was fair, none of it. If he's my master, he can call me any time he wants to. You know that as well as I do. I think that's what he did to me during the fight. That's not true. Yes, it is. I'm a danger to everyone here. I have to leave. I stood and blurred for the door, but he was faster and blocked me from leaving. Let me go. You won't give in to him. You don't know that. I yanked on the door. He shoved my hands aside. Draven, please. No, you are not weak. You proved that during the fight. He nearly had you, but he didn't. And if he was able to summon you any time he wanted, why did he wait? Why not come and claim you before? He might have turned you, Draven went on hotly, but he does not fully control you. Not if you keep fighting. For how long, huh? Forever? I can't keep him out indefinitely. Maybe not alone, but you're not alone. I wished I could reach into my soul and rip out the power I was born with. It doesn't matter if I'm alone or not. Don't you get it? I was born tainted. There's no going back for me. No hiding from the darkness and the evil I was born with. All Rudarius has to do is keep pushing, and sooner or later I'll lose it. No, you won't. I will not let that happen. I will not risk your life. That is not your choice to make. I blinked, and he was before me, tilting my face toward his when I tried to turn away. I am not about to leave you now. Not even close. You said it yourself, our futures are bound together. How do you know I'm not meant to pull you back before you lose yourself? That I'm not the reason you can stand against Rudarius? I don't, but... The words were there, but saying them out loud would mean admitting a worse road I never wanted to travel down actually existed. Minnie said it herself, there were many paths my life could take. But what? I licked my lips nervously, forcing myself to look deep into his eyes. What if you can't, and I turn into the bad guy? What if I end up with Rudarius? I will not put you in that situation where you have to. Where you would, you know, have to kill you, he said on a growl. Yeah, that. I imagine that moment happening, staring you down across a battlefield, and it kills me. I've had enough people give up on me, and I will not let you become another one. He hissed sharply, but whether out of anger or aggravation it was impossible to tell. Then it didn't matter. His lips were on mine, he drew me in close. It took me a few seconds to catch up with what was happening, and then I kissed him back just as fiercely. He backed us up until we hit a wall, then picked me up, his lips never leaving mine. He drew back long enough to tuck my hair behind my ears, giving his head a shake. You really think I would give up on you? Seems to be what people do around me. I am not them. You hear me? I will never leave your side no matter the odds against us. He kissed me again, and though his body was cooler to the touch, flame seemed to engulf us at that moment. You said it, we're tied together. Before, I wasn't willing to admit we could be anything more than enemies, but now, thinking of you in pain, of Rudarius hurting you again, he growled as his arms formed a protective cage around me. I will take on the world to keep you safe, Seneca. Do you understand me? I will burn it all to the ground if that's what it takes. His eyes desperately searched mine, as I waited for the strangeness of this situation to hit me. Only it never did. For the couple of years I was with Owen, I believed I loved him. That was just me trying to cling to someone, anyone to drag me away from who I really was. I would always care for Owen, but as I looked into Draven's eyes while he held me, I knew without any hesitation that he not only understood me but accepted me. Would fight for me without trying to fix me. The truth was evident, what he wanted from me, and it didn't scare me like Owen's dreams of a perfect life did. My future with Draven would be dangerous, bloody, and there was a high chance it would get us both killed, but damn if we'd go down without one hell of a fight. That was the future I wanted, with nothing held back. I'll burn it down right alongside you, I replied as I leaned in for another kiss. I can't promise it'll end well. Running my fingers through his hair, my breath caught at the raw heat this vampire caused within me. If it comes down to it, if you have to kill me, swear to me that you won't hold back. You'll do whatever you have to do to keep everyone safe and stop Rudarius. Not going to happen. Draven, swear it, I urged. Please. What happened with the shifters wasn't just a blood rage. I felt it, still do. Swear to me. He sighed heavily but gave in, though his eye twitched as he spoke the words. If you are compromised, and there's no way to save you, I will ensure you do not harm another living soul. We just won't let it come to that. He held me close, carrying me to the couch. As he sat, I turned so I was on his lap, his arms a comforting weight around me. He smiled then chuckled. What's so funny? Not too long ago, we tried to kill each other. If I remember that fight correctly, I almost did kill you. I ran my fingers along his chest, smiling when his body reacted to my touch. He took my hand and kissed the back of it. I would apologize, but you left me with a few bruises and cuts too. True, but I didn't nearly drive a stake through your heart. Guess you should get better, old man. His brow shot up. Old man? Yeah, what are you? Pushing 100 at least? More. I teased, knowing he was much older than that. He scoffed, and then we were kissing as we laughed, the stress of my latest revelation falling away for a few hours at least. In between our quiet conversation and quiet laughter, words Macron spoke to me whispered in my ear again. I tensed, sitting up, and Draven frowned. Seneca? It's not Rudarius, is it? Huh? Oh no, something else Macron said to me. And that would be? Telling him that small bit couldn't be worse than what he already knew. He told me to find the one meant to help me. Find him. Ah. That's all you have to say. He shrugged. I might have overheard you muttering that to yourself back at the farmhouse. He didn't give a name. No, but looks like he didn't have to. I waited for him to second-guess everything he said, but he tilted my chin up gently so his lips reached mine. He didn't. Think you found him, he whispered against my lips. And he's not going anywhere. I curled against his chest, content to remain there as long as the rest of the world would let us. There was no way to explain what being near him did to me. He kept the nightmares at bay. Whether it had to do with the knowledge that he, like me, had suffered at the hands of Rudarius and survived, or simply our destinies to be together, being with Draven was right. My own family saw me as a monster for circumstances I had no control over. Not him. Whatever power Rudarius had over me, he was going to have one hell of a fight coming at him if he thought he would get to me so easily. My fingers entwined with Draven's. He squeezed my hand, even in sleep, reminding me I was not alone. That I never would be again.
Chapter 10. Draven. A door banged open. I snarled, waking up quickly, prepared for a fight as I put myself between Seneca and whoever had come to claim her. Marley stood in the doorway. He looked torn between being startled, annoyed, and uncomfortable. What? I asked harshly after I stopped growling, since he was clearly not here to hurt his sister. Marley's eyes drifted behind me to Seneca, her messed hair up and wrinkled clothes. Mine were just as bad, and from the way his cheeks reddened, he was ready to assume what occurred last night. Aside from kissing, all we'd done was sleep. We're going to be moving out today. After the shifter attack, the king and queens believe it best to move on before Rudarius sends anyone else. We'll be down shortly, I replied. Actually, Draven, might I have a word with you? About what? Seneca stood beside me, her hand easily slipping into mine. You're going to ask him about me, or say something about me. I can see it on your face. Might as well spit it out now. Marley cleared his throat, cheeks turning even redder. Really, I wasn't. Yeah, you were. Don't lie. What's your problem, brother? The last word came out sharply, not that I fully blamed her for feeling as she did. The last time she saw him, he had just seen her covered in blood after hearing about her slaughtering the shifters from the guards. He feared her then, and from the way he avoided her gaze now still did. I'm not going to attack you, if that's what you're worried about. I never said you would, he snapped. Oh no. You're thinking it. Seneca. I squeezed her hand, and she clamped her mouth shut on whatever else she'd been about to say. Marley, you have something to tell me or not? I don't know what exactly is happening between you two, but ensure the king and queen know nothing about it, he said in a rush. They will not approve, and it will only make this situation worse for Seneca. Because it can get any worse. She shook her head, chewing her bottom lip so hard I waited for it to bleed. They lost any say in how or who I live my life with when they gave me up. Seneca, please, he's a vampire. Surely you see how it could be, well, not the best thing in the world for you to be with one. And as I've said before, I am one too. Besides, she added, leaning into my side, he is the leader of his own coven. Pretty sure that puts him on level of a prince, if not a king. He's more than suitable for me to be seen with. Get over it. Think we have bigger problems to worry about, don't you? Like, I don't know, a war. I haven't forgotten. Good. Glad to hear it. His gaze darted to her rings. And your issue? With your rings? I said nothing, not sure what Seneca wanted her family to know or what they did know. Part of me assumed they should have understood why her magic was different. Unless her parents were aware and had lied to Marley. The rest of what she found out, about Rudarius changing her, that was not information I sensed she wanted to give out. Hell, I was struggling with the truth. The overactive part of my mind wondered if Rudarius would be able to sense how close I'd become to Seneca. Or if I'd somehow be able to feel him through her. Until we were certain how strong his hold was over her, our only choice was to keep that part of her past a secret. The rest of it, Marley needed to know. You should tell him, I whispered. Tell me what? Which part? She asked, ignoring him. The more time I spent with Marley, the more I was convinced their parents did not tell their son everything about Seneca. The rings are the way they're meant to be for her, I answered for her, hoping I could correct my mistake quickly of suggesting she talk to him, and at the same time, stop her from giving away too much. She was born during a double lunar eclipse. Such intense fighting and coming to Otherworld has caused her power to finally come into itself. That's all. That was the simple version. Being tortured by Rudarius twisted the power inside Seneca, made it volatile, and since there was no other magical influence in her life to correct it, she was, as much as I hated to admit it, leaning toward a much darker road. From the way Marley reacted, this was indeed news to him. No, that's not right. Yeah, it is. Ask our dear parents if you don't believe us. How did you find out? Seneca glanced quickly at me, then walked toward the bathroom. I just did. She slammed the door behind her. The guard said they saw you two in the gardens. Marley was still looking at the bathroom door, as if his sister was going to charge out at any second and decide to kill him. Said she had some sort of fit. And can you blame her, after all the shit she's been through? I want to know what it was about. I crossed my arms, hoping it would be enough to send the message that I wasn't about to tell him anything behind Seneca's back. When he remained, I told him that we'd meet him downstairs soon enough. I lifted my lip, snarling to emphasize the point, and he gave in, exiting the room and shutting the door firmly behind him. It had barely closed when Seneca stepped out of the bathroom. Thanks. For what? She shrugged, hands shaking as she tried and failed to braid her hair. I went to her, gently removed her hands from the tangles, and turned her away from me so I could do it for her. You don't have to fix my hair. Maybe I don't mind. She continued to twitch nervously, and I stopped, holding her shoulders as I kissed her cheek. And what I said before, I meant every word. I'm not going to change my mind, and I'm not about to run away from you. Those moments feel like a dream. They weren't, I promised her, holding her close for a moment, then returned to working on her hair, the red locks silky against my fingers. As I braided, I replayed everything we'd said to each other. The protectiveness I had toward her grew with each breath she took, every beat of her heart. The very first time I saw Seneca, my gut told me I was meant to meet her. We were both simply wrong about what our relationship would be. For so long, I blocked myself off from feeling any emotion, aside from hate. With her in the picture, I was unable to stop feeling so much it made me dizzy. Her scent was embedded in my nose. The touch of her hair, her skin was comforting. Hearing her talk, her laughter, that was like coming home. The notion struck me like a hit to the chest, and I paused at the intensity of that thought. Home. When was the last time I believed I could have a true home again? One that wasn't ruled over by a monster bent on destroying everything. The deep bellowing of a horn caused us both to jump. What is that? She asked. Are we under attack? No, that's a fire horn. I hurried to the window and peered out. I think your parents finally did something intelligent. Take a look. Those are soldiers. From the High Kingdom. I sighed with relief. Looks like it. Enough to escort us there safely. Having Seneca try to summon sunlight again worried me. It either wouldn't work, and something dark would emerge from her rings instead, or it would work and weaken her worse than it had the first time. Guess we should get down there. We're not telling anyone the truth, right? She clutched my arm when we reached the door. About Rude Arius and me. No. No one needs to know. I won't say a word unless you do first. But you think I should keep it quiet? Yeah. Your parents already believe you're a threat to their people. If they learned it was truly Rude Arius who turned you, I'm afraid we'd be fighting off the Phi guards and the vampires. Her brow furrowed. I pulled her into my arms, kissing the top of her head. I won't let anyone get to you, hear me? Not going to happen. How can you sound so sure of yourself? Honestly, I asked, and she nodded against my chest. I failed once with my coven. That guilt drove me insane while I was with Rude Arius. I won't fail again, not with you. Not with any bleeding crowns left alive. You think some survived? She leaned back, studying my face. You want to find them? I do. I just don't know where to start, but if I can find them, gather them together, we could have a larger fighting force to stand against Rude Arius. Until he takes over the entire otherworld. The weight of her words was heavy. Standing there and arguing was pointless though. If Rude Arius wasn't stopped and continued to form alliances with the shifters and who knew who else, no one in Otherworld stood a chance. Especially while he had those rings. The demons in Valesk were safe for the moment, but how long until he took the fight to them? He wasn't just after the Phi. He wanted to conquer all the races. The question remained. If the final Phi kingdom fell, where would he turn his eye to next? Not sure he'd be too keen to tell me his plans if I asked. Holding Seneca's hand, we exited the room to join the others making ready to leave the fort. My thoughts drifted to Shane and Lark. With any luck, they hadn't been caught and killed yet. We needed insight into what Rude Arius planned with the mages. A hint. Anything to go off. His plan was about more than just the Phi rings. It had to be, especially now that we knew what he'd done to Seneca. What he would still do, if he snatched her away from me. Not feeling close enough, I draped my arm around Seneca's shoulders, drawing her into my side. I expected her to say this was too much too fast, but she leaned into me, her arm going around my waist easily. As we entered the courtyard, some Phi glowered at us, while others offered up small smiles. Rain and Karina both looked as if they'd bitten into a very tart lemon. Marley said something to them both, but they huffed and stormed off to the front of the large group, ready to evacuate the fort. If their reaction bothered Seneca, she kept it hidden. The Phi soldiers who came to aid us surrounded the line of Phi as they exited the fort, with us bringing up the rear. Once outside the walls, Seneca and I both fell into the defensive, eyes watchful, muscles at the ready in case there was a fight. No one said how far the High Kingdom was. I settled in for at least a few days of very tense walking, wondering when the next attack would come. Wondering if I would be able to keep my promises to Seneca in the end. Chapter 11. Draven. Day 4 of walking to High Kingdom came around, and I waited until Seneca was asleep on our brief break to venture into the woods and find something to eat. I'd neglected my appetite the first few days, but my throat burned. If we were to face down Rude Arius again, I could not be weak. After the first couple of days of walking, Marley dispatched the guards under Lark's command to the rear to join Seneca and me, so the soldiers would stop sending threatening glances our way or muttering under their breath about protecting monsters when they should be watching over their own. As I wandered off now, several of the guards bowed to me, moving closer to watch over Seneca in my absence. Their monarchy might not approve of us, but at least the guards respected that we'd risked our lives for the fi. Silently, I slunk through the trees, sniffing the air and closing in on my prey. Thankfully, there were plenty of bear and elk in these parts. A set of large antlers appeared through the low-hanging tree limbs, and I bared my fangs, thirsty for blood I hadn't had in far too long. I lunged at the beast, biting down on its neck when it tried to sprint away. Warm blood spilled down my throat. I drank greedily until I had my fill. Resting back against a nearby tree, my eyes slipped closed as strength returned to my body. Now I was ready for the next fight. I remained sitting for another long moment, letting the fresh blood seep through every vein and flood my heart. Being here alone was peaceful, no watching eyes on me, but the sudden urge to get back to Seneca had me back on my feet. The urge turned into a strange pain in my gut, and I hissed. Something was wrong. She was in trouble. Her angry snarls met my ears seconds before I burst through the trees and crouched by her side. What happened? I demanded of Marley and the two guards standing over her, flinching back at my sudden appearance. She was sleeping, then just started muttering in her sleep, Marley explained. What did she say? Don't know. Couldn't make it out. She got up and tried to walk off, and we stopped her, had to tackle her, and then, well, she's been like this. He motioned to her thrashing form in the grass. She was gnashing her jaws, as if fighting off an attacker. What's wrong with her? Nightmare. Seneca snarled again, lurching off the ground and nearly biting my shoulder. I took a firm hold of her and shook her, trying to wake her up. She fought against me, and I yelled for the others to back off. The guards did. Marley didn't. Do it. She won't hurt me. Glad you trust her now, I muttered, not believing him. I knew why he stayed. He didn't want her to wake up and see him freaked out again. Seneca, open your eyes. It's just a nightmare. You're safe. I'm right here. I cupped her cheek, and her face scrunched as the growling cut off. Right here, Seneca. Just have to open your eyes. She leaned into my touch. Draven. I'm here. Right beside you. Gently, I sat her up as her eyes opened. Seneca. The fear on her face was like a stake to the chest. She clung to my shirt, and I hugged her close, smoothing my hand down her back as I told her over and over it was just a nightmare and she was all right. No, she whispered, wiping a hand down her face. It wasn't. What do you mean? I heard him, inside my mind. She breathed in my ear so the fi wouldn't hear. He was calling to me, and I almost went to him. A guttural growl slipped from my mouth as I held her even tighter. It won't happen. It almost did. Draven, I can't keep him out. What if he tells me to do something, to hurt you? It won't happen, I repeated. You hear me? He is not going to get his hands on you. Who? Marley asked, hovering over us. What are you two talking about? Nothing, I snapped, not letting go of Seneca yet. You're lying. You both are. What was that? And don't say a nightmare. I hissed in warning. He backed off barely, planting his single hand on his hip. The instinctive drive to protect Seneca, no matter what the cost, kicked in, and I was tempted to run off with her, take her away from this battle and whatever might come of it. I might not have known her long, but I knew well enough that if I did that, she'd be more likely to hate me for it. The only way to end this would be to kill Rudarius, and we couldn't do that if we ran away from him. We should tell him, Seneca whispered, lifting her head from my shoulder. As long as he swears to keep it to himself. Marley scowled. I can't do that. Not if it's going to affect the safety of the others. Then I guess you don't get to know. I helped Seneca to her feet and started to walk away. Marley shouted my name. Just wait a damn second. He ordered the guards to give us some space, then caught up to us. I swear, whatever you tell me, I will not share with another soul. Not our parents. Not the soldiers. No one. He placed his hand over his heart. On my life, I swear it. If this is what it takes to earn the trust back of my sister, then so be it. I wasn't ready to give in, but it wasn't my secret to tell. Up to you. Seneca glanced around, paranoid, then told him exactly what she told me about her remembering being with Rudarius and the truth of who turned her. Marley took it in stride, not saying a word until she was done explaining. And even then, he held back. On instinct, I moved closer to Seneca, ready to protect her if this Phi went back on his word and called out for aid. He glanced over his shoulder, and I growled, but when he faced Seneca again, it was with sorrow and anger in his eyes. There was no hint of deception or guilt. As much as Seneca might not want to admit it, I believed she could trust her brother. As long as he understood that he could trust her too. No one else can know, he whispered when the silence stretched on uncomfortably long. I don't know what they would do. I do, I snarled, remembering how heartless Rain was the last time we spoke of what he would do with his daughter once this war was over. He hadn't said it, but the intent was clear. If she posed a threat to his people, he would see her taken care of. For good. Seneca's hand found mine, calming me. Slightly. If he's trying to call to you, Marley went on quietly, is there a way we can stop you from hearing it? Yeah. Never sleep again, Seneca mumbled. One of us must be with you at all times, I added. She rolled her eyes, but I scowled, and she gave in. I continued, if you seem in distress or like you're going to take off, we can stop you long enough to make you snap out of it. For how long? You can't watch over me forever. If that's what we must do, then we will, Marley declared. We're 3 days from the High Kingdom. We'll watch over you in shifts until we reach safety. Great. It's like having babysitters all over again. Marley, can you give us a minute? We still have a bit before we move out, right? Yes, I'll come and find you. He stepped toward Seneca as if to hug her, but she flinched, and he backed off, returning to his guards. I don't want to make this any worse for the two of you, she said as soon as he was out of earshot. I've made too many people's lives a pain in the ass. I won't do it to you or my brother. I can handle myself just fine. Bullshit. This has everything to do with us. She pulled away, but I followed, not letting her go anywhere. Don't do this, I urged as I looked into those green eyes that overflowed with uncertainty and anger. Don't pull away from me. I won't see you hurt. We're in a war. Getting hurt is part of the deal here. She hissed in sudden anger and shoved me backward. And if it's me who hurts you, are you going to hold up your end of the deal we made? Will you? I bit my tongue, backing away from her words. Draven, look at me. You swore to do whatever had to be done to stop me. Tell me you'll do it if he gets hold of me. I won't go back to him. I won't. So you want me to kill you then? Is that it? I seethed, hands and fists at my sides. If he gets hold of me, yes. I swore to not let you harm another living soul, I muttered, each word strained as I clenched my jaw to keep my anger in check. Thankfully, I am not living. Yes, you are. Depends on who you ask, really. I spotted Marley waving his arm over his head to snag our attention. We're moving again. Fan-freaking-tastic. She stalked away from me, though I made sure she stayed in my sight. Marley joined me, giving his sister a wide berth when she snarled at him. You two have a fun chat. Don't be cute. I'd hate for you to lose your other hand. He tucked his right hand out of sight as we fell in with the rest of the Phi, continuing our journey toward the High Kingdom. I wish I could give you advice, but I'm afraid in this situation you know her better than I do. Not as if you were old enough to stop your parents from handing her over. No, but I was old enough when we found out she'd been taken by Rudarius. And even then, I did nothing. I let them dictate my every move. He sighed, shoulders hunched in shame. When we reach the final Phi Kingdom, I'm sure I don't have to tell you what my father plans on doing if the king and queen are like Mina, and not easily convinced there's a threat. From the number of soldiers they sent to escort us, I'd say they know. You said it yourself. Phi are a prideful race. All they did was send aid when we called for it. Nothing more. No king wants to admit they screwed up and then send their troops into battle. Marley lifted his left arm as if to use his hand, grunted to himself, then used his right to scratch his chin. If not for your being here and taking care of Seneca, I'd challenge you to a fight to get some payback. To be fair, you and your sister have both nearly managed to kill me. I'd say that's payback enough. I tried to kill you before you took my hand. My lips twitched, but I kept my satisfied smile to myself. Are there no more rings you can use? They would have to come from my parents. Something tells me they aren't too keen on parting with their power, not when their son is turning against them. And I thought the politics in the covens were messed up. Welcome to Phi royalty, where every situation has to be made 10 times worse, Marley said in a mockingly cheerful voice. As terrible as her life was, I'm glad Seneca grew up away from all this. She was able to become her own person. Strong. Independent. She was certainly those, amongst other traits I found extremely attractive. She held nothing back, not in her fighting or her smart-ass mouth. I rubbed my chest where she'd staked me, knowing even that impressed me. In all my years of fighting, there was only one other vampire able to get close enough to almost kill me. A smile stretched across my face, remembering the first kiss we'd shared. Seneca was passionate beyond words, and though I sensed a small part of her holding back for the sake of the demon she spent so much time with, she'd opened up and let me feel everything she felt in those moments. We were one and the same being, two tortured and broken souls searching for a way to heal. To move on. I found my purpose again in Seneca, and finally had a way to get revenge. All she had to do was realize and accept her destiny was about so much more than enduring her pain alone. I caught a flicker of movement to my left, and then Seneca's hand was in mine. She said nothing, and neither did I. The contact was enough for me to sense that though our conversation from earlier was far from over, she wanted to be my side as much as I wanted to be by hers. If Marley had an issue with our closeness, he was wise and kept it to himself.
Chapter 12. Seneca. With Marley and Draven watching over me every time I slept, we made it to the High Kingdom without my running off to join Rudarius, despite his attempts. Only a few hours ago, Draven had awakened me after having to fight me off when I lashed out at him. He'd been holding me down to stop me from walking off, and it had gotten a bit heated. My jaw hurt, and he informed me through gritted teeth he'd had to deck me just to get me to still long enough for him and Marley to grab hold of me. There were scratch marks all over his face. I'd barely gotten the words out to say I was sorry when he hissed at me to not say it. But I hurt you, I'd whispered when Marley gave us a moment alone. And I'll survive. Not like your nails have silver in them, Rocky. Rocky? I'd smiled despite the tension between us. His from worrying about me, and mine from worrying I could have seriously wounded him. Yeah, you were throwing some nasty punches in your sleep. Damned lucky I'm a vampire. Did I hurt the old man? I teased. He dragged me into his arms for a kiss that left me gasping for air, and him smiling smugly, though I knew it didn't fully chase away his concerns. Now, as the soldiers from the High Kingdom led us through the main gate of the city, I glanced toward Draven's face. The wounds had healed, but if I concentrated hard enough, I saw where I hurt him. I reached up, cupping his cheek. He took my hand in his and kissed my knuckles. Stop. I didn't do anything, I murmured. You're lingering. Don't do that, and don't try to apologize again. You are not the one attacking me. It's that red-eyed piece of shit I'm going to have the pleasure of decapitating one of these days. He hissed viciously as he said it, and I shared his anger. Hearing Rudarius in person was bad. Hearing him inside my head was a living nightmare. Each time his voice came to me, it started out the same way. I'd be dreaming, walking through my garden. The sun was shining, and Draven was there, lying in the grass. Draven being in the sun was impossible, but it was a dream. The rays didn't burn him. I'd start to go to him, and then the sky would blacken, and Draven would be on his feet, bellowing in pain as all his old wounds opened and he was gushing blood. I tried to get to him, but someone held me back, nails digging into my arms. I was forced to watch as he bled to death in my garden, my name on his lips and that horrible look of betrayal in his eyes. "You won't be able to save him," Rudarius would whisper in my ear. "Not unless you join me." He would go on and on, telling me the only way to save Draven was to go to him, help him finish off the Fae who hated me anyway. They all saw me as a monster. I should just give in and be the monster they saw me as. Let my true power shine through. If I sided with him, he would ensure Draven lived. "Seneca?" "You're overthinking. I can feel it." I shrugged. Not sure how I can't overthink everything at this moment. "You want to tell me what you see when you sleep?" He asked me every time I opened my eyes, but I managed to hold out this long. He felt bad enough as it was. Adding to his worry, when we were probably going to get ourselves into another fight here soon, was a bad idea. "Nah, I'm good." I beamed at him as he growled. "What?" "Trust me, it's better if you don't know." "I can handle it." "Yeah, well, maybe I can't." Seeing him die was hard. Hearing myself say the words out loud was too much. "You really don't want to know. Let it go." His frown informed me he was going to keep arguing, but then Marley was hurrying back toward us. "We've been requested to join our parents and Mina in the palace to meet with King Briar and Queen Willow. They want to hear from the vampire's own mouth what Rudarius's plans are." "Do they know about the mages?" Draven asked as we followed my brother. "I would assume so, considering they have refugees here already from previous houses and Fae from the Middle Kingdom. They fled the outer villages when Rudarius's main forces attacked." "Do you think Macron is here?" My heart lifted with hope, but was quickly shot down when Marley shook his head. "If he's being held at Rudarius's stronghold, Shane will find him." Draven kissed the top of my head, the small act giving me strength. It was funny, our being together. From enemies to, shit, I wasn't sure what we were. Destined? That sounded ungodly cheesy, but I had no other way to explain how natural it was to be by his side. Talking to him. Laughing with him. Kissing him and falling asleep beside him. Being with Draven was nothing like how it had been between Owen and me. So many times I had to walk on eggshells. Watch what came out of my mouth. Not show my darker side. With Draven there was full acceptance for who and what I was. Even now, when we learned Rudarius was in fact my master, he stayed by my side, ready to fight to the death to help me end the monster's reign of terror. I squeezed his hand as we neared the front of the column where my parents and Mina stood, talking heatedly. The palace gates were just beyond. On the other side, the High Kingdom's army was already called and armed. The walls coming into the city had been guarded, but here full units were stationed and at the ready. "At least someone's actually prepared for a war," Draven murmured, though he made it loud enough for the others to hear. Mina glared at him openly, as did Rain. Karina, however, kept her gaze straight ahead, most likely to avoid accidentally locking gazes with me. We assembled our troops the moment we heard the burning thorns had fallen, a soldier to our right said, dropping his head in respect when I turned to face him. "Princess." The act startled me, but I didn't show it. "And you didn't send aid to assist the Middle Kingdom before it fell because?" The soldier sighed, gripping his spear tighter. "We were ordered not to. Don't misunderstand, King Briar and Queen Willow are good and just rulers, but the other two kingdoms have given us nothing but strife. Politics and all. The three Fae kingdoms have not been close allies in decades, I'm afraid. It wasn't until we received word those who survived had retreated, that I managed to convince our king to let us come and escort you to safety." "And who are you?" The soldier straightened as he declared, "General Avo, Princess." "Nice to meet you, General Avo," I said, holding out my hand. He seemed confused by the gesture, so I leaned in and whispered, "No one sees me as a princess. You can shake my hand. But you are Seneca of the Burning Thorns." True, but I didn't know that until recently. Don't let my parents fool you, I added quietly, glaring at their backs. They disowned me and want nothing to do with me. Avo hesitantly took my hand. I am sorry to hear that, but surely it's not so bad. Oh, it's bad. No matter what they say in front of your king and queen, don't buy it. Not a single word. You listen to what Draven and I have to say about Rudarius, and that's it. They know nothing about what's going on. I will do so. Seneca. He released my hand, licking his lips nervously as he escorted us inside the palace, through a long stretch of open corridor, then into a lavishly decorated throne room. Karina, Rain, and Mina all bowed and curtsied politely, this King Briar and Queen Willow. Marley did the same. Draven and I merely stood and waited to see who would start yelling first. I locked eyes with Queen Willow, her violet gaze curious, her fingers tapping continuously on the arm of her chair. Majesties, Draven and Seneca have word on Rudarius's plans, Avo announced, then stepped to the side. Neither the Briar nor Willow said a word, and the silence in the hall stretched on until I was ready to tear my hair out. Finally, Willow cleared her throat and rose. Welcome to the High Kingdom. I am glad to find our soldiers were able to bring you here safely. You have our gratitude, Rain said, bowing low. Willow held up her hand to silence him. I relished his wide-eyed, confused gaze. I was not speaking to you, King Rain, if you should even be called that. His jaw dropped, and this time I laughed out loud. I am king of the lower kingdom. Are you? You do realize King Briar is one of vision, yes? Willow stepped down from her throne, hands clasped behind her back. It was only then that I took in her appearance. She wore a black silk gown, but it wasn't made of mere cloth. This queen was ready for war. On the front was an armor breastplate and chainmail that covered her shoulders and upper arms. She had gauntlets of pure silver, and 2 silver daggers strapped at her lower back. Her long black hair was pulled back and decorated with feathers and silver leaves, all interwoven throughout. Why couldn't she have been my mom? This was a queen I could respect. Of course I do, Rain sputtered. Truly, it seems to have slipped your mind. Let me tell you then what my dear husband has informed me about certain events that have transpired recently. There is no need, Karina assured her as she stepped forward. Willow's violet eyes narrowed. I believe there is. Such treachery that runs through your family, Karina. How do you live with yourself? She clicked her tongue as she drew closer to my parents. First, you give up your only daughter under the guise you fear your precious children will be attacked. They were attacked. Marley was nearly killed, Rain shouted, growing red in the face. Lies, King Briar spoke as he shifted on his throne. He did not stand with his queen, but the fierce anger in his dark gray eyes spoke volumes and made him more intimidating than if he were standing before Rain. Ever since she has returned to Otherworld, the gods have granted me clarity as I have not had in decades, not since before the tyrant king stole away my throne. And? What do we care of your clarity? There is a war raging on outside your walls. A war, Willow said as she stood within inches of my mother after her outburst, which was caused because of you and your fear. That is a lie. Is it? Willow shrugged. Perhaps it is too much to lay all the blame at your feet. Some of the guilt rests in us as well, but alas, I would never have betrayed my children. If we were not preparing to face an army of vampires, and from what I've been told, shifters now as well, I would hold you accountable for your crimes. Both of you. As their exchange continued, Draven took hold of my hand, squeezing it as if trying to ask me what was going on. His guess was as good as mine. I'd been shown the truth, or most of it. What was Willow accusing them of? Tell her, Willow ordered my parents. Tell her or I will. There is nothing to tell, Rain declared. She knows the truth. Another lie. Briar pushed himself up and grabbed a cane I hadn't noticed earlier. He leaned on it heavily as he stepped to the edge of the dais. Your daughter was born in the dark, and instead of nurturing her as your daughter, you gave her up out of fear. The fear she would corrupt you, your people, your son. The fear she would bring down your kingdom. My heart plummeted. Draven's grip on my hand tightened until it hurt. If he expected me to charge down my parents again, he was right. I took half a step toward them, then paused. You said you gave me up to protect me, I murmured. How could this get any worse? Maybe I should stop asking that question. You knew my power would be different. You knew, and you threw me out. You forced me to the human world to be raised by strangers. With every word, my blood boiled, and red clouded my vision. Seneca, you must understand, Rain started. I snarled like a wild beast was trying to claw its way out of my chest. Understand what? How my own flesh and blood fears me. I shouted, tugging against Draven's hold. Everything that happened to me, everything is your fault. What's happening to me, that's on you. Whatever happens next, whatever I do because of him. Seneca. Draven cut me off, dragging me into his arms. Enough. They're not worth it. I let him hold me, but my glare never left my parents. Rain's eyes turned calculating, and I realized too late what I said. Because of who? Rain demanded. Nothing. No. You said because of him. What him? Him who? Rudarius, Briar responded. I slumped in Draven's arms. Great. This was just great. Now they were going to want me dead. The crippled king took his time to reach me, his cane echoing loudly each time it hit the stones. I have seen all you endured, my child. His eyes, earlier filled with anger toward my parents, now held sympathy as he spoke to me. But I fear your worst battle is yet to come. Against Rudarius? I'm afraid not, but there is much I have not seen yet. Alas, the gods only grant me visions of what they believe I need to see. They don't answer my pleas to view anything beyond, he replied quietly. But it is time you declare yourself no longer a part of the burning thorn. Your destiny is not to be the princess of the lower kingdom. No? Then what the hell is it? I was beyond aggravated at all this destiny talk. Straight answers, that's all I wanted. The single ring on his right hand, bearing a pearl, came to life with a pure white glow as he reached out. His fingertips brushed against my forehead as he said, "It is better if I show you." My head flew back. I gasped as I was thrown from my body and the hall. The visions that assaulted me flew by too fast for me to focus on them. Then I slammed into the ground, grunting in pain. Damn it. Thanks a lot, asshole, I muttered, pushing to my knees. Smoke billowed around me, thick and black. The ground beneath me was charred, and when my hand brushed over something hard, I paused. Shit. I scrambled to get away from the rotten body with bones jutting out, as if something had started to gnaw on it, then left. Where did you send me? I shouted, after I got to my feet. What is this? The smoke parted as if in answer to my question, and I looked across a body-strewn battlefield. Beyond it were stone walls, mostly collapsed. The stronghold they were meant to protect was crumbled and on fire. The stronghold wasn't of the Fae, this I knew. Rudarius. This was his home. Two figures faced each other before me. I yelled, but neither acknowledged me. They can't see you. I jumped with a curse, whipping around to discover King Briar had joined me. What is this? Destiny. That's not helpful. Watch. This is what I have seen for many nights since your return to our world. It is time for you to see it too. And to know. Know what? He whispered, how it all ends. It's over. That voice, I knew that voice. Slowly, I faced the two figures again, my jaw dropping. Somehow, we'd gotten closer, and I was able to make out every detail. That was me. Or at least it looked like me. My red hair blew wildly around me, as if driven by some force of power. I was covered in blood, wearing armor and bearing a single onyx blade. On my left hand were rings, 5 in all, but they weren't ones I recognized. The bands were dark and the stones black. The second figure was Rudarius, his blonde hair stained from the recent battle. He had rings on both hands and a long sword. His lips pulled back to reveal his fangs, but the me in this vision was not afraid. Not anymore. You are mine to control, Rudarius bellowed. You will always be mine. Look at all the destruction you caused in my name. I slaughtered them all, I said, as if we weren't talking about a bloody battle. Phi shifters vampires. Race does not matter. Your coven is dead, Rudarius. Only you remain. You cannot kill me. I am your master. I have no master except the darkness, I replied with a voice that sent a chill down my spine. He hissed, then attacked. The fight was a blur. Shadows filled with red lightning exploded from my rings, attacking his magic. The battle wore on, but then Briar snapped his fingers and time sped up. Suddenly, Rudarius was on the ground at my feet. A heart was in my left hand. He reached out for it, as if to shove it back into his chest. I brought the sword down on his neck. His arm fell to the ground. I crushed his heart to dust in my fist, letting it blow away on the breeze. This is good though, right? I asked Briar, watching the other me stand over a dead Rudarius. It's not over yet. Another person emerged from the smoke. Draven. His clothes were torn and dirtied. Blood covered him, dried and fresh. He moved behind me. I held my breath, waiting for him to take me in his arms and tell me it was over. Except the look in his eyes stabbed me through the heart. Guilt, sorrow, a never-ending well of pain. Worst was the heartbreak. A glint of silver caught my eye. A stake. He held a stake in his gloved right hand. He stood behind me, hanging his head even as he lifted his right arm. Do it, I ordered, words strained. End this. I can't, he whispered. I clapped a hand to my mouth as I watched the scene unfold. No, this isn't right. Do it, the other me shouted. Seneca, please. He's dead, it's over. Come back to me, Draven begged. I nodded, willing myself to do as he said. When my own green gaze suddenly looked right at me, it stole the breath from my lungs. What had I done to have such a cold, heartless look? To have no emotion except a hunger for more blood. Shadows slipped from my eyes as I turned around to face Draven. When he made no move to attack, I yelled and charged him, blade raised to kill him. I shouted, ready to throw myself between the other me and Draven, but then it was too late. He plunged that stake into my heart and then I was there, in her place. The pain was excruciating. I gasped for air as Draven lowered me to the ground, holding me in his arms. I'm sorry, he whispered as tears streamed down his cheeks. I'm so sorry. Draven, I breathed, reaching up to hold his cheek. As harshly as I was dumped into this scene, I was yanked away and thrown back in my present-day body and mind. Seneca? Draven was there, not the battle-worn one, but my Draven. He searched my face, then glared beyond me. What did you do to her? I showed her what she needed to see to understand, Briar replied. This war is only getting started. Words stuck in my throat. What I saw, it couldn't be the only path, could it? How did I get to that point? I'd murdered those on both sides of the war. Why would I do that? Unless I was right all along. I was not strong enough to stand against Rudarius. No, not simply Rudarius. The evil he uncovered within my soul. There was no stopping it. What did you see? Draven held my face gently in his hands. Seneca, tell me. I can't. I swallowed hard, stomach twisting in painful knots. Yes, you can. Don't push me away, not now. How could I tell him what I witnessed? The death of Rudarius was one thing, but the monster I turned into? And he had to kill me in the end. It destroyed him then. If he knew now. Gods, why was this happening? What had I done to piss off the universe? Seneca, he started to say. The doors to the hall burst open. Majesties. We found them outside the gates. We need a healer, a Phi guard shouted. I frowned, unsure of who was with him, until he stepped aside. Shane appeared. He wasn't alone. There was a woman at his side, Phi, older and very weak. She leaned heavily on him, until her legs gave out and they fell to the floor. Draven and I sprinted to his side to help. The woman reached for my hand. Seneca, thank the gods you've come home, she declared, lifting her head. I know you. Her white hair was dirty and matted, but I would never forget that face. She was the old woman from my memories, the one who came to check on me. Before I could bombard her with questions or Shane about what the hell happened, Lark stumbled into the hall, also supporting someone. The man grunted in pain, and then his eyes locked onto mine. Macron? Seneca. I blurred to his side. He hugged me close as if he was my father, and I had finally come home. I held him just as tightly, my anger at his leaving me disappearing after all the shit I'd gone through recently. He had come to save me from Rudarius. He risked his life to get me out of there when my own family abandoned me. There was no more time to be angry with him. I thought you wouldn't make it, I murmured, leaning back from him as he held my shoulders firmly in his grasp. And I thought I told you to stay out of Otherworld. I tried, but it seemed certain people had other plans. Macron's relief at seeing me was gone in a blink, replaced by rage. Which one did it? Which one dragged you into this mess? I did, Marley admitted. You said to find her, so I did. Find her? Yes. But not bring her here. Do you have any idea what you've done? Has Rudarius seen you yet? Tell me he hasn't. He has, Draven answered for my brother. He knows she's here. Macron hung his head, looking much older than he had when he walked out on me. This is wrong. All wrong. We have to get you away from here before it's too late. Too late? Draven looked to Shane and Lark. Rudarius's forces. Where are they? Closing in. We barely managed to stay ahead of them. How did you get them out of the stronghold? Shane cringed at Draven's question. Let's just say, we left a trail of bodies in our wake. He has the mages chained up to some weird totem, he went on in a rush. And they're not the only ones. What do you mean? I asked this time, glancing toward the woman. Seers, witches, anyone with magic. He's using them to charge some sort of weapon. Awesome. That's just awesome. Why couldn't anything be simple? Willow had made her way toward us. This weapon. Do you know what it will do? No, afraid we couldn't stick around to find out. Shane shuddered. What we saw in those dungeons, I've never seen so many beings in pain. You too, he said, his gaze flickering from me to Draven. How did you live through that? I wanted to say I didn't, not fully. The recent vision of my possible future plagued me, and a headache throbbed behind my eyes. I wasn't sure how much crap I could take being dumped on us, but there were so many questions that needed to be answered. General Avo, Queen Willow called, and the Fae hurried to her side. See, every soldier is prepared for battle. Alert those outside the safety of the walls that they need to take shelter immediately. I want every battle station well supplied. Ensure the watches are set. I do not want to be caught off guard when the enemy arrives. Avo bowed and sprinted out of the hall. As for the rest of you, Willow said, motioning to Karina, Rain, and Mina, you will remain out of the way. Guards? See them to our guest chambers. Guarantee they do not leave. You can't hold us prisoner, Rain shouted. You have no right. She may not, the old Fae woman said as she got to her feet with Shane's help. But I do. As the matriarch of this family, I give Queen Willow permission to place you both under house arrest. Mother, you can't, Karina argued, and I blanched. My suspicions had been correct. This was Karina's mother. My grandmother. The night she was born, I told you both she would need special care, and instead you went against my words and gave her up. They stole her away from us. One of these days, you will grow tired of lying, the woman said, sounding bored. Or perhaps you no longer know the difference. You ordered them to disappear after you found out I checked on her. I checked on her as her own mother should have done. You two do not deserve to rule over any kingdom. I am the queen. You have no authority over me, none, Karina ranted. Willow waved at the guards, and they dragged my mother from the hall, screaming. Rain was taken out behind her, a look of shock on his face at what was happening. Nina merely rolled her eyes and stomped out without any help from the guards. Part of me was still trying to catch up to our current situation, while the other was cheering at having them locked away, even if it was only for a little while. Now then, I think we all need to sit down together and have a nice chat, Willow suggested. Draven, is that correct? Yes, he confirmed. I would like to know every detail you can tell us about Rudarius. We'll take this conversation to a more comfortable venue. I'll have a healer sent for as well. Willow led the way out of the hall through a side door, King Briar at her side. Draven and I exchanged a look, then did the only thing we could. We followed, with the rest of our strange party bringing up the rear. Rain pattered against the windows as the conversation finally came a stop. For the last 4 hours, longer probably, Draven and I had told Willow and Briar everything we knew about Rudarius. It started with Draven relating the details of what the vampire planned for his war, then going on to explain what he'd done to me. What he'd actually done to me. Since Briar saw so much of my own past, they weren't as shocked to hear the truth of Rudarius being my master. I held my breath when Briar spoke of his visions, praying he would keep what he showed me to himself. He did, but Draven's anxiety grew as he sat by my side. I knew I couldn't hide the truth from him forever. But Rudarius was only half the conversation. The old Fae, Helena, was indeed our grandmother and a seer. She and Macron explained what they had seen during their years of captivity. All this time, I assumed Macron was the first to find out I'd been captured. How wrong I'd been. Helena had searched for me when she learned my parents paid the guards to take me away. To make me disappear. They feared the reports about my magic being dark. Helena had been right on my tail when Rudarius kidnapped me. Took her a year to realize he had me in his stronghold, but not being queen of the lower kingdom, she couldn't order the soldiers to rescue me. No one listened to her cries for help. Karina convinced everyone she was merely a seer gone mad at the loss of her granddaughter. The only one who believed her was Macron. Before he was able to help her, however, she went after me herself and was captured. She had been in the same dungeon as me, listening to my screams as Rudarius attempted again and again to turn me. She was there the day he broke me. The day he tore out my wings. I ground my teeth, too uneasy to sit any longer, and stalked to the windows. The storm had rolled in a while ago, the rain picking up to a full downpour. I heard shuffling behind me, then Macron's reflection appeared next to mine. I can't say enough how sorry I am for leaving you when I did, he said quietly, hands clasped behind his back, brow furrowed with worry. I understand if you cannot forgive me. Why wouldn't I? You saved me. My family only ever feared me. Maybe they were right to do so. Images of that cursed vision hit me again, and I winced, pinching the bridge of my nose. Rudarius was not the only villain in this tale. The notion of killing Karina and Rain hadn't lessened at all, and after seeing what I could do if I drank blood, it was tempting to do it again so I could end them. I wanted them out of my life for good. I'm not good, Macron, I whispered, knowing if Draven wanted to, he'd be able to hear us. I had to be careful what I said. I know, he replied, startling me. I was never one to lie to you. I started to say he did, then clamped my lips shut. He hadn't lied. The rings he gave me did come from my mother. He said I was powerful, and I was. How did you get my rings? I asked, curious. The way wasn't important, but after learning all my parents did to try and forget about me, I had to know. After I learned where you were and made a plan to get you out, I went to your parents. His tone deepened and he shook with anger. I begged for them to send their soldiers, but they refused. Told me to get out. And I left, but not after demanding your mother hand over your birthright. At his words, I held up my left hand, fingers burned and irritated around the rings. If they're my birthright, why are they hurting me? In the human world, you had no real connection to Phi magic, not as you do here. The magic of your people is reacting negatively to the vampire within you. Great, so I can't keep using them here or what? They'll kill me? I meant it to be a joke, but when Macron said nothing, I groaned. Seriously? How am I supposed to fight Rudarius then? Honestly, I don't know. I wish I did. With the mage houses destroyed, I'm afraid a great wealth of knowledge is cut off from us. His eyes met mine in our reflections, and a weight fell painfully on my shoulders. You are the only one of your kind. There is so much we don't know about you or what you're capable of, and sadly with Rudarius bearing down on us, there's no time to figure it all out. We're winging it? Is that what you're telling me? It's what we have to do for now. In the couple of years I was with Macron, he always had a plan, a method to his madness. Mages, he told me once, were prepared for every situation. Turned out he was wrong about that little fact. How could any mage have prepared for what I was, or what I would turn out to be? He squeezed my arm to reassure me we'd get through this mess, but all it did was remind me how screwed we all were. He walked away, and I was content to be alone with my darkening thoughts when Draven's arms slipped around my waist. Leaning back into the comfort of his body came so naturally to me, I shut my eyes and let him simply hold me. Sounds like he's as lost as we are, he whispered after a while. Yeah, something like that. He's right though, we'll get through this one way or another. The collateral damage is going to be high. There'd been so many dead on that field from both sides. How many of them fell at my hands? Whatever's going on in your mind, you can tell me. Not this. I shut my eyes, willing the horrible images to leave me alone, but they stayed as if trying to break me down. I'd never missed my cottage in Madwich so much before. Or Lexi. I missed the simple criminals I chased after, getting paid and going home at night. Now, I was in the middle of a war, while the deadliest vampire alive searched for me. Wanted me. Hunted me. I shivered, and Draven's arms held me securely. No matter what happens, I whispered absently. Draven stiffened. What did you see? I shook my head, trying to think of something, anything to convince him he couldn't know. Willow and Macron were discussing plans of action back at the table. We should join them, and as I turned in Draven's arms to tell him so, a sharp stabbing erupted behind my eyes. I gasped, slamming my hand to my forehead to try and make it go away. When it struck again, my knees gave out, and Draven went down to the floor with me. Seneca? What's wrong? Thaw. I fell into his chest, unable to get the words out. Seneca, come to me, Seneca. Rudarius, I rasped. He's here. What? That's not possible, Willow argued. The watch would have alerted us. Seneca, you can't run from me forever. You are mine. Come to me now. Do it. My limbs jerked to follow his order, but Draven must have caught on to what was happening inside my messed up head. He pinned me to his body, yelling for Shane to grab my legs and keep me there. Rudarius's orders turned into a chant that went on and on inside my head. I screamed, fighting to get him out, and at the same time, my body struggled to get up and go to my master. Every inch of my skin burned as if on fire. Amid the chaos, one clear thought struck me. Knock me out, I yelled. What? No, you can fight him. Draven dodged my fist when freed it, and nearly clocked him in the jaw. You're strong. Fight him. I can't. The stabbing coursed from my head to my heart. My back arched off the floor. I shrieked until I was hoarse. Rudarius's mad cackle resounded in my mind, and the image of me fully turned, of giving into the evil growing inside me filled my vision. Do it. Shit, Draven growled right as his fist collided with my face.
Chapter 13. Draven. Tied up in a chair, Seneca growled. Even unconscious, she fought to answer Rudarius's summons. Knocking her out had not been part of my plan, but she'd given me no choice. Her head hung, though her lips twitched every few seconds while her wrists twisted, working to get free. If he is here, we can't see him, Avo reported as he entered the room, 4 soldiers behind him. No sign of any vampires approaching from any direction? Willow asked. None, Queen. He's here, I assured them all. I can feel it. Rudarius used the cover of the storm to move his army in. The watch might not be able to find him, but there was no doubt in my mind he was out there, waiting to make his move. After hearing Macron and Helena's report on the totem Rudarius erected in the heart of his stronghold, whatever plans Rudarius had for Otherworld were nothing like what he told me. He'd kept me in the dark, as though he knew I would turn on him. I should have played the part better, but then where would I be? Where would Seneca be? She snarled again, then her whole body stilled. Seneca. I tapped her cheeks. No response. Then I tapped harder when there was no response. My fingers slipped to her neck. Her pulses faint, too faint. I grabbed her shoulders, shaking her. Come on. Don't do this to me. Wake up. Her sudden gasp made me jump, and then I worked on untying her hands. Draven, he's coming, she whispered, frantically pulling on the ropes. We have to get out of here. You mean he's here with his army? Willow corrected. No. She got to her feet and sprinted to the window. He's here for something else. Something other than just your kingdom. What do you? Willow's words cut off when the earth shook. We were thrown to the floor. I expected to see fireballs falling from the sky again as Rudarius unleashed the full power of his rings and army against the High Kingdom's defenses, but there was only lightning from the storm. A second tremor made me reach for Seneca's hand. I pulled her closer. If he was crazy enough to attack on his own, maybe now was our chance. He's come for you, Macron snapped. You must go. Now. No, I'm not leaving you here. He's going with you. Willow exchanged a look with Briar, who nodded solemnly. There's no time to argue. He'll just follow us through the veil. No, he won't, she said to me. We have our ways to stop him. For a time at least. You're going to seal off Otherworld. How? Seneca asked in disbelief. You're not strong enough. We are not, but all of us together can. Macron, can you make a portal or not? He rubbed his forehead roughly. I can, but as one of the last free mages, I highly advise against sending me away. Noted, Willow replied with a wink. Avo, I need you to gather the royals and bring them to the Great Hall. Avo, did you hear me? The man seemed to have gone in shock. Willow waved her hand in front of his face. He pointed past her toward the window. That light. What is that? We turned. A glowing violet light pulsed along the horizon. Every few minutes, it stretched up into the sky and grew larger. The hair on my arms rose as an electrical charge filled the air. Seneca flinched, shaking out her left hand. When she did it a second time, she held it out before her, focused on her rings. When the violet light grew again, seeming to stretch toward us, the stones on her rings gave off a vibrant violet hue. She gasped as sparks burned her fingers. We have to go, Macron said suddenly. Quickly. We're staying. Willow repeated her previous order to Avo, who immediately left the room. What's happening? Seneca asked, wincing when the sparks crackled angrily, striking her hand. Macron. It's the totem, Helena answered for him. He crouched on the floor, drawing symbols against the stones with his fingers. The room filled with his magic. Rudarius is using it to channel the 5 rings, Helena explained. We have to stop him. The violet light pulsed on the heel of my words. This time, the violet covered the palace. The windows shattered, and something heavy thudded to the floor nearby. Seneca rolled away from me during the blast to avoid falling glass. I stretched out my hand, searching for her when she screamed. The sound cut off suddenly. When I found my footing, I encountered a scene from a nightmare. Rudarius stood near the far wall, rain splashing in around his feet. In his grasp was Seneca. He bared his fangs and ran them along her neck. I snarled. Let her go. And why would I do that? She was mine before she was ever yours. Amusing how you found her for me, he said with a wicked sneer as he buried his face in Seneca's red hair. Even more amusing how much my taking her will hurt you. I took a step forward, but he clicked his tongue. A stake was in his hand, aimed at the tender flesh under Seneca's chin. The point broke the skin. Blood trickled down onto his hand. She bared her fangs, hissing, until he dug the point in deeper. Hush now, my pet. I am not your pet, she seethed. Oh, but you are. You never truly escaped me, no matter what that mage did. Rudarius glowered at Macron. Enjoy your freedom while it lasts. I intend to, Macron replied calmly. I wanted to scream and rant at him to do something, when I realized his left hand was tucked out of Rudarius's sight. Macron's fingers moved, and on the ground behind him where he'd been drawing the symbols, a piece of glass picked up his drawing where he left off. It was nearly back to where he started, almost completing the circle. Stall. All we had to do was stall. I intend to use every last second I have to finding a way to end your life, Macron uttered. Rudarius laughed, though if that was the most entertaining joke he'd ever heard. You mages are all alike. Thinking you are powerful enough to stop evil. I believe I've already proved you wrong. As Macron smiled, I locked eyes with Seneca, attempting to tell her what was going on without giving anything away. For a split second, I feared she was going to let Rudarius take her without a fight. A strange look of acceptance came over her. I nearly threw myself at her. Then she stiffened and breathed deeply, focusing. The violet light continued to pulse outside, making her ring spark. Whatever she was going to do, we had to time it just right. The glass was at the top of the circle. The circle was complete. Just as it stopped writing, the symbols glowed with life. The stones within the circle shimmered. It's time to go, my pet, Rudarius said. You shall see them again, never fear. No, Rudarius, it's time for you to go. He tilted her face toward his, using the stake. Each flinch of pain she made was sheer torture to me. I wanted to stop the pain he caused her. But I knew I couldn't. Not yet. Rudarius laughed softly near her ear. Such fire burns within you. It will be such a joy to break you again. The next time it will stick. The portal shimmered brighter. We had to go before it closed. Seneca's eyes flicked to the side. As the violet light soared across the sky toward us, she lifted her left hand and flipped Rudarius off. He hissed at her. The rings on her fingers sparked, and she threw her hand into his face. He shrieked as the unstable magic burned his face and blinded him. His hold on Seneca was gone. She reached for my hand. Just as she was about to take it, the violet light pulsed faster, and Rudarius shouted, the rings on his hands bursting to life. Seneca collapsed with a sharp cry, holding her left hand to her chest. She wasn't the only one. Willow and Briar gasped as the rings on their hands too sparked and sputtered. There's no time, Willow shouted through the pain, as one by one the stones on her rings cracked. Go. I yelled at Shane to grab Lark and Marley, then get through the portal. Marley protested, but Shane shoved him over the edge, and he disappeared with a flash of light, with Lark right behind him. Shane glanced to me, but I waved him on. I needed to get to Seneca. Rudarius recovered from the attack and stalked toward her, the stake covered in her blood aimed at her. You are mine. You hear me. You will come to me. Seneca. I grabbed her hand and pulled her toward me as that stake came down. It struck stone instead of flesh. Macron guided us to the porta. Rudarius launched himself across the room, barreling into our bodies, throwing us apart. Seneca slammed into the far wall. I rolled away, crashing through the table, landing in a heap. Tossing wood debris off, I scrambled around the mess. Rudarius held Seneca up by the throat. She clawed fiercely at him, but the rings made him too strong. I drew the only dagger I had on me, and threw it. The blade sunk into Rudarius's arm, but he held fast. "I will deal with you later," he warned, easily yanking the blade free and in a blink, throwing it back at me. I tried to catch it, but it moved too fast and the blade embedded itself in my hand. The blow threw me off balance. I ground my teeth in agony, holding my right wrist as my hand throbbed. Seneca kicked and flailed, but Rudarius turned for the window, ready to make his escape with her. Grimacing, I grabbed hold of the dagger and tore it from my hand. He would not leave with her, not while I still lived. Before I reached them, Briar was suddenly blocking the vampire's way. He laughed at the king, mocking him, until Briar reached out and rested his hand against Rudarius's face. His body went rigid, and Seneca slipped from his grasp. "Go," Briar commanded. "I can't hold him forever." Clutching at her throat, Seneca stumbled toward me. Together, we fell through the portal and landed on soft grass in each other's arms. The sky overhead revealed we were in the human realm, the sun thankfully setting along the horizon. The rays only agitated my skin. Luckily, Seneca's cottage rested nearby. We were right back where we started, in her garden. Macron and Helena were beside us. Then the portal we dropped from closed, cutting off Rudarius's furious scream as his prey had evaded him once again. "Draven, your hand." Seneca knelt at my side, tearing off part of her shirt to bind the wound I could feel was already healing. "I'm fine. You?" The bruises around her neck stood out. That was too damn close. I crushed her to me, in a sudden need to assure myself she was alive and right there with me. Her lips found mine, and I kissed her. I'd nearly lost her to that murdering psychopath. "The veil," Marley said as he got to his feet. "Do you think they closed it?" "There is one not far from here." "I can't feel it. Nor do I sense any hint of otherworld," Macron said, reaching out his hand. "Nor of Willow or Briar." "You think they're dead?" Seneca asked, staying tucked safely in my arms. "I'm afraid they may have given their lives so we could escape." Macron approached, holding out his hand. "Your rings, let me see them." She raised her hand. The moment his fingers brushed over the rings, they broke apart and turned to dust in his palm. He destroyed them. She stretched out her bare fingers. Macron let the dust fall to the ground. "How was that possible?" "The totem," he said with a sigh. "He used our magic to destroy that of the Fae." "All of it?" "No." Helena held up her hand, bearing a single ring. The stone was cracked, but when she touched it, the ring remained intact. "But this does deal a terrible blow to our kin. And to us. How do I channel my magic without the rings?" Seneca asked, sounding on the verge of panic. "We can't make new ones, right? We don't have access to the old magic, not like the first Fae did." "It'll be all right," I assured her. "How? How is any of this all right? We're closed off from Otherworld. Rudarius destroyed my rings. He killed Willow and Briar. He's captured the mages and seers. He's going to win," she rambled. "He's going to win. To destroy Otherworld. Then he'll come here and he'll take me back." I hugged her close, shaking my head. "He is not going to take you. Do you hear me? Without the rings, I can't fight back. We'll find a way." "What way?" "There's no way left." "That is where you'd be wrong." I frowned at the sound of an unfamiliar voice. Seneca perked up. "Minnie. Minnie. The seer." A woman with long black hair approached the garden gate and let herself in. Her milky white eyes said she was blind, but she seemed able to find her way without any trouble. "Yes. The seer. It would appear I arrived just in time." She sniffed the air and smiled, holding her hand out toward Helena. "It's good to see you again." "It has been far too long, my friend." Helena took Minnie's hand. The two women embraced. I watched out for her the best I could. "Wait. What?" Seneca exclaimed. "Minnie, really? You knew all this time?" Save your anger for Rudarius, she urged. You're going to need it, for this war is only just beginning, as is your role in it. Though she was blind, I sensed she looked right at me as she added, both of yours. Seneca pulled away from me for a second, then shook her head. Yeah, right. I guess everyone should head inside, and we'll, go from there. As the others stepped inside, through the back door Owen and I shattered during our fight, Seneca made to follow, but I caught her hand. Wait. You and I need to talk. About what? Don't do that. I know Briar showed you some vision of your past or your future. Or whatever. I want you to tell me what it is, before we go any further. I need to know. I had several arguments lined up in my head if she tried to tell me I didn't need to know, and was more than ready to start going down the line when she nodded. You're right. What? I said you're right, she repeated, but you're not going to like it. Try me. Taking her hand from mine, she paced around the garden as words tumbled out of her mouth. I started to follow her, then stopped, as the vision she related grew worse. When she reached the end, her voice caught a couple of times, and she forced herself to keep talking. When she finished, she stood before me again, anxiously watching me. Draven. I held up my hand, unsure of how to respond yet. What she saw, it couldn't be the absolute truth. I refused to believe that was our only course of action. Seneca would not give in to the darkness inside her. She would not turn into a mindless killer to defeat Rudarius. And I would not be the one to take her life. No. No. You can't just say no, she uttered. Look, I understand it's hard to comprehend, but that's what I saw. It's what you have to do. No, I said again with a growl. I don't care what any seer claims to know about our futures. I will not be the one to end your life. Do you hear me? You are not going to become the enemy. No matter what it takes, I will change that future. Draven. She held my face in her hands, kissing me softly. And if that's how it's meant to end, it's not. I covered her hands with mine, our foreheads resting together. You will never belong to evil or to Rudarius. You will not fall, not unless I go down with you. I kissed her again, holding her close as the sun set behind us and night covered the town of Madwich. I believe you, she whispered against my lips. As I started to say we should head inside with the others, a shadow grew in the depths of her eyes. A strange cackling filled my mind, a sound that was awfully close to Seneca's laugh. Draven. Yeah, I'm good. Let's join the others. I watched her walk away. She smiled when she glanced over her shoulder at me, then disappeared inside. I stayed in the garden, a frown replacing my grin. All the promises I just made might have to be broken if that evil growing inside her could not be contained. Could I kill her if it came down to it? Could I destroy Seneca for good? Weeks ago, I would have said yes, but now the thought of plunging a stake through her heart made me sick to my stomach. Draven, are you coming? Shane called from the house. Yeah, I replied, steeling my nerves. Yeah, I'm coming. The wound in my hand was nearly healed. I unwrapped Seneca's torn shirt from it, picturing a stake in my grasp. As I blinked, I imagined killing her with it and flinched. No, I said to the night. I'll find a way to save you, no matter what the cost. I walked to the cottage, wondering how much time I had to save Seneca from Rudarius and herself.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.